Leave a comment where you are listening in the world. Please subscribe if you enjoy our content. Enjoy! When I was about 25, I lived on the Toronto Islands, which, if you're unfamiliar, is a little slice of paradise right across the water from the city. Life there was peaceful, quiet, and full of moments that made you stop and appreciate how unique it was, like taking the ferry every time you wanted to go into the city. Sure, it wasn't the most convenient, but it added a bit of charm to daily life. One night, I was on the ferry heading into Toronto, and as I sat down, I noticed her. A woman sitting just a few seats away from me, and let me tell you, she was absolutely, undeniably, breathtakingly beautiful. I don't mean kind of pretty or cute in a certain light. I mean the kind of beautiful that makes you question if you've accidentally wandered into a movie, or if some casting director has snuck a supermodel onto your commuter ferry. She was that beautiful. She had this effortless elegance about her, the kind that feels unattainable. You know, the kind where even if you wore the exact same outfit, you'd still look like you got lost in a thrift store. I couldn't help but glance over at her, trying not to stare but failing miserably. I was 25, single, and already imagining how this could be one of those meet-cute stories people always talked about. As the ferry pulled into the city, the skies opened up, and it started pouring rain, because apparently, the universe decided this story needed a dramatic twist. I didn't have an umbrella, but I did have my car parked nearby, so I saw my moment. I gathered up my courage, walked over to her, and said something smooth like, "Hey, it's raining. Want a ride?" To my surprise and relief, she said yes. It was a short drive to her place, but it felt like the kind of ride you remember forever. She was funny, kind, and yes, still ridiculously beautiful. When we pulled up to her apartment, I figured that was the end of it. But just as she was about to get out of the car, she turned to me and said, "Hey, do you want to go out sometime?" My brain nearly short-circuited. Sure," I said, probably sounding a little too eager, but not caring in the slightest. She smiled, thanked me for the ride, and disappeared into her building. For the next week, I replayed that interaction over and over in my head, telling myself that I'd somehow managed to impress this stunning woman enough for her to ask me out. And then, like a dream come true, she called me. She suggested we go bowling, a bit of a curveball, no pun intended. But hey, who was I to question her? Did I mention she was beautiful? The night of the date arrived, and I showed up at the bowling alley near her place, equal parts excited and nervous. And there she was, waiting for me, just as stunning as I remembered. If anything, she looked even better. I was practically floating as we made small talk, got our shoes, and picked a lane. Everything seemed great. I felt like I'd hit the jackpot, until I made the mistake of asking her, "Hey, can I grab you a drink?" Her answer was casual, but unexpected. "Oh no," she said. "My religion doesn't allow me to drink." "Okay, no problem. Not a deal breaker." "No worries," I said. "How about a soft drink?" She shook her head. "I don't eat any sugar." "Ah," I said, my enthusiasm dipping ever so slightly. "Coffee?" "No, I don't drink caffeine." I paused, mentally running through my list of potential options. "Tea?" "Nope, no tea either." At this point, I was running out of ideas. "Water?" She smiled. "Just plain water, thanks." I nodded, trying to hide my growing unease. I mean, sure, she was beautiful, but the conversation was starting to feel less like a date and more like a dietary Q&A session. Still, I told myself to keep an open mind. Maybe this was just a quirky thing, and the rest of the evening would pick up. Spoiler alert, it didn't. As we bowled, I quickly learned that her strict dietary restrictions were just the tip of the iceberg. No meat, no fried foods, no late nights, no clubs, no movies with inappropriate content. I was starting to feel like I'd accidentally wandered into a lifestyle intervention rather than a date. And then came the kicker, the religion. "Hey Scott," she said, pausing between turns, "my church is a lot of fun. You should come with me on Sunday." I hesitated, unsure how to respond. "Thanks, but I'm not really the church-going type." "Oh, you'd love it," she insisted, her enthusiasm ramping up. "We have great community events, and the pastor is so inspiring. I think it could really change your life." The more she talked, the more it became clear that this wasn't just a passing suggestion. It was a full-blown sales pitch. Suddenly, I wasn't just a guy on a date. I was a potential recruit. As she rattled off the church's virtues, I found myself nodding politely while mentally calculating how much longer I had to endure this. By the time the date ended, I was practically vibrating with relief. I'd spent the entire evening trying to find some common ground, but it felt like every conversation was a dead end. She didn't drink, didn't eat most foods, didn't enjoy any of the things I did, and to top it all off, she was trying to convert me. As we walked to our cars, I plastered on a polite smile and said, "Well, this was fun. Yeah, we should do it again sometime," she said brightly. "Definitely," I lied, knowing full well that there was absolutely no chance of a second date. When I got home, I collapsed onto the couch, exhausted from the sheer effort of trying to make the date work. For a while, I stared at the ceiling, wondering how something that had started so promisingly could have gone so spectacularly wrong. To this day, I still think about that date every now and then, not because it was great, but because it was the perfect lesson in how appearances can be deceiving. She was, without a doubt, one of the most beautiful women I'd ever met. But sometimes, beauty isn't enough to carry a conversation, let alone a relationship. Never in my life have I been so relieved that a date was over. I literally just made this profile for the purposes of typing this story out. I look to gain nothing from it. All I really want to do is raise awareness of some of the creepy things that go on. I see far too many dating app horror stories. I'm 23F. I've been single for a while. I go out on dates very rarely, but I just recently moved to a new city. I've been struggling with loneliness from not knowing anyone, and I don't have any real friends from work yet, so I took to things like Bumble and Tinder. After maybe a week or swiping, I eventually came across a guy that I matched with. He was really cute, had a good job, had similar interests as me, and was the same age. Should have known better. We talked for about a week. After a couple of days, we exchanged numbers. We talked about life. We talked about our jobs. He was really sweet. He gave me assurance and told me that a new move could be scary, but that putting myself out there was a good step in the right direction. He did get strange with me at one point and asked me things like what color bra and underwear I was wearing. I told him I wasn't quite ready to talk like that. He agreed it was out of line and apologized. Didn't think much else of it. After about a week, he wanted to meet up in person. He wanted it to be in a public place so that I would feel safe. He told me he would take me to dinner, and if I wanted after we could grab a beer. It sounded like a fun night to me. He wanted to meet outside of a dive shop, which I thought was a little strange. It's winter where we are, but it's one of these US states that doesn't really see cold winters, so I didn't give it a great amount of thought. The shop is located near a public park, so there were a good amount of people there. After looking around for a bit, I spotted him talking to some people. I walked up to him and gave him a hug. Not like super romantic, but more than a platonic, less than a partner kind of hug. To my disappointment, he just sort of aced his palms on my back like he was put off. But he did give me a slight smile and a "how are you?" I tried making it work. I told him he looked a lot cuter on person and that I was happy that he asked me out. I was extremely nervous. His eyes widened, and he turned to ask the group he was previously talking to who put me up to it. With no expression of humor, they all just calmly denied anything. He then asked me who told me to do this. I was confused. I told him that we had been talking on Tinder. He told me he didn't have Tinder, and even went as far as showing me that he didn't have it downloaded. He apologized for the mix-up. I showed him the profile, and he seemed equally confused. I turned away and started walking back to my car. I was so humiliated. Then I got a text message from the number I had been talking to that SI ply read. Ha 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 ha. I could not even fathom that. I attempted to call the number, but it had been disconnected. By the time I got home, the profile had been deleted. I blocked the number just in case. I had some of the photos saved that the profile sent me. I did a reverse image search on Google and found the Facebook profile of the guy that I actually met. His name wasn't the same, and he was actually a few years older. I also figured out he was a dive instructor at the shop. I felt so betrayed and violated. I did send the guy a message, the actual one, and apologized for the inconvenience. I explained everything to him and why I was acting that way. I gave him as much of the story as I found necessary. To my surprise, he actually responded back and said he was sorry and that he was blindsided by the encounter. He did offer to take me out for a drink to make up for the mess, but I simply have severe trust issues now. I don't know whether this counts. This is like getting caught in a lying/cheating situation. A bad experience more than a horror story, and this is going to be a PSA. So hit me up if you want more details of the guy if you are about to go on a date with him. We'll add a small description at the end. This was my first time using Tinder around 4 months back, and was there to find someone for a long-term relationship or something stable. LOL, but I saw some success stories on Reddit. OFC, there were like a lot of matches, but most of them directly say they are here for hookups, or you get that vibe when you keep texting them. This particular guy had an interesting story on his bio. Matched with him because I am a curious girl and had to know the rest of the story. He sent a nice first text, "Hi, my name Dash. Hope you had a lovely day." I mean, the most you get is hey. And he turned out to be a fairly decent and super charming guy. Kept the convo going. Was texting full sentences and long paragraphs. When I asked for his social media, he said he was not using any but sent his website. He's a freelancer. Well, believed him and agreed to go on a date. I was super nervous and scared because this was my first time meeting a Tinder guy. But this guy clearly said he's not for hookups and told me that he got out of a serious relationship in December, blah blah blah. Gosh, wasn't he charming and funny. Laughed all evening over coffee and got dinner. I thought we clicked instantly. Continued to date for 2 months, doing fun activities, trying out new restaurants, and simply having fun. He was very respectful and didn't give the indication that he wanted to hook up or anything. I thought this could progress into a relationship. I'm Snoopy. Once I saw a text from a girl calling him Bub. Googled searched the girl, found her IG to see this man is in a 2-year relationship with this girl. Confronted him, he played the victim and told she's toxic and not letting him go. Will break up and get back to me. But I had to inform the girl. Reached out to her, and turns out he just dropped her at work that morning. LOL, jokes on me. Anyways, he has cheated before, also gotten this girl pregnant and made her abort. I don't know whether she's telling the truth. Could have never guessed the turn it took. This man was not afraid to hang out in malls and other super public places. Would like to have some recommendations as to how y'all do background checks on people. High chance this guy is out there still dating people. So if y'all matched with a guy who is wearing a blue shirt in the first picture, followed by 3 to 4 selfies and a cake in his profile, has a bio with like 4 points and talks super nicely. Name starts with G. Beware. When I just finished college, I was living in a 1-bedroom townhouse/split. I met a guy on Plenty of Fish, and at that time I wasn't exactly smart about my online digital footprint. Not like I've really changed, but at least now I'm not as ridiculous. Anyways, he seemed like a decent guy. He was really good looking, said he had a good job, nice teeth, don't judge me, and looked like he cared about his personal health. All things I would typically look for in a guy. I'm not a shallow human, but I like to be presentable, and if I'm with someone, I would like them to care about being presentable in a business environment also. After about a week of chatting online, we agreed to meet. We met at a restaurant downtown, which was really far from where I lived. When I got there, I noticed him standing at the door. We sat down to eat, and the evening went great. At the end of the date, we said bye, and I got into my car and began to drive away. I realized right away that he was following me. Because of the distance to my house, I wasn't immediately scared because it's a big city. Maybe he'll turn off the freeway. He didn't. My exit was coming up, and I decided not to take it. I kept driving. I circled the entire city on the freeway, and he stayed right behind me. I was starting to panic a bit, so I decided to go to my friend's house instead of mine, and when I pulled out the exit, I noticed he didn't. So I had a little bit of a moment to breath, and decided, okay, screw it, I'll just go home. I took the off-ramp back onto the freeway, and began going back to my exit. I got home and showered and was getting ready for bed, and I started feeling dumb because was that really him? Am I overreacting? Do I ask him if he was following me? Just a number of things were racing through my overactive imagination. Or so I thought. I decided I was going to message him and just say, had a good time, good night. And when I started typing, all of a sudden a message came through to my phone of a picture of my car outside my house. I nearly died. My heart jumped out of my chest. I started shaking. I didn't know what to say. And he texts me and says, I didn't know you lived across the street from me. I've met my neighbors, and not once have I ever met him. There's a huge apartment complex kitty corner to my townhouse, so maybe that's where he lived, I don't know. I popped up and went to look outside, and there he was just standing there outside like he was waiting for me. I opened the door and he asked if he could come in, and if I wanted to still hang out. I told him I was exhausted, and I'd rather just crash out as it had been a long day. The next morning I woke up to go to work, and my windshield had been smashed. My car was keyed, my back 2 tires were slashed. And as I was noticing the damage to my vehicle, the guy comes out of his car with 2 coffees, and is like, oh, I thought I'd surprise you with a morning coffee. So again, I'm freaked out. I called the cops and reported the damage to my vehicle. This guy offered to drive me, and something in my gut was like, don't get in that car. So I called my boss, told them the situation, and explained I wasn't going to be there until after the police came. This guy just hung out the whole time BTW. When the police finally got there, this guy was acting really suspicious. He walked away and was like hiding on the other side of his car. I filed the report. The police basically said, "Hope you have insurance," and we're on their way to leave. They pulled around the corner and all I heard was the siren on the cop's lights turn on. And the cop scream, "Freeze, put your hands in the air, and get down on your knees." I look and the cop's got his gun drawn at this guy, and this dude's like on the ground getting arrested. I spoke with the cop after he got into the back, and he explained he was wanted for stalking, breach of probation, assault with a deadly weapon, fraud, and aggravated sexual assault. I was shook. It took me a couple days to get over the hypothetical situations that could have happened. About a week later, I was on my way out the door to work, and guess who was sitting in my driveway? We live in Canada, so essentially you're released on conditions until you go to jail. I told him I was late for work, but that I'd call him when I was done work. I never went to work that day. I went and found a new apartment on another area of the city. I also changed my phone number and hired my friend's husband and his friends to go pack my apartment up and move it to their place for a month, and then move it to my new place because I was so scared this dude would follow them while moving. So that's my horror story of the first time I used Plenty of Fish. This is most likely going to get buried. Here goes. Hopefully it will give someone else a giggle, as my friends regularly remove the urine from me about it. So after a particularly bad breakup, I decide to give internet dating a shot. So egged on by a couple of friends, I decide to join Plenty of Fish. It's free, nothing to lose. I join up, don't really send any messages, look around every now and then when, bingo, I get my first message. Very polite girl. Attractive, seems smart, has job. All boxes ticked so far. We chat for a fair while, when she springs the trap and asks to meet. I agree, and drive around 45 minutes to the arse end of nowhere to meet her. No biggie, I like driving. I get to this pub, drop her a text and just say, "Hey, I'm here a little early, shall I grab you a drink?" I wait 5 minutes, no reply, no sweat. I got myself a beer and opened a tab to make life a little easier. So there I am, sitting, nothing for at least 25 minutes. So I'm thinking on calling it quits, finish my beer, look at my phone, nothing. I'm grabbing my coat, when all of a sudden, she appears. She apologizes. I half expect her to say that her car broke down, or bus was late, something akin to this. Oh no. She was over the other side of said pub, with her friends. Right. That's pretty weird, but whatever, she's here now, no point in dwelling. So we start chatting. I buy her a large glass of wine. She lives walking distance to the pub. After about 15 minutes of fairly open conversation, she starts telling me about how she owns her own house and has a friend living with her, whom gets drunk often and like to vom all over the place. Lovely. However, this kind of dominated all the conversation for the best part of an hour, all the while she keeps those large wines coming, on tab. Eventually, the buck stops and she looks at me completely fuck-eyed. She can't even sit up straight without propping herself. At this point, I decide that this woman is the devil. I make some quick excuses about work, etc., etc. Then I realize that she can't actually stand up. I ask her if I can drive her home. In fact, I was rather insistent on this, as the girl would most likely have ended up laying in the middle of the road if left to her own device. She finally agrees with the condition of no sex. Don't worry, darling. That's at the end of my wish list with you right now. So I take her to my car, open the door for her, and she falls in. It's hard to graciously explain what I mean here. She is literally sitting in the footwell, looking up at me as if I tripped her. I can't even be bothered anymore. I close the door, walk around, and start the longest short trip in history. She's giving me dumb shit directions. Right on the roundabout. It's a fucking one-way street, etc., etc. Anyway, I'm driving. By this time she is now sitting in the seat. She looks to me and says, "You're a wanker." I know this. You have a nice car. You must be a wanker. I have a relatively nice car which I have worked hard for. I don't even answer her. We finally, after multiple wrong turns, get to her house. I say, "Thanks for the enlightening afternoon." Yup, wasn't even an evening date. She doesn't say a word, stumbles out of the car, slams the door. I drive away with yet another dent to my self-confidence. Another one of mine, which was the worst date ever. I was forced to leave my house for the evening due to a halfway down tree aimed at my house, and I put a message out on FB about the issues. An acquaintance of mine immediately texts me and offers to take out for dinner, drinks, and a concert to cheer me up. He'd been asking me out for weeks, and I really wasn't that interested, but I appreciated him trying to help me take my mind off of possible having a tree on my house the next morning. So I went. Dinner and drinks were fine, and conversation was okay. We just didn't have much in common. We go to the concert, and I know a lot of people there because it's a small town. That's when things start getting weird. I started talking to a group of my friends and introduce him. He doesn't say a word and stands behind me the entire time staring at me, as if he can only talk to me. I try to start up a conversation, and he gives me one-word answers and doesn't have anything to say. So we go to the dance floor of the concert. I tell him I want to dance and says he doesn't dance. Sits down and just stares at me. So I try to dance a little, but I can't with him just staring at me. I ask him if he wants to leave. I give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he just really hates dancing. And we decided to go get another drink. My friends text me about a party and I ask him if he'd like to go, and he says the dreaded line, "Whatever you want to do, hell yeah. You're starting to weird me out. Let's go be around other people I trust." We show up at my friend's party, and he once again refuses to say a word to any of my friends, and follows me around not really talking to me either. I decide Eve had enough trying to coax him out of his shell and get to know him, hoping he will find someone else he relates to. I start talking to a group of my girlfriends, and we play a card game. He comes up to me, asks me for my keys. I had been driving us around, thinking he just needed to grab something. An hour or so goes by, and I've completely forgotten about him. I get my phone out to call him, hoping he hadn't stolen my car, and find 4 to 5 text messages on my phone. It's him. Apparently, he had been sitting in my car the whole time texting me, and I didn't realize. He states how angry he is that I'm not talking to him, and I've been ignoring him all night. He accuses me of flirting with other guys, even though I've been talking to my GFs all night, and I am just using him for a free concert, even though he had been begging me to go out with him for weeks. I go out to my car and am pretty livid that he's been sitting in my car, sending me ridiculous text messages, accusing me of ignoring him, even though he's been sitting in my car for an hour. He gets angry and walks home. It wasn't that far, so I didn't feel very bad considering. The next day I find that he's deleted me from FB and sent a flurry of Facebook messages calling me a bitch and telling me how horrible of a person I am, then apologizes and tries to add me again. Did not accept. Haven't spoken to him since, thankfully. I have a few of my favorite OkCupid horror stories to share with you. 1. A girl messaged me about 6 months ago. She had a decent profile, mentioning going to film school in NYC, along with a love for comics. I was intrigued. Beyond that, she was really cute and 5 feet 7 inches, which was perfect for a 6 feet 4 inches man such as myself. After a few messages back and forth, I asked her out on a date in which she mentioned she was nervous about meeting in person. The fears were completely reasonable. She had a friend who had a terrible experience with online dating, taking to a guy who ended up being a 40-year-old man that sent fake pictures. I agreed that we can text for a few weeks until she was comfortable. Once she became comfortable, she asked to meet at a public place, just in case I was not who my profile said I was. When we met, she was easily 40 pounds heavier than her pictures, about 3 to 4 inches shorter, and that was only the beginning of the lies. She was not currently going to film school, but instead planned on going once she finished community college. Furthermore, at 23 she had been in community college since she was 18, and it wasn't because she was working during this time to afford it. She was currently living with her parents, and was unable to drive to the date. Her parents had to drive her. After the date, she continued to message me for 2 months, and is the reason I now only give out a Google Voice number to my dates, understandably. There is nothing wrong with going back to school, or even living with your parents during a hard time. This, however, was not the case. She was neither looking for work, nor had immediate plans to move on with her life. 2.1 of my dates knew they had Scrabble at this bar, and decided to play board games there. She was so into the game that she had not interest in talking and getting to know each other, just play Scrabble. The game went on forever, and I seriously just wanted to go home by the end of the night. Sure, Scrabble may be fun for some people, but not on a first date at Prohibition Bar, especially when you refuse to talk between turns. Afterwards, she talked about how she cuts her own hair, her daddy issues, and how she sees a psychiatrist for image issues. 3. I am at a wine bar with a date. We are having a good conversation, and the date was going decently. Not bad, not great. After a drink, she starts slurring her speech a bit, and then says, "Can I ask you a serious question? Are you gay?" After explaining that I am not even bisexual, she then say, "Well, I am not that into metrosexual men." This girl proceeded to message me 5 more times on OKC to see if we can hang out as friends. 4. Yenenendi, my favorite. My first date on OKC got drunk and vomited at a bar. When I offered to walk her home, she refused, saying she does not want some stranger from the internet knowing where she lives. I even offered to walk her a few blocks from her place, in which she still refused. I am not going to leave some drunk girl, no matter how obnoxious, stranded in the middle of downtown SJ, so I just walk around town with her for 3 hours. During that time, she talked about her pet rats and her scoliosis. After she sobered up, I let her drive home, in which she then texted me the next day to say I did not feel a romantic connection. Bear with me. It gets good towards the end. This happened a couple years ago. The receptionist at one of my clients talked/begged me into meeting her best friend, who just moved to LA from Phoenix. She swore up and down we were perfect for each other. I checked out her OKC profile, chatted back and forth for a few days, then talked to the mystery girl once on the phone, and we decided to meet for dinner and drinks at a local bar and grill after her shift. She's a nurse, was over on a Tuesday night. We meet. She's an adorable, petite, dirty blonde with glasses and freckles. Totally my type. I could tell she was a bit nervous. We sit down and order drinks. She downs her apple martini in less than 5 minutes, orders another and apologizes, stating she wants to loosen up a bit because she's nervous since her friend talked me up so much. Which is odd since I don't even know her friend that well at all. Fast forward a bit. She ended up having 2 martinis before the appetizers came, 2 more in between appetizers and 3 more during dinner, and 1 more right before the check came. Total martinis had by a 5'3" girl in a 3-hour period. 7. Surprisingly, the conversation during this period did quite well. The trouble came as we were about to leave, and she decided to use the restroom before we hit the road. She fell twice on the way, and once on the way back. Since she was clearly hammered, I offered to drive her home and give her some cash for a cab in the morning to pick her car up. She agreed but declined the cash. Mind you, it's nearing midnight, and I have to get up at 5:30 for work. As we are driving toward her apartment, it becomes apparent that, combined with her drunken state and the fact she's lived in the valley for less than 2 weeks, she forgot her address and how to get herself home. We drive around North Hollywood in Studio City for an hour trying to remember her street or any local landmarks. This fails and I'm getting tired/frustrated. I offer to let her stay at my place. Nothing weird. She can crash on my bed and I'll take the couch. She's okay with this. On my way back to my place, she attempts to throw up out the car window, but doesn't realize the window was never open in the first place. Vomit everywhere. Now she's crying and apologizing like crazy. I get her to my apartment, carry her up the 3 flights of stairs, and toss her on my bed. She's out cold. I go downstairs and spend another 40 minutes cleaning out my car, and finally get to sleep on my couch around 2 a.m. Around 4:30 a.m. I'm awoken by a shrill scream coming from my bedroom. I run in wearing just my boxers, flip the light on. The girl pauses for a second, looks at me and screams more, backs into a corner, and throws my nightstand lamp at me while yelling, "Who the fuck are you?" It takes a minute for me to calm her down and explain the situation and remind her of our night. It eventually all comes back to her. She starts crying and apologizing. After I calm her down some more, I give her a ride home. During our ride home, the awkward silence is only broken by her apologizing while sobbing, telling me how to get to her place, and then asking if we hooked up. I told her we didn't, and that I'm not the creepy type to take advantage of girls in her condition. She replied with something along the lines of, "Oh, okay. I'm not typically a lush, and I'm definitely not a slut. I was just super nervous and didn't know my limit last night. You seem great, and I hope we can see each other again." I ended up saying, sure, just to avoid any more awkwardness, gave her an in-car hug, and said goodnight. The next day, while slothing around work in a meeting, she called. It went to voicemail. Immediately she called again. Twice. Finally she left a voicemail. Said voicemail went something like this: "So I was thinking about what I asked you on our way home last night in regards to us hooking up. And I'm kind of curious as to why you didn't try anything with me. Is it because you think you're too good for me, huh? Mr. Big Shot LA guy? Well, whatever. I'm not a slut and don't sleep around, but you missed a shot at some awesome sex last night. So whatever." Click about half an hour later, while I'm still in the meeting, she calls and leaves another voicemail. This time crying. I'm sorry about what I said earlier. I'm just having trouble adjusting to a new place. I'm homesick. You seem real great. Please call me back, and please don't ignore me. Please. I'm sorry. Needless to say, I didn't call her back. Her friend, the receptionist, apologized profusely the next time I saw her. We didn't talk much about it after that. TLDR, blind date and new girl in town gets blackout drunk on first date. Pukes all over my car. Can't drive or remember way to her apartment. Stays at my place in my bed while I sleep on my couch. Wakes up at 4 a.m., doesn't know where she is, freaks out, screams, throws lamp at me. I calm her down, take her home. She calls me 4 times the next day, leaves voicemail scathing me for not taking advantage of her. Calls back shortly after and apologizes, asks to hang out again. I never speak to her again. She wanted to meet me alone, on the beach. No one else around. Definitely a good sign. Tinder was supposed to be a wonderland of discreet, anonymous fun that awaited me after an extremely painful divorce. Instead, I found the opportunity to churn through more rejections in an hour that I could hope to tally after a year of social events and bar crawls. Then Tabby swiped right. I couldn't believe it at first. Cute, funny, employed, capable of driving herself. Pretty much everything that I was looking for in a Tinder match. And I won't lie, I have the same needs that everyone else with the app has. So she wanted to meet me on the sand at Hollywood Beach near Ventura, alone, far from prying eyes. It was the perfect match. Of course, I thought it was too good to be true at first. I was mostly convinced that she wouldn't be there when I showed up. So when I followed her cryptic instructions to take a specific path between 2 houses, following a beeline to the water, I expected to find nothing. With my phone flashlight bobbing in front of me, I was quickly surrounded by darkness. There's about 200 yards of sand between the houses and the water, so I soon felt like I was lost in the middle of a desert. No house lights were on nearby. I was entirely alone. I was just about ready to turn around. And then I saw her. She was lying face up in the sand. Tabby. She didn't say anything, but I knew it had to be her. No one else was within screaming distance. So I aimed my flashlight at her and walked straight forward so that I wouldn't surprise or scare her. Bizarrely enough, she remained lying down until I was standing right beside. Hi. I glanced down and smiled. She looked as good as her picture and better, which shocked me. She had on a red dress, which was splayed in the sand, that looked ready for a night out. Tabby was gazing up at the stars in an unblinking stare, but she reached for me and beckoned with a wag of her finger. I sat in the cold sand next to her, setting my phone down to allow just enough illumination so that we weren't completely blind. I hesitated for a moment before taking her hand in mine. She squeezed my fingers playfully before running her nails up my forearm, leaving a trail of goosebumps in her wake. I closed my eyes and breathed deeply. I hadn't had an intimate connection that left me truly happy in longer than I could remember. I didn't know why she just wanted silent touching, but decided not to question her motives. So I reached forward to stroke her cheek in the semi-darkness. Unlike her arm, Tabby's cheek was lukewarm. Her head turned away from me as I grazed it, continuing to rotate as she broke contact with my fingers. With a sound like pulling a shoe from a puddle of syrup on a wooden floor, Tabby's head twisted away from her neck and rolled onto the sand. There was just enough light to see the squishy viscera in her ravaged stump. I froze. For a moment, I could only sense the crashing of distant waves, cold sand beneath me, and Tabby's dead head. Movie deaths are always profound and dramatic. I didn't know how to process the fact that a human body can break with all the everydayness of a cracking egg. Then I noticed that her hand was gripping my arm. I stared in abject horror as her fingers continued to creep upward, despite her lack of a head. Her other arm reached forward to join it. In fact, Tabby's entire body was squirming toward me. The sand beneath her neck moved, and everything made horrifying sense. Somebody was wearing Tabby's clothes. They had cut off her head, lay down on the beach, then buried their own head in the sand, placing her decapitated appendage above their own. I would have recognized it immediately in the daylight, but the darkness had hidden just enough. They wrapped both hands around my elbow and sat up as a cascade of sand rained down from an obscured face. I saw dark eyes looking back at me before pure instinct took over. I grabbed a fistful of sand with my other arm and threw it at those eyes. With an unnatural hiss, the grip on my elbow loosened just slightly, and that was enough. I yanked my arm away, scrambled to my feet, and raced into the darkness. Panicked blur settled gradually back into cognitive stability. I could have been running for 19 hours or 13 seconds. I truly don't know. Of course, I hadn't wasted time grabbing my phone, especially since the bright flashlight was still on and would have made it impossible for me to hide. As a result, in the pitch black of the beach, there was no way to find my car, and in my sheer terror, I had no idea where I ended up. I found myself on a dark highway with no street lamps and no idea what direction I needed to go. I felt ready to scream. Had the entire world disappeared? Where were all the motorists? Almost as if in answer to my prayer, twin lights flashed far down the road. Adrenaline joy raced through me as I ran toward the lights, my shoes slapping against the ground as I sprinted forward. The car forced itself to a screeching halt just before slamming into me. I must have scared the shit out of the driver, but I didn't care. I raced to the passenger side window. It opened an inch. "Can I help you?" came a timid voice from inside. "Yes," I responded, almost laughing with relief. I was attacked on the beach and lost my phone. "Could you call the police and help me find my car?" The kindness of strangers really is the best of things. I reflected on this as we moved back down the highway, my tension finally melting. Shit, I must have looked terrible. I looked into the rearview mirror to check. Dark eyes looked back at me from the rear seat of the car. They were bloodshot, as though someone had just thrown sand in them. I spun around, convincing myself that it was all in my head, that I would find the seat empty. Someone wearing Tabby's red dress was lying in the back seat. I jumped out of the moving car, just as a familiar hand reached for me. Yes, it hurt worse than anything I'd ever felt to hit the pavement at 30 miles an hour. But it didn't kill me, which was the only thing I needed to keep going. Fortunately, we'd already almost made it back to my car. I raced, or hobbled in great pain, if I'm being honest, to my door. I jumped in, slammed on the ignition, and ripped out of there as fast as I could. I don't know how I made it home safely, because I spent more time checking the back seat than I did with my eyes on the road. My horror only increased as I realized that I must have been texting this psychopath the entire time, that Tabby was so intent on meeting me. How much did they know about my life? Of course, I typed all of this up to let you know as soon as I could, but I don't know if I'm safe. A year after my divorce, I finally felt ready to jump back into the dating pool. And let me tell you, dipping my toe in was equal parts nerve-wracking and exciting. I hadn't been on a proper date in years, and swiping through profiles felt like some strange, modern game show where the prize was either true love or a lifetime supply of awkward small talk. But after weeks of scrolling, liking, and dodging unsolicited pictures I didn't ask for, I matched with a guy who seemed, well, perfect. He checked all the boxes: great job, sharp sense of humor, easy on the eyes. Best of all, he was also just getting back into dating after a long-term relationship, which made me feel like we were on the same page. We traded funny messages, had a few phone calls where the conversation flowed naturally, and soon enough, we decided to meet in person. The first date was solid, coffee and pastries at a quiet cafe. He was charming, polite, and genuinely interested in what I had to say. By the end of it, I felt that rush of excitement I hadn't experienced in what felt like forever. The second date was even better, drinks and live music at a rooftop bar. He looked good, smelled good, and managed to be both funny and flirty without trying too hard. I started to think this might actually go somewhere. By the third date, I was feeling hopeful, like cautiously optimistic. Text your friends the details in case he turns out to be the one kind of hopeful. He made reservations at a bistro downtown, the kind of place with dim lighting, tiny candles on the tables, and jazz softly playing in the background. It had date night vibes written all over it. We settled into our corner table, ordered a bottle of wine, and started flipping through the menu. Everything was going great, easy conversation, plenty of laughter, and the kind of effortless chemistry that made me forget how nerve-wracking dating had felt a few weeks earlier. I was just starting to relax when it happened. Out of nowhere, a piece of bread flew past my head. Yes, bread. Like a crusty baguette that had somehow become a projectile. It hit the floor with an audible thud, and for a split second, I thought maybe a waiter had just dropped a basket. But when I turned around to see where it came from, my stomach dropped. Sitting a few tables away was a woman who looked like she'd been waiting for this moment all night. She had this wild, unblinking stare and a glass of wine clutched so tightly in her hand I was sure it would shatter. She was glaring directly at us, specifically at him, and I could tell instantly this wasn't some random stranger. I turned back to him, and his face said it all. Pale, wide-eyed, the look of a man who knew exactly what was about to unfold. "Who is that?" I whispered, even though I already knew the answer. He let out a shaky breath. My ex. Oh. I tried to stay calm. After all, exes happen. But exes don't usually happen like this. Before I could ask any follow-up questions, she stood up and stormed over to our table. The restaurant, which had been buzzing with quiet conversation and the clinking of silverware, suddenly went silent. People were starting to stare. You really moved on that fast? She hissed, completely ignoring me and locking eyes with him. A year together, and this is what I get. I wanted to shrink into my chair. He tried to keep his voice down, muttering something about how they'd been broken up for months, and it wasn't like that. But she wasn't having it. Oh, it is like that, she said, her voice rising. I hope your little rebound here knows what she's getting into. And then, because apparently bread wasn't enough, she reached for the butter knife. For one terrifying second, I thought she was actually going to throw it, but she just slammed it down on the table so hard it rattled the wine glasses. By now, a waiter had swooped in to try and defuse the situation, but she wasn't backing down. She fired off a few more insults, called him a liar, and then pointed at me and said, "And you? Good luck." With that, she grabbed her purse, downed the rest of her wine like it was a shot, and stormed out. The entire restaurant was silent, except for the faint sound of jazz still playing in the background. I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or pretend to be invisible. My date buried his face in his hands, clearly mortified. "I'm so sorry," he said, finally looking up at me. I swear, I had no idea she'd be here. And maybe he didn't. Maybe it was just one of those fluke moments where the universe decides to keep you humble. But honestly, I was too overwhelmed to analyze it. I looked around at all the curious faces watching us, raised my hand, and said, "Check, please." I'd known this guy for a while before we officially started dating. He was one of those people who seemed to have connections everywhere. Always knew the bartender, always had a free drink coming his way, always seemed to get into places without paying a cover. He had this laid-back confidence about him, the kind of guy who could slide into any scene and make it look like he belonged there. Naturally, I assumed our first date would reflect that same energy, maybe a trendy cocktail lounge with dim lighting and velvet booths, or some secret speakeasy only locals knew about. So you can imagine my surprise when he texted me the address of a pay-by-the-pound Chinese buffet. At first, I thought he was joking. I even reread the message, half expecting it to say, "Just kidding, meet me at this cool rooftop bar instead." Nope. It was the buffet. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was being ironic, or maybe this was one of those quirky spots with amazing food and a cult following. Or maybe, and this was a long shot, he just really loved egg rolls and lo mein. Whatever the reason, I decided to roll with it. I got there first and stood outside for a minute, wondering if I should even go in. It didn't look terrible, but it also didn't scream first date. More like work lunch when you forgot to pack something, or dinner with your uncle who doesn't believe in tipping. Before I could fully talk myself out of it, he showed up, looking as casual as ever, like this was the most normal first date spot in the world. He greeted me with a quick hug, and we headed inside. The vibe was exactly what you'd expect. Bright fluorescent lights, sticky plastic trays, and a long line of steam tables filled with food that all kind of looked the same shade of brown. But again, I was trying to keep an open mind. I grabbed a plate and followed his lead. That's when things took a sharp turn. He started off fine, some fried rice, a couple of spring rolls. But then I noticed him being selective. Really selective. He was picking up pieces of chicken, examining them like he was a jeweler inspecting diamonds, and then pulling them apart. Right there in line. He'd stripped the meat off the bones and tossed the scraps back into the tray. I stood there, frozen, watching this little operation unfold. What are you doing?" I finally asked. "Oh," he said, completely unfazed. "You pay by the pound here, so I don't want to get charged for the bones." I blinked at him. He said it so matter-of-factly, like this was some genius life hack I should be thanking him for sharing. Meanwhile, I was standing there with my plate full of normal, undeboned food, wondering if I'd accidentally agreed to go out with the human embodiment of a coupon book. We paid. Well, he paid for his half, obviously, and sat down at a wobbly table with mismatched chairs. He seemed completely at ease, like this was the most romantic setting imaginable. Meanwhile, I couldn't stop picturing him digging through trays of chicken like some sort of buffet archaeologist. I kept trying to find a way to salvage the night, steering the conversation toward anything besides his questionable dining habits. But it was no use. The damage had been done. At one point, He leaned back in his chair and patted his stomach. "Not bad for under $10, he said, grinning like he'd just pulled off the heist of the century. I forced a smile and nodded, all the while mentally drafting my exit strategy. When the check came, yes, there was still a check even at a buffet, he made a big show of calculating the tip down to the cent. I half expected him to pull out a calculator. By then, I was fully ready to call it a night. I excused myself to the restroom, took a quick look in the mirror, and gave myself a little pep talk. You're never seeing him again. Just get through the next 5 minutes. I came back to find him still fiddling with his change. He looked up, smiled, and said, "I think I actually saved around 14 cents by ditching the bones." He laughed, clearly proud of himself. And that was it. That was the moment I knew this wasn't going anywhere. I couldn't even pretend to find it funny. I just smiled, grabbed my coat, and said something polite about having an early morning. My first mistake? Going out with my intern. Rookie move, I know. But in my defense, it started off as one of those situations that didn't feel like a big deal at the time. We'd been working together for a couple of months, and she was smart, funny, and had this laid-back vibe that made her easy to be around. We'd grab lunch sometimes or chat about music while waiting for meetings to start, and I figured asking her to join me at a show wasn't crossing any lines. It was just two co-workers hanging out, right? Wrong. The night started off harmless enough. We met at this little dive bar near the venue, had a couple of beers, and swapped stories about terrible bosses and awkward office moments. She told me about the time she accidentally replied all to an email chain, complaining about someone who was, in fact, on the email chain. I told her about the time I tripped over a power cord during a presentation and took the projector down with me. We laughed, and honestly it felt good, easy, like we'd been friends for years instead of just a few months. By the time we got to the venue, the drinks were hitting just right. The band was loud, the crowd was rowdy, and we ended up standing way too close to each other, the kind of close where shoulders brush and no one moves away. Somewhere between the second and third song, she leaned in and said, "You're not as uptight as I thought you'd be." I laughed, but inside I was doing that mental calculation. The one where you weigh whether or not leaning in a little closer is a terrible idea. Spoiler alert, it was. But a couple more beers later, neither of us cared. After the show, we wandered back to her place. It was one of those spur-of-the-moment decisions that felt completely reasonable at the time. She lived nearby, and neither of us wanted to call it a night yet. We ended up in her living room, flipping through records and taking turns picking songs until one of us made the first move. I honestly don't remember who it was, probably her, but maybe me. All I know is that 1 minute we were talking, and the next we were making out like teenagers who'd just snuck out after curfew. We stumbled into her bedroom, shedding clothes along the way, and well, you get the idea. Everything seemed fine, great, even, until it wasn't. Afterward, we were lying there catching our breath when she reached over, grabbed a joint from her nightstand, and lit it. Now, I'm not opposed to a little post-hookup relaxation, but the second she took that first hit, I could tell something was off. Her face changed, eyes darting, jaw tightening, and then she sat straight up in bed like she'd just remembered something important. "I think I'm too high," she said, her voice already wavering. I sat up too, trying to gauge whether this was regular high or emergency high. "You okay?" I asked. "Nope," she said, already climbing out of bed and reaching for her robe. "I need a minute." And with that, she bolted to the bathroom, shutting the door so hard the frame rattled. At first, I figured she just needed to splash some water on her face or talk herself down in the mirror. I waited a few minutes, then a few more. After about 15 minutes, I knocked softly and asked if she was all right. "I'm fine," she called back, but her voice sounded anything but fine. So I waited some more, and waited, and waited. By the time we hit the 1 hour mark, I was starting to wonder if she'd climbed out the bathroom window to escape. I knocked again, this time a little louder. "You sure you're okay?" There was a long pause, and then she finally said, "I think you need to go." I blinked at the door, trying to process what I'd just heard. "Wait, what?" "I'm serious," she said, her voice muffled. "You should go." And that was it. No explanation, no further discussion. Just a disembodied voice telling me to leave. So I did. I gathered my clothes, got dressed in awkward silence, and let myself out of her apartment, trying not to trip over my own feet on the way. I stood outside for a second, wondering if I should text her to make sure she wasn't still locked in the bathroom, but ultimately decided against it. The next morning, I woke up with a splitting headache and a sinking feeling in my stomach. I grabbed my phone to check for any texts from her, maybe an apology or even just an explanation, but there was nothing. And then Monday rolled around. Walking into the office felt like stepping into a minefield. She was already at her desk when I arrived, typing furiously and avoiding eye contact like it was her full-time job. I tried to play it cool, said a casual hey as I passed by, but all I got in return was a quick nod and a morning. For the rest of the day, we both acted like nothing had happened. No one else in the office seemed to suspect anything, but I felt like every interaction with her was loaded with unspoken awkwardness. It didn't help that every time I saw her, all I could think about was that locked bathroom door and the muffled voice telling me to leave. Over the next few weeks, things slowly settled back into something resembling normal, but there was always this underlying tension that never quite went away. One night in college, I was out with a group of friends, doing what college kids do, drinking cheap beer, pretending we were sophisticated because someone brought a bottle of wine, and debating life's most pressing questions, like whether pizza rolls or bagel bites were the superior drunk snack. It was one of those nights where the music was too loud, the room was too crowded, and everyone felt invincible. I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary to happen, just another night of bad decisions and blurry memories. But then one of the girls in our group started getting really friendly. At first, I chalked it up to the drinks. She'd laughed at all my jokes, leaned in close when we talked, and found any excuse to touch my arm. But as the night went on, her flirty comments became a little less subtle, and by the time we were taking turns in the photo booth someone had dragged into the corner, it was obvious that her interest wasn't just friendly. She wasn't the kind of girl I'd ever expected to end up with, more confident and outgoing than I was used to. But something about her boldness was magnetic. One thing led to another, and before I knew it, we were stumbling out of the party and heading back to my dorm room. Now, I need to pause here to set the scene because my room was less of a room and more of a glorified closet. It barely fit the essentials: a desk I never used, a closet that was mostly empty because I lived in hoodies, and my pride and joy, a leaky air mattress that I'd convinced myself was just as good as a real bed. Spoiler, it wasn't. By the time we got there, we were both tipsy, giggling over nothing, and too caught up in the moment to care about the sad state of my living situation. I turned on some music, low enough to keep things romantic, but loud enough to drown out the sounds of my roommates in the next room, and we started making out. Things escalated quickly, as they tend to do when you're young, drunk, and convinced you're about to star in your own college rom-com. And that's when it happened. At first, I didn't notice the faint hissing sound coming from the mattress. We were too caught up in the moment, tangled up in each other, and ignoring the fact that the air mattress had already seen better days. But then the hissing got louder, and suddenly, I felt the bed sinking underneath us. "Wait," I said, sitting up and looking down. "Do you hear that?" She blinked at me, dazed and definitely still buzzed. "Hear what?" And then thump. The mattress completely gave out, and we crashed onto the floor in a heap of tangled limbs and deflated plastic. For a split second, we just stared at each other, processing what had just happened. Then we burst out laughing, the kind of uncontrollable, can't-breathe kind of laughter that only seems to happen when you're tipsy and under 25. I tried to smooth things over, joking about how the air mattress was just keeping us grounded or adding some excitement to the night. But any attempts at coolness flew out the window when we started trying to adjust. The deflated mattress provided absolutely no support, so every time we moved, we ended up bumping into the wall. Or worse, sliding off completely and landing with another loud thump. At one point, we were mid-kiss when the mattress shifted again, slamming me into the wall so hard I saw stars. She couldn't stop laughing, which made me start laughing, and suddenly we were less concerned with hooking up and more focused on not falling off the mattress entirely. And that's when my roommates got involved. First, there was a loud knock on the wall, followed by one of them yelling, "Could you two please keep it down?" That just made us laugh harder. But then the knocks turned into pounding, and the yelling turned into full-blown shouting. For real, some of us are trying to sleep. You sound like you're wrestling a bear in there. Just deflate it all the way and get it over with. By now, the mood was completely gone. The girl rolled off the mattress, still giggling as she grabbed her clothes and started getting dressed. "I should probably go," she said, and I didn't argue. I walked her to the door, trying not to trip over the lifeless plastic heap in the middle of my room. She gave me a quick kiss goodbye and disappeared down the hall, leaving me to deal with the aftermath. I spent the rest of the night trying to quietly wrestle the mattress back into some kind of usable shape, but it was no use. The thing was done. It looked more like a crumpled tarp than a bed, and I ended up sleeping directly on the floor with a blanket balled up under my head as a makeshift pillow. The next morning, my roommates wasted no time grilling me about what had happened. "So, did you two survive the earthquake in there?" one of them asked, smirking. "Or was that just you trying to break the sound barrier?" I rolled my eyes and tried to play it cool, but there was no living it down. For weeks, they brought it up any time they had the chance, especially when the girl and I bumped into each other on campus. I'd been chatting with this guy I met online for a couple of weeks, and honestly, things were going surprisingly well. So well, in fact, that I found myself actually excited for our first date. That doesn't sound like a big deal, but let me tell you, after years of navigating the nightmare that is modern dating, genuine excitement is rare. Usually, it's more like mild curiosity sprinkled with dread. But this guy, he seemed different. Funny, charming, and, unicorn alert, emotionally available. Or so I thought. Since I liked him, I wanted to make a great first impression. I treated the date prep like it was my personal Oscars red carpet moment. First stop, the salon for a blowout, because nothing says I have my life together like perfect hair. Next, I spent entirely too long on my makeup, blending, contouring, and highlighting like my love life depended on it. Then came the outfit. I tried on half my closet and vetoed each option for reasons that made absolutely no sense. Too casual. Too dressy. Too I didn't try hard enough. Too I tried too hard. Finally, I landed on the perfect balance, casual yet flirty, like, oh, this old thing? I just threw it on. It took an hour to achieve that effortless look, but it was worth it. Feeling like a solid 9.5 out of 10, I texted him as I headed out the door to let him know I was on my way. No response. No big deal, I told myself. He's probably driving. I got to the bar, picked a cozy little table, and ordered 2 waters, one for each of us, plus a glass of wine for myself. I figured he'd show up any second, flash me that charming smile I liked so much in his photos, and apologize for being a few minutes late. Except he didn't. 20 minutes went by. Still no sign of him. I sent another text. "Hey, everything okay?" Nothing. I stared at my phone, willing it to buzz with a reply. Instead, the screen stayed blank, mocking me. My glass of wine disappeared a little too quickly, so I ordered another one, this time fueled by a growing mix of anger and humiliation. I started imagining all the possible reasons he might be late. Or, let's be real, why he might have stood me up. Maybe he lost track of time. Maybe his phone died. Maybe he got hit by a bus. Or maybe, and this was the scenario I fixated on, he was just another flake who thought nothing of wasting my time. As the minutes dragged on, my irritation turned into full-blown rage. I'd spent hours getting ready, hyped myself up for this date, and now I was sitting alone, staring at my untouched waters like an idiot. The wine and the sting of rejection made a dangerous combination. I grabbed my phone and channeled all my anger into the most scathing text I've ever written. I called him every name in the book, accused him of being a coward, a liar, and a complete waste of oxygen. I told him he clearly had no respect for me, my time, or basic human decency. Then I ended it with the piece de resistance, 3 simple but effective words. Go F asterisk asterisk yourself asterisk. Satisfied, or maybe just tipsy, I hit send, slammed my phone down on the table, and finished the rest of my wine. That night, I wallowed in my disappointment, convinced I was doomed to die alone, possibly surrounded by cats I didn't even like. Dramatic? Sure. But in my defense, being ghosted sucks. The next morning, I woke up feeling hungover, not just from the wine, but from regret. I reread the text I'd sent, and cringed so hard I nearly imploded. But hey, what was done was done. At least I wouldn't have to think about him anymore. Except I did, because that afternoon, my phone buzzed with a text from him. My mom died, Samantha. I think my stomach actually fell out of my body. Horrified doesn't even begin to cover it. I wanted to throw my phone across the room and crawl into a hole forever. Suddenly, my fiery, self-righteous tirade wasn't just over the top, it was monstrous. I immediately texted back, this time pouring out an apology so long and desperate that it probably qualified as an essay. I told him how sorry I was, for his loss, for my behavior, for being an absolute psycho. I tried to explain, but what could I even say? I'm sorry I verbally attacked you while you were dealing with the worst day of your life. Doesn't exactly fix things. I waited for a reply. And waited. It never came. Not only did he not respond, but he also blocked me. Honestly, I don't blame him. If I were in his shoes, I'd probably block me too. That was 2 years ago. Sometimes I still think about him. What could have been if I hadn't let my insecurities and a couple of glasses of wine get the best of me? We could have hit it off. Maybe we'd be in a happy relationship right now, planning our wedding or arguing over throw pillows. Or maybe it would have fizzled out after a couple of dates anyway. Who knows? What I do know is that the whole experience taught me 2 things. 1, never, ever send angry texts while drinking. And 2, you never really know what's going on in someone else's life. Long, but I got this courtesy of OkCupid. I was 24 and from school, had been messaging this cute girl who could actually hold a conversation really well, so after I got home in December we decided to meet up. 7:00 p.m., show up at her place. She isn't 120 pounds heavier than her picture, doesn't have a beard or Adam's apple, and hasn't axe murdered me yet. Chemistry is great, and we actually start making out before I pull out of my parking space. So far so good, OkCupid, you da bomb. 7:15 in the car, things are fine. She's talking a lot about her modeling job, which is cool, just finished finals in med school. Anything that isn't an enzyme or nerve circuit is welcome. 7:30, arrive at ice rink and race each other inside. This is fun, literally sprint in to see who can get ice skates first. 7:35, inside, and she's still going about her local modeling career and all the free things the vendors and designers give her. Thrifty cool. She hasn't asked anything about me, but whatever. She's cute, and I don't think she has a penis. 8:45, been skating for a while. I now know about the process of applying runway makeup, the time constraints and approximations of changing outfits depending on the number of pieces, and how to adjust hip tilt and swing during a catwalk if your clothing piece is top-heavy versus has a long train. I now know every cost approximation of at least 12 different clothing pieces from 3 designers I have never heard of. 8:50, she can't talk if she's eating. I suggest we get food. I don't know the area, so she inquires the first thing about me of the night. Yes, I do like Mexican. Personal thought, Mexican like tacos, should be casual and nice for a first date. 9:00, we arrive at the place. This is not Taco Bell or Chipotle. 40 feet high wooden vaulted ceilings with hanging sheer fabric for ambience, and the swankiest fucking bar I've never seen. I read Cristal on the neck of the display bottles propped about. Isn't that the shit rappers sing about? 9:03, sitting down. She's been bragging for a bit that despite being a model, she has never done cocaine. Waitress gives me a warm, moist hand towel to wipe off my hands as I sit down. I'm wondering if I'm in a strange music video. Fuck, the prices are steep. I'll just have a soda and a salad. She knows everything on the menu by name and what it should be paired with. She's been here a few times. I wonder if with other guys. 9:30, I would really like some cocaine. 10:20, Michael Kors ain't got shit on me for knowledge of the fashion industry. 10:30, I have no idea what she ordered, but the bill is $105 plus tip. She asks if we should go and I say yes. She makes no attempt to pull out her wallet, so I bite the tab, trying to conceal my pissed-ness. Should have ordered more than one drink. 10:40, not too impressed with the date, but I walk her to the door. She asks if I want to come in. I'm not used to dating after 2 long relationships, but I know this is a good sign, and I get excited and accept. So in we go. 10:41, I meet her mother, in a bathrobe, completely unfazed by my presence. She asks if I know how to fix a light socket. 10:47, light socket is fixed. 10:50 in her room, score. I've seen this in movies before. 11:10, she has taken me through every lotion and perfume and tin of makeup and brush on her vanity, and told me the brand, the list price, and how much she actually got it for. 11:20, she is almost finished telling me the brand, location of purchase, and price of every shirt, skirt, pair of pants, and jacket in her closet. She is upset that her friend stole a bracelet from her 2 weeks ago. She wonders if I would help her look for it. Haven't gotten laid in a long time, yes. 11:35, she is literally crying, with tears down her cheeks, because I could not find the stolen bracelet behind, under, in her dresser/vanity/bathroom/bed/closet/nightstand/carpet. If it was stolen, why did she ask me to look for it in her room? 11:40, she has stopped crying, and suggests we watch a movie. Good, I need to mentally check out for a minute. 11:45, pay-per-view, or something, Evil cabin zombies in the woods dead 27. 12 to 00 am, extensive commentary on the superior quality of acting begins and ensues for the duration of the movie, but she says she has a knot in her back and wants me to massage it out. I accept this responsibility. 12:30, her shirt is off, and she is dead set on me massaging out a very specific knot on her left shoulder, which does not exist. Whatever. Apparently the special effects of the movie should have won a Tony Award or something, I don't know. 1:00-ish movie ends. My arms are getting sore, been kissing her sensually for a while. Have not been able to get her to A, shut up B, turn over C, actively engage said kissies. 1:03, sequel to Monsters in the Aliens Woods homiciding stereotyped sluts, /cast with Murder 41 begins. My lips are super tingly, from the $72 lotion purchased at Macy's 2012 Groundhog's Day sale, that I've been using. Still massaging. 1:40, can T feel arms or lips at all? 2:00, she starts participating in the making out stuff, and politely tells me that for religious reasons she is saving her virginity until marriage. I completely understand. When it comes to faith beliefs like that, I respect whatever choices you make, cool, no hassle, and we start fooling around. 2:30, I am excited. I've finished her off about 2 or 3 times. I feel like a champ, but I am still completely clothed and have not been touched in any way, shape, or form. As I am still being all sexy-like, I casually say, "What about me?" 2:31, she informs me that the bathroom is right over there, and tells me I can take care of myself in the shower. I think I'll just hold it. 2:45, we've been silent, cuddling. Hey, this is nice, I love cuddling, she is comfy, and she's not talking, this is good. 2:50 am, out of silence, she whispers, "I see demons." 2:52 yours are yellow. 2:52 and 12 seconds, I shit myself. 3:00, I learn that my demons are angry, and she is scared of them. Don't worry, I am too. She tells me that she has been exorcised on 2 occasions, and it's helped a lot. I don't inquire as to how much precisely. 3:05, I try to be supportive because this doesn't seem like the kind of thing you just go around telling everybody, and more or less keep my mouth shut. God, I want to try cocaine. 3:10, sleep for her. Another hour of being stiff as a board and scared before I pass out. 9:00, her mother knocks and I, all 6 feet 5 inches 220 pounds of me, attempts to hide under the blankets. Mother comes in and nonchalantly tells her that they are going to a friend's house for dinner. Asks if the bearded guy under the blanket wants to come. I decline. I have to go return some overdue videotapes. 9:15, I leave to return some overdue videotapes. No, we didn't go on a second date. We had a pretty typical, anticlimactic dispersion from each other, and haven't talked since, but it's okay, because apparently my demons can keep me company. Had an OkCupid account for a few years. I would occasionally get on there, mostly when drunk, and message people or check and see if I had messages. One day this decent enough looking girl messaged me, and we got to talking. It was just the usual get to know you kind of stuff, like what do you do for a living and what are your hobbies, etc. I told the girl that I worked night shift at the local Walmart, and at the time it didn't seem that giving her this kind of info would backfire in a way, but I was wrong. We continued messaging for a few days, getting to know each other. She was a school teacher and was a bit older than me. Being that I had a minimum wage job, I didn't really see much of a future there between us, and our conversations were growing a bit stale. So me being the asshole, I decide the best course of action would be to just stop talking to her completely instead of telling her I wasn't interested. A few days go by, and she messaged me a few times, but I, again being an asshole, did not reply. Then I started to get messages that were a bit hostile, asking me why I wasn't talking to her, and why I didn't want to be her friend, and things like that. So I decided to continue ignoring her like the good person that I am. A few more days go by, and then one night at about 2 a.m. while I'm working, a coworker comes up to me and says that some girl was asking for me. At the time I didn't put 2 and 2 together, so I just shrugged it off. Then the following few work nights, my coworkers keep telling me that this girl is coming in looking for me. How she didn't find me by just walking around the store I don't know. But I finally remember that I had told this girl where I work at. Then the next night she finds me. She had come in with a guy and confronted me about ignoring her on OkCupid. She wasn't being hostile or anything when she asked, so I just told her that I had been busy and hadn't been on in a while. So awkwardly she said, "Well, okay, just message me when you get home." At this point I was a bit freaked out. but I stuck to my ways and did not message her, hoping that she would just leave me alone. But of course this only made things worse. She started showing up looking for me on my days off, asking my coworkers what my schedule was and things like that. The next time I had work, she was there at around 3 a.m., again with a random guy that was different than the last, and again asking me why I had not messaged her. But this time she was a bit more hostile, saying what kind of person does this to someone, and things like that. But I told her the same thing again, that I had been busy and had not gotten on the website in a while. And then as always I continued to ignore her messages. After a few times of hearing that she had shown up looking for me again, and me being afraid of getting stabbed to death by this crazy chick in the parking lot, it finally stopped. She stopped coming to my work and stopped messaging me. In the end, all my hard work and perseverance paid off, and she moved on to stalking someone new. Moral of the story: ignore your problems and they will eventually disappear. Met up with this guy, had a decent first date. We went to a local cafe/coffee shop and then to a bookstore. Seemed like a decent guy. He asks me on a second date and asks if I don't mind picking him up since I had a car and he had a bike. No big deal, we lived in a city. So I get there and he cut off all of his shaggy hair into this short haircut. "Oh, I see you got a haircut." "Yes, I did it for you." "Well, it looks nice, but I hope you didn't just do it for me since we just met." "Yes, I did it for you." "Well, great. That was a little odd." So we went on our second date, back to the coffee shop to get dinner this time. I asked him about his religious beliefs, mentioning that I was a Christian. He said that he wasn't particularly religious. Okay, we continued our date, but I wasn't really feeling it. He seemed nice enough, and the second date was fine, but I wasn't excited to see him again. We texted a bit more, and agreed to meet up again a few days later. The next time I came over to his place, I told him that we probably shouldn't go out, because I wasn't feeling it romantically. He flipped out. He kept hugging me, and wouldn't let me go. I felt bad for him, and stayed for a bit, but then dismissed myself and told him that we could be friends, and would maybe see each other around since it turned out that we had a mutual acquaintance. The next day, he started texting me like crazy. He said that he had a dream where God revealed himself, and said that we were destined to be together, and that he wasn't going to let me go. That he went to church, and he is now Christian, too, and that he was supposed to head our household. I explained that I didn't break up with him over his religious beliefs, that it was okay. And he ignored me and got upset, saying that he changed for me, cut his hair, found God, and that I was disobeying God by not going on another date with him. I could not get him to go away. I didn't understand how to block someone at this point, so I figured if I stopped replying, he would eventually let it go. He kept getting worse, texting nonstop, randomly quoting scripture, as if he opened his Bible, pointed to a line, and posted it, and repeatedly saying that I was going to eventually cave and change my mind. I told him to leave me alone because I was going out with my girlfriends that night and wasn't going to bother replying. Strangely, he thought that going out with girlfriends equals lesbian orgy, and then started saying that I was going to hell for being a lesbian, and that I tricked him, and that was the only real reason I didn't want to go on another date with him, because I was a lying sinner. Thankfully, I never heard from him again, and fortunately, never had the occasion to hang out with that mutual acquaintance again for several months, after which said friend said that creepy guy moved to Ireland. So went on 2 lackluster dates. Creepy guy stalks me and says that God destined us to be together. He went away after accidentally convincing him I was actually a lesbian. I once took a girl out to dinner, and honestly it was going great. She was sweet, funny, and we had a ton in common. Conversation flowed easily. One of those dates where you don't even have to try. It felt natural, like we'd known each other for years instead of just a couple of hours. By the time the check came, we weren't ready to call it a night, so we decided to walk to a bar a few blocks away for a nightcap. The weather was nice, the vibe was good, and I was already mentally patting myself on the back for pulling off such a solid first date. When we stepped outside, she paused and said, "Hey, I just need to make a quick phone call." No big deal. I told her to take her time, and waited while she stepped aside and pulled out her phone. That's when I heard it, the FaceTime ringtone. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe she needed to check in with a friend or confirm something. People FaceTime all the time, right? But then she turned back toward me, still holding her phone, and started walking closer. Before I could even process what was happening, she held the phone up, pointed it directly at me, and said, "Say hi." To who, you might ask? Her parents. Yes, her actual mom and dad, sitting together on the other end of the FaceTime call, smiling and waving like this was totally normal behavior. Meanwhile, I was standing there like a deer in headlights, clutching my jacket and trying not to look as horrified as I felt. Not wanting to be rude, I forced an awkward wave and said, "Hi, I'm Tom." Her parents both said hello. Her mom made some comment about how nice I seemed, and her dad asked me what I did for work. I looked at her, silently pleading for help, but she just stood there beaming like this was the most adorable thing ever. I stumbled through some small talk, what I do, where I'm from, something about the weather, none of which I actually remember because I was too busy trying to figure out how I'd gotten myself into this situation. After a few painfully long minutes, she wrapped up the call, told them goodbye, and hung up. I let out a breath thinking, okay, maybe that's over. Maybe we can pretend that didn't just happen and move on with the date. Nope. She turned to me, still smiling, and said, "I like to get the parent meeting out of the way early. It's really important to me that they like the person I'm dating." I just stood there, nodding like that was a completely reasonable thing to say, while my brain screamed, how many other guys has she done this to? Look, she was nice. She really was. But there's a difference between being close to your family and bringing them into your first date. That's not just jumping the gun. That's skipping the starting line altogether and going straight to the finish line with your parents waiting there, cheering you on. Needless to say, the nightcap didn't happen. We finished our walk, I made up an excuse about an early morning meeting, and we went our separate ways. I politely texted her the next day to say I didn't think we were a match, and she replied with a thumbs up emoji. I still don't know if that meant she agreed or was just over it, but honestly, I was relieved. And then, as I started telling people about the experience, I found out this wasn't just some random fluke. Amber. Apparently, this is actually a thing. One of my friends went through almost the exact same situation, except worse. He took a girl out to dinner, and afterward, she suggested they hit up a specific bar for drinks. He didn't think anything of it at first. The date had gone well, and she seemed fun and spontaneous, so why not? When they got to the bar, though, there was a group already waiting at a table. Her parents, and her sister. At first, he thought it had to be a coincidence. What were the odds that they just happened to pick the same bar? But nope. Turns out, she had invited them. To their first date. They weren't even subtle about it. Her dad immediately started asking him questions. Where he grew up, what his job was, whether he planned on settling down anytime soon. Her mom made comments about how they'd heard so much about him already, and were so excited to finally meet him. And the sister? She spent the whole time whispering things to the girl, and then looking at him and giggling. He stuck it out for one drink, probably out of sheer politeness, but said he felt like he was on a job interview, not a date. And the worst part, she acted like this was all completely normal. When he asked her about it later, she told him her family was super close, and she liked to get their opinion right away to avoid wasting time on someone they wouldn't approve of. There wasn't a second date. My scariest date was when I went out to lunch on New Year's Day with a new guy. A day or two before we went out, we were talking about our NY plans. He was going to be working delivering pizzas. I was going to be at a family party, so neither of us were going to get a NY kiss. So when I got to Noodles and Company for lunch on January 1st, he was ready. He met me at my car, which I didn't like because I was putting the finishing touches on my lip gloss. When I stepped out, he planted a kiss on me, tongue and all. All I could do was laugh. My feet weren't even planted yet. I fell over. During lunch, he proceeded to tell me about a mouth infection he had recently which he got from his ex-girlfriend. Then he gave me details about how he had to take pills to produce saliva. To this day, I still have no idea what the infection was. Never heard of it before or after. Then he said, "I really want to kiss you again." To which I said a no. I went home and looked for mouthwash to gargle but didn't have any. So I grabbed my brother's Skol vodka out of the cabinet and used that. Thankfully, I did not get a mouth infection, and I never saw him again. I met a woman on Tinder, and after a few days of messaging back and forth, we decided to go see a movie. She was cute, funny, and seemed normal, or at least as normal as anyone can seem over text. The conversation flowed easily, and I figured why not. A casual movie date sounded low pressure, and honestly, I was just glad to get off the app and meet someone in real life. When we were deciding on the movie, she said it had to be rated PG. I laughed, assuming she was joking or maybe just preferred light-hearted comedies. I even made some sarcastic comment about how we could sneak into an R-rated one afterward if we were feeling rebellious. She didn't really respond to that, but I brushed it off. Some people just like keeping things PG. No big deal. That assumption was shattered the moment she showed up, with a 5-year-old kid in tow. To say I was caught off guard would be an understatement. I stood there in the theater lobby, trying to process what was happening as she waved me over and introduced me to her son like this was the most natural thing in the world. Meanwhile, I was mentally scrolling through our conversations, trying to figure out if I had somehow missed the part where she mentioned she was bringing her kid on our first date. Spoiler, I hadn't. Now, I'm not against single moms. I actually admire them. Parenting is hard, and dating while parenting, even harder. But maybe, just maybe, a heads up that this wasn't going to be a one-on-one situation would have been nice. Instead, I was standing there in my date night outfit, trying to figure out how I'd suddenly become the third wheel on someone's family outing. Before I could even decide how to react, she hit me with, "Oh, by the way, can you grab some popcorn for him? He loves the extra butter." Excuse me? I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that there's a child involved, and now I'm supposed to foot the snack bill? Don't get me wrong, I'm not cheap. If the date had been going well, or if I'd known what I was walking into, I wouldn't have thought twice about buying popcorn. But under these circumstances, it felt less like a date and more like I'd accidentally signed up for babysitting duty. Still, not wanting to make a scene, I bought the popcorn, and a soda, and some candy, because once you're in, you're in. The movie itself was exactly what you'd expect from a PG flick: animated characters, slapstick humor, and just enough plot to keep a 5-year-old entertained. I spent most of it sneaking side glances at her, trying to figure out if she thought this was going well. She seemed completely at ease, laughing at all the jokes and chatting with her kid like this was just another Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, I sat there sipping my drink, wondering if this was some kind of test to see if I could handle dad mode right out of the gate. After the movie, she thanked me for coming and said her son had a great time. I smiled, nodded, and made some generic comment about how it was fun. Then I got the hell out of there. Later, she texted to say she had a really nice time and hoped we could do it again soon. I stared at my phone for a long time, trying to figure out how to let her down gently. In the end, I told her she seemed great, but I didn't think we were looking for the same thing. Worst date? The one where I ignored basic internet safety protocol 1, the coffee date. So long story, I'm in college on OKC, I get a massage from this guy, and it turns out that we knew each other from high school. He'd been a senior when I was a sophomore, and we'd had a Photoshop class together. So yeah, I remembered him too. And he's all, "I've had a crush on you for such a long time. It's so cool that I found you again." So that's flattering. And he asks if I like to play video games, and I'm like, heck yeah, so he invites me back to his place for video games. Thunder cracks in the background. It was pissing down rain, so he offered to come get me in his car off campus. So I'm like, sure, why not? And he comes and picks me up in this flashy as fuck red 2-seater. And he's every neckbeard stereotype you can imagine. Just a giant guy, both fat and tall, sparse beard all over his chins. I think he kissed my knuckles at some point. Well, I know I'm not exactly stunning either, so I'm like, alright, we're just going to play some video games, it'll be cool. On the way back to his place, he calls his old Subaru, which I vaguely remembered a pussy wagon, and talked about how he had traded up for the flashy red car we were in. This is a turn-off to me because really? If you have a car that runs and could potentially drive a bunch of dogs around, you do not need a flashier car with no cargo or friend space. We're about a half-mile from campus in the nice apartments there, and he brings me up to his studio. He's all, "You want to get high?" Takes me to his bathroom and shows me the most complicated fancy beaker-style bong I had seen up to that date. He bragged that it's like $1,000 top-of-the-line bong. Again with the unimpressive money spending. I had like half a tokay, and he finishes the bowl. We kiss for a bit, and I'm like, alright, I can do kissing. But then he wants to take a shower with me, so I doge out into the room and ask about video games. Weren't we going to play video games? So he follows me, but he's obviously too stoned for Mario Golf. So he asks me to pick a movie, and I choose Life of Brian, because it's a good movie I hadn't seen in a while. So we chill on the couch, and he proceeds to try and basically steal second base, and imply that, hey, he lives in a studio, and his bed is right there. I mean, we could go over there and be comfortable. I played dumb, but then we couldn't see the movie, I said, and he huffed, and went back to tit squeezing. The groping would have been almost okay, but he for whatever reason decided that instead of the classic up and under, to instead go down the neck of my t-shirt. So he's kinda choking me in addition to pinching my nipple in the mistaken impression that this is turning me on. So I tell him to stop, and he gets all huffy. But he stops, so we go back to watching the movie. And then he tries it again, down the neck of the shirt and everything. This happens a couple of times. So then I stand up. I say something like, I think I should home now. As soon as I get up, he bursts into these blubbery, awful tears, and he's trying to tell me something about how it's been so long, and could I just stay? It's raining, he'd totally drive me. And did I have about 350? So about that time I realized he was about 500 feet tall, and from the Paleolithic era. So I smile weakly, tell him, I've had a lovely time, but I really must get going. Cue more and stronger crying, exunt pencil ears. I walked home in the rain, called my sister as I did so in case he followed me, and took what amounts to basically a rape shower to wash the feel of his hands off me. I've been thinking about it today, because I just got back last night from a second date with a guy who seemed like he was mad at me, and decided against a third date for my not being much of a risk taker. And I assume it's because I didn't want to go back to his apartment after our first date. If you're reading this, Drew, and I know you're a Redditor, then now you know why I'm a little wary of being fucking date raped. The only thing that saved me in the above story is that he got himself too high to restrain me effectively. Had he wanted to, he could have wrecked me. Also, despite my high and freaky sex drive, I don't bang people I've known less than 24 hours. I went out on a date with this woman. We went to a restaurant to have dinner. She seemed a little spacey, a low talker, kind of pretty, but a little disconnected with reality. We have a nice conversation I barely can hear. By the end of the date, usually people do a hug or say, we should do this again sometime. She walked away, then walked back as if she remembered that's generally common human courtesy to do some kind of goodbye. Kind of weird, I should have ended it there. So I go out with her again. We go to see the movie Annihilation about the scientists who explore an alien landing site. Partway through the movie, she starts freaking out and covering her eyes. This movie isn't even that scary. Afterwards, we go to the movie theater bar, where she needs to take time processing all the visuals she just saw. She's still kind of freaking out, but we get to talking. She shows me a reservation she made for the weekend. I look at it. It's not the name she used on her dating profile. And come to think of it, she never mentioned anything of that before. And it was a bit weird. I probably should have ended it there. So I go out with her again. We make plans. I'm going to pick her up at her place, and we're going to get Thai food. I get there. She texts me. I'm just finishing up my coffee. Come on in. She lives on some off-street with no road, one of those alleyway streets with only walking access. She lets me in at the gate. Looking at the apartment in front, which is completely empty, wood floors, figure this is a nice place. I knock on the door. She opens, and her giant dog that's like 100 pounds walks over to greet us. Now, the dog does nothing wrong. Just walks over. She looks at the dog, snaps her fingers, and stares at it. She has this dog under her control. On a dime. Oh, good boy. Now, normally dog owners do shit like that to assert dominance. But this seemed a little more controlling than usual. We tour her place. And, by the way, she's not finishing her coffee. She just poured it, and I'm itching to get food. Would you like some coffee? No, I want to get Thai food. Anyway, her place is nice. Furnished, sweet kitchen with pots, pans, full knife set and utensils. She's living pretty sweet. She's a psychiatrist who does at-home consultations, so I see pill bottles all over the table. We sit down, and she's CEI-upping this coffee. Maybe 15 to 20 minutes later, her roommate comes from downstairs, who also shares the same first name as me. He's kind of a large gamer dude. He goes to the kitchen, goes back upstairs, and comes down with a black roll. Only 2 people carry these, chefs and assassins. I know what it is immediately, and I start to freak out. It's a set of knives. Remember, the kitchen already had a sweet knife set. I don't know what the fuck is going on. But maybe he's a chef. Nope. He rolls it out and starts sharpening it on a metal stick, looking me in the eye. I'm thinking a chef would use a whetstone if they really gave a shit about their knives. I look to her. She's cool as a cucumber, as if nothing weird is happening. He goes to the kitchen to cut his vegetables. I see him cut onion from the bottom, and I'm like, that guy has no clue what he's doing. I gotta get out of here. My hand is on the doorknob at this point. She stands up, goes to the kitchen, and pours herself another cup of coffee and sits down. And she asks, you sure you don't want a cup? I look at those meds on the table and think, I don't know what the fuck you're gonna put in that drink, lady. You and your serial killer roommate. And I'm practically shitting my pants for another 20 minutes. We finally go to the Thai restaurant. where 3 seats down from me was a girl I went out with a few months ago, who I was into but who also totally ghosted me. Blue hair this time around, and she seemed pretty bored on her date. Anyway, she tells me about her divorce, her being new to town, her living situation, how her roommate was a recovering meth addict she met who she let live in her place while he figured his life out. A lot of the weirdness she explained was due to her having synesthesia and ADD, hence getting freaked out by all the colorful images at the movie. And things kind of mellow out, but I can't seem to shake how weird this situation was before. She starts to seem a little more human, but I'm not sure I want to do this, even for the story. I should have ended it there. So I go out with her again. I pick her up, we go to the movie theater. It's one that doesn't let us in if we're 5 minutes late. We go to the bar, she's drinking, I'm like, let's hurry up, or they won't let us into the movie. She takes her time. We're 5 minutes late, so we have to wait for the next showing. And at this point, I'm so emotionally guarded, and we're finding that we're not that into each other. We see the movie and grab a bite afterwards, where clearly she also discovers this isn't going anywhere. So she says to me, so I do this for a living. Oh, I know what's coming. She's going to psychologically analyze me. And she asks all these personal questions, and she gets to the core of me in like a minute, and says some things that just hit home and break me to my core. She's good, and I'm internally just destroyed and a complete mess. She's cool as a cucumber. We go outside, she's trying to get an emotional rise out of me, considering I was very emotionally guarded around her before due to the whole fear of death thing. And it's working. We go back to her place, and I'm a mess. Nothing physical has happened at this point, and I'm debating whether I should try and make a move or see if she wants to do anything. But also I know it's over, and I watch her with her dog, and she's got full dominance over her dog. And I realize I'm exactly like that dog, and here I am, broken emotionally, under her spell, weak, terrified, and insecure. And I look at the chair behind me, and on it are 2 knives laid out perfectly, on a living room chair. I get the fuck out of there immediately. I walk past their empty apartment up front and think, that's not an empty apartment for rent. That's the staging ground. The whole walk back, I'm thinking how no one will easily find me on this offshoot road. I can't even get to the road fast enough if I needed to. And I was terrified. I was not doing this shit anymore for the story later. A friend explained that, more than likely she was just weird and her roommate was trying to scare me off. If she started to get close to me, and I started putting any disparaging thoughts about her roomie into her head, he might lose that meal ticket, which made the most sense. But man, that one might top them for me. The moment he casually mentioned the sexual harassment investigation against him, my stomach dropped. I sat in his car, staring straight ahead, gripping the door handle so tightly my knuckles turned white. The words just hung in the air, thick and suffocating, as he rambled on like it was no big deal. I couldn't even process what was happening. How did I go from an exciting new date to this surreal, horrifying ride to Taco Bell with a walking red flag? Let me back up and explain how I ended up in this mess. We matched on a dating app, and everything seemed normal at first. He was charming, flirty, and just the right amount of funny. After a few days of chatting, he suggested we meet in person. His idea? Dinner at his place. I was a little hesitant about going straight to someone's house, but I figured it would be fine if I played it safe. I told my friends exactly where I was going, shared my location in real time, and made sure they'd check in on me if I didn't text them after a certain time. Safety first, right? So I arrived at his house around dinner time, expecting, well, dinner. I mean, he invited me over, so naturally I assumed there would be some kind of plan. Maybe he'd cook, or we'd order takeout, or even head out to a cute local spot. At the very least, I thought there'd be, I don't know, snacks. But nope. When I walked in, his place was nice enough, clean, organized, nothing weird. But there was no food, no drinks, not even a glass of water waiting for me. He offered me a seat, and we started chatting, but after a while my stomach was growling, and I couldn't ignore it anymore. So are we doing dinner or something? I asked, trying to sound casual. He blinked at me like I'd just asked the dumbest question in the world. Oh, he said, waving a hand dismissively. I already ate. I stared at him, waiting for some kind of explanation. And then he dropped the bomb. I had dinner with my ex. She's my neighbor. I didn't even know how to respond. My brain was still stuck on you ate dinner with your ex while trying to process she's your neighbor. He didn't seem the least bit concerned about how this might come across. In fact, he acted like it was totally normal, like I should just roll with it. Sensing my discomfort, he offered a solution. But I can take you to Taco Bell if you're hungry. Now, I'm not a snob. I love Taco Bell as much as the next person, but this was already shaping up to be one of the weirdest dates of my life. Still, I decided to go with it. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe he'd redeem himself. Spoiler alert, he didn't. The drive to Taco Bell was when things took a hard left turn into actual nightmare territory. As we pulled out of his driveway, he started talking about his job. At first, it was pretty standard stuff, what he does, where he works, but then he said something that made my heart skip a beat. So yeah, he said casually, I've been dealing with this sexual harassment investigation at work. I froze. What? He didn't stop there. He went into detail. He talked about the accusations, the misunderstandings, and how it wasn't even that serious. He even laughed at one point, like this was some funny little hiccup in his life. Meanwhile, I was sitting there, horrified, wondering how on earth this man thought this was appropriate first date conversation. Every instinct in my body was screaming, get out. Get out now. I tried to keep my face neutral, nodding along just enough to avoid setting him off. My mind raced, trying to figure out how to end this nightmare as quickly and safely as possible. When we got to Taco Bell, I mumbled something about not being that hungry after all. He insisted on ordering, and I stood there awkwardly, barely able to make eye contact with him. He kept talking, thankfully not about the investigation anymore, but at that point, it didn't matter. I just needed to leave. The second we got back to his house, I made up an excuse about needing to get home early. He seemed confused, maybe even a little offended, but he didn't argue. As soon as I was out of his driveway, I breathed the biggest sigh of relief I've ever experienced. I blocked his number the moment I got home. You'd think that would be the end of it, but no. Over the next couple of weeks, he found ways to message me through social media, asking why I ghosted him. He seemed genuinely baffled, like he couldn't understand what he'd done wrong. Was it something I said? Yeah. Maybe it was the part where you casually mentioned a sexual harassment investigation against you on a first date. Or the part where you thought Taco Bell was an acceptable backup plan after having dinner with your ex. Or, I don't know, the general vibe of the whole night, which screamed run while you still can. I never responded. I can leave him for you, she said, her voice low, almost pleading, as she leaned across the table. My stomach twisted into a knot. The air felt heavy, suffocating, like I was trapped in a bad dream I couldn't wake up from. I pushed my chair back, the scraping sound loud and jarring in the otherwise quiet restaurant. This is wrong, I said, my voice shaky with disbelief. What you're doing is wrong. Her eyes softened, her lips parting as if she was about to say something else, but I didn't want to hear it. My head was spinning, nausea creeping in as I stood up, tossed some cash on the table, and walked out. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Let me tell you how I ended up on this horrifying fifth date, face to face with a woman who had completely shattered the person I thought she was. It all started like any other dating app success story, or so I thought. I matched with this woman a few months ago. She was gorgeous, funny, and seemed to have her life together. Over the first few dates, everything felt natural. We clicked. She had this magnetic personality that made her the center of attention wherever we went. Our first date was casual, coffee and conversation that stretched into hours. The second date was dinner, then a walk by the water. By the third, I started to think this might be going somewhere. She was charming, sweet, and seemed genuinely interested in me. But as they say, the devil is in the details. The red flags were subtle at first, so subtle I didn't even register them as red flags. She never mentioned much about her personal life beyond surface-level stuff. Her job, her hobbies, the usual. She was vague about her past relationships, but I didn't press. I figured everyone has their reasons for holding back at the beginning of something new. By the fifth date, I felt pretty good about her. I was starting to let my guard down. She suggested a nice restaurant, one she said was her favorite, and I was looking forward to another great night. But from the moment I sat down, something felt off. She seemed nervous, fidgeting with her napkin, her eyes darting around the room. It was a stark contrast to the confident, self-assured woman I'd gotten to know. I asked if everything was okay, and she laughed it off, saying she just had a lot on her mind. That should have been my cue to ask more questions, but I didn't. I figured she'd tell me when she was ready. Halfway through dinner, she dropped the first bombshell. So, I feel like I need to tell you something, she said, her voice quiet but steady. I put my fork down, bracing myself for whatever was coming. I have 2 kids. I blinked, processing her words. That was surprising, sure, but it wasn't a deal breaker. Okay, I said slowly. Thanks for telling me. Why didn't you mention it before? She shrugged, giving me this sheepish smile. I wasn't sure how you'd react. Fair enough, I thought. People have their reasons for holding back. I told her I appreciated her honesty, and that it didn't change how I felt about her. I was still interested. But then she hesitated, biting her lip as if there was more she wanted to say. Actually, there's something else, she said. My chest tightened. Okay. She took a deep breath, avoiding my gaze. I'm still married. The room spun. For a second, I thought I'd misheard her. What? I said, my voice louder than I intended. I'm still married, she repeated, her tone almost casual, like she'd just admitted to forgetting to put gas in her car, not actively being in a legal marriage while dating me. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Are you serious? She nodded, her eyes finally meeting mine. We're not together anymore. It's complicated. Complicated? I echoed, my voice dripping with disbelief. You're married. That's not complicated, that's wrong. I couldn't hide my disgust. My mind raced, piecing together every conversation we'd had, every little thing she'd avoided talking about, every vague answer she'd given about her life. It all made sense now. That's when she said it. I can leave him for you. Those 6 words hit me like a punch to the gut. She said it so matter-of-factly, like it was the most logical solution to this nightmare she'd created. But all I could think was, if you do this to him, what would stop you from doing it to me? You don't see how wrong this is, do you? I said, my voice trembling. She leaned forward, trying to grab my hand, but I pulled away. It's not like that, she insisted. We're done. I just haven't finalized everything yet. I couldn't listen anymore. I felt sick, like I was going to throw up right there in the restaurant. You should figure out your life before dragging someone else into it, I said, my voice cold. Then I stood up, threw some cash on the table to cover the bill, and walked out. Even as I left, I felt her watching me, but I didn't turn around. I got into my car, locked the doors, and just sat there for a minute trying to calm down. My hands were shaking as I gripped the steering wheel. The whole drive home, I replayed the night in my head, trying to make sense of it. How had I missed the signs? How could she lie so easily? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, not just at her but at myself for not seeing it sooner. For the next few days, I ignored her messages. She texted me multiple times, apologizing, asking for a chance to explain, but I couldn't bring myself to respond. I didn't know her anything, and I wasn't about to get dragged into whatever mess she'd made of her life. Eventually, the messages stopped, and I blocked her number. Upper East Side, just go. Go! I shouted to the cab driver, barely able to catch my breath as I slammed the door behind me. My heart was racing, adrenaline pumping, as I stared out the window, half expecting to see him standing there, confused or worse, trying to follow. I didn't even look back. I just wanted to get as far away as possible. How did it escalate to this? Let me take you back to the beginning. We met on Bumble. His profile was charming, with just the right amount of humor and wit, and after a few days of chatting, he suggested we go out for dinner. He was insistent, really insistent. I'll pick a great spot, he said. It's on me. He made a big deal about wanting to treat me to a nice evening. I wasn't sure if I liked how pushy he was, but I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was just enthusiastic, right? Wrong. The first red flag came before I even sat down. As I arrived at the restaurant, he texted me saying, "By the way, I'm not eating tonight. I had a giant burrito earlier, so I'm full." What? Who plans a dinner date, one they insist on, and then decides to pregame it with an enormous burrito? But whatever, I figured. Maybe he just didn't plan his day well. I went inside, trying to keep an open mind. When I got there, he was already seated, looking smug and overly confident. I sat down, and he launched into a long-winded story about his amazing day at work. He barely let me get a word in, but I tried to stay polite. When the server came over, I awkwardly glanced at the menu, unsure what to do. I felt weird ordering a full meal, considering he wasn't eating. So, I decided to keep it light and ordered a mussels appetizer. He waved off the server with a dramatic, "Oh, I'm good, like I said. I'm not hungry." The food arrived, and as I started picking at my mussels, he suddenly reached across the table. "Mind if I try one?" Before I could even answer, he grabbed a mussel and popped it into his mouth. Then another, and another. Within minutes, he had eaten more than half of my appetizer. "Wow," he said, smirking. "These are actually really good." I just stared at him, trying to process the audacity. If he wasn't hungry, why was he eating my food? But even then, I tried to laugh it off. Maybe he was just socially awkward, I thought. Spoiler, he wasn't awkward. He was just the worst. When the bill came, things somehow got even worse. He made a huge production out of paying. He pulled out his wallet with a dramatic flourish, flipping it open and holding it aloft like it was some kind of sacred relic. "Even though you ordered more," he said, smirking at me, "a man always pays for his woman." I wanted to crawl under the table. First of all, I barely ate anything because he had devoured most of my muscles. Second, the way he said it, like he was doing me this enormous favor, made my skin crawl. But I forced a smile and muttered a quick, "Thanks." I just wanted to get out of there. We walked out of the restaurant, and I was fully ready to call it a night. But then he turned to me and said, "Let's go for another drink." I tried to be polite but firm. "I actually have to get up early tomorrow. I really appreciate the meal and drinks, though." That should have been the end of it. Any reasonable person would have taken the hint. But no, he kept pushing. "Come on, just one more drink. There's this great bar right down the street. You'll love it." I started to panic. The way he was insisting, not taking no for an answer, made me feel trapped. I didn't want to keep walking with him, but I also didn't want to escalate the situation. Then, like something out of a movie, I saw a cab approaching. Without thinking, I put my hand out to hail it. The cab stopped, and I turned to him briefly. "Good night," I said, my voice firmer this time. Before he could respond, I dove into the cab, slammed the door, and told the driver, "Upper East Side, just go. Go." The driver gave me a funny look, but started driving. I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror, half expecting to see my date running after the car. Thankfully, he didn't. When I got home, I immediately went to Bumble and deleted the match. I didn't want to risk him messaging me, even though we hadn't exchanged numbers. For weeks afterward, I couldn't stop replaying the night in my head, cringing at how badly it had gone. His hands reached out to steady me as I flailed, my skates scraping across the ice in chaotic, jerking motions. I was panicking, teetering on the edge of disaster with every step. "Just relax," he said, his voice calm and encouraging, but I couldn't. My legs weren't my own. The harder I tried to stay upright, the more uncoordinated I became. Then it happened. One wrong move, one misstep, and I went down hard. As I fell, I instinctively grabbed at him, pulling him down with me. We landed in a tangled heap on the ice, and I felt the sharp, cold sting of humiliation as a group of kids zipped past us, laughing and yelling. I wanted the rink to swallow me whole. When he dropped me off at home later that evening, he didn't seem angry, just distant. By the time I got the text saying, "I don't think this is going to work," I knew. I'd ruined it. But that wasn't the worst part. 2 days later, my bruises had turned into a deeper, sharper pain, and I found myself sitting in the waiting room at A&E, wondering how a simple date had gone so wrong. Let me rewind. It was supposed to be fun, a cute, wintry date to mix things up. We'd been out a few times before, and it had been going well. He was funny, easygoing, and had this way of making everything feel lighthearted. So when he suggested ice skating, I didn't think twice. "I'll teach you," he said with a smile. I used to play ice hockey. I think he imagined it as this romantic, movie-like scenario, him guiding me around the rink, our laughter echoing as snow fell outside. But the reality was something else entirely. I had never ice skated before, and I made that clear from the start. "I'm probably going to be terrible," I warned him. "It'll be fine," he said, brushing it off. "I'll help you." When we got to the rink, I was hit with this mix of excitement and dread. It looked magical, with the lights and music and couples gliding gracefully across the ice. But as soon as I stepped out there, the magic evaporated. Imagine Bambi on ice, legs splayed out in every direction, eyes wide with terror. That was me, but worse. I couldn't coordinate my feet, and my attempts at balance only made me wobble more. Every time I moved, I felt like gravity was yanking me down. It didn't take long before I fell for the first time. "Are you okay?" he asked, laughing as he helped me up. Yeah, I'm fine," I said, forcing a smile. But inside, I was mortified. It only got worse from there. Kids who had started skating at the same time as me were zooming by, laughing and showing off. Meanwhile, I was struggling to take one step without collapsing. Every time he tried to guide me, holding my hands and encouraging me to relax, I overthought it. My legs wouldn't move the way I wanted them to, and the frustration started to build. "Just keep your knees bent," he said, "and stop overthinking it." Easy for him to say. He was gliding around like he'd been born on skates while I was on the verge of a breakdown. And then came the moment that sealed my fate. He was holding my hands, trying to guide me along, and for a split second, I thought maybe, just maybe, I was starting to get the hang of it. But then my skate caught on a rough patch of ice, and I lost all control. I yanked him down with me, and we both hit the ground hard. The impact was brutal. I landed on my hip, the shock of it reverberating through my body. He landed half on top of me, his knee jamming into my side. I groaned in pain, but worse than the physical sting was the embarrassment. We untangled ourselves and got up, but the mood had shifted. He tried to laugh it off, saying, "That was a close one," but I could see it in his eyes. This wasn't the cute, romantic date he'd envisioned. It was a disaster. By the time we left the rink, I was battered and bruised, and he was quieter than usual. I didn't blame him. I'd ruined the vibe completely. When he dropped me off, he gave me a polite smile and said, "Thanks for tonight. Get some rest." It felt final. The text came the next day. "I had a nice time, but I don't think this is going to work out." I stared at my phone, half expecting it, but it still stung. I wanted to argue, to tell him I wasn't always this awkward mess. But the truth was, I had been a mess that night, and I didn't have the energy to deny it. 2 days later, the bruises were worse. My hip was throbbing, and every time I moved, it felt like someone was stabbing me in the side. I finally caved and went to A&E. The doctor raised an eyebrow when I explained what had happened. "A fall on the ice?" she repeated, her tone somewhere between amused and concerned. "Yeah," I said sheepishly. She sent me for x-rays, and thankfully, nothing was broken, just some deep bruising that would take weeks to heal. But sitting there, surrounded by people with actual emergencies, I couldn't help but feel ridiculous. Her eyes darted between me and the screen of my phone as I replayed the video for what had to be the 5th time, gesturing wildly to point out what I thought were the pivotal moments. "See that jab? That was solid. But right after, my footwork got sloppy. Look, I overextended here, and that's when he caught me with the counter. I didn't even notice how quiet she was. I was too caught up in my own world, dissecting every second of the boxing match I'd fought the night before. She was sitting across from me, sipping her drink in silence, politely nodding whenever I paused for breath. I thought I was just sharing something interesting, something personal. But when I glanced up at her for the first time in what felt like forever, her expression said it all. She wasn't interested. She wasn't even annoyed. She just looked done. And honestly, she had every right to be. Let me take you back to the beginning, to the night I managed to completely sabotage what could have been a great date. It started innocently enough. I'd met this girl a few weeks earlier, and we hit it off. She was smart, funny, and had this incredible energy that made you want to keep talking to her. After a bit of back and forth, we finally agreed to go out. I was genuinely excited, nervous, but in a good way. But then, the night before our date, I had a boxing match. I'd been training for weeks, putting in hours at the gym, and the fight itself was intense. It wasn't my best performance, I'll admit that, but it was one of those matches that sticks in your head, the kind you can't stop replaying in your mind. And in my case, quite literally. My coach had filmed the whole thing on his phone, and after the fight, I spent half the night watching it, analyzing every mistake I'd made. By the time our date rolled around, I was still completely consumed by it. I couldn't stop thinking about how I could have done better, what I'd done wrong, and what I needed to work on. Looking back, I should have just called up a friend to vent or talked it through with my coach. But instead, I brought all that mental baggage with me to the date. We met at a cozy little cafe, the kind of place with low lighting and mismatched furniture that's perfect for first date conversations. Except I didn't let her get a word in. It started with a simple mention of the fight. She asked how my week had been, and I casually brought it up, thinking I'd just share a quick story. But then I got into the details, and once I started, I couldn't stop. I told her about the training, the build-up, the nerves before stepping into the ring. Then I launched into a play-by-play of the fight itself, every punch, every move, every mistake I'd made. Before I knew it, I'd pulled out my phone to show her the video. At first, she seemed intrigued, or at least polite enough to pretend she was. But as I kept going, I could feel her interest waning. She shifted in her seat, her eyes drifting to the clock on the wall or the people at the table next to us. Still, I didn't stop. I thought I was being passionate, sharing something I cared about. But what I was really doing was hogging the conversation, turning the entire date into my personal post-fight therapy session. She managed to get in maybe 2 sentences the entire time. One was, "That sounds intense," and the other was something about how she'd never been to a boxing match before. I nodded along, barely registering her words before diving back into my analysis. When the date finally ended, I walked her to her car, still oblivious to how badly I'd messed up. She smiled politely and said, "Thanks for the coffee," and I figured we'd set up another date soon. But then nothing. No texts, no calls. She completely ghosted me. At first, I was confused. What went wrong? Had I said something offensive? Was she just not feeling it? And then it hit me like a punch to the gut. I didn't let her talk. I replayed the date in my head, yes, just like the fight, and the realization was brutal. I'd completely monopolized the conversation, talking at her instead of with her. I hadn't asked her about herself, her interests, her week, anything. I'd been so wrapped up in my own thoughts that I forgot the whole point of a date, to connect with the other person. I deserved to be ghosted, no question. It was a harsh lesson, but one I needed to learn. What I realized that day is that sometimes, when you've got a million thoughts swirling in your head, it's not fair to dump them on someone else, especially not on a first date. There's a time and place for verbalizing your nonsense, and that time is usually with a close friend or in a boxing gym, not over coffee with someone you're trying to impress. I wish I could go back and apologize to her, tell her I'm sorry for being such a self-absorbed idiot. But I can't, so I've tried to take the lesson forward. You've just described your ideal sexual experience. Fast and a little bit scary, he said with a sly grin, leaning back in his chair like he'd just delivered the most charming line in the history of dating. My stomach turned. My face must have shown how horrified I was because he immediately tried to laugh it off, but the damage was done. My brain was screaming, "Get out! Get out now!" And yet, I stayed frozen in my seat for a few agonizing seconds, trying to process what had just happened. Who even says something like that on a first date? Let me take you back to the beginning of one of the weirdest, creepiest dates of my life. It all started on a dating app, as these things often do. His profile stood out, funny, confident, and with a hint of mystery. He claimed to be from the US, and his photos backed it up. A casual shot in a plaid shirt, one with him posing by a classic American muscle car, and even a picture of him at what looked like a 4th of July barbecue. He had this charming American boy vibe that intrigued me. We matched and started chatting. His messages were engaging, and he had this way of talking that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. He asked about my interests, my favorite things, and even threw in a few light-hearted jokes. It all felt easy, natural. When he asked me out for drinks, I didn't hesitate. The bar was small and cozy, the kind of place that's perfect for getting to know someone. He greeted me with a big smile and that unmistakable American twang I'd heard in his voice messages. It was almost too perfect. As we sat down, he immediately started asking me questions, lots of them. What did I like to do for fun? What was my favorite kind of vacation? And then, almost out of nowhere, he pivoted to theme parks. "Do you like roller coasters?" he asked, his eyes lighting up. "Yeah," I said, a little caught off guard by the sudden change in topic. "I mean, who doesn't? They're fun." "What's your favorite kind of ride?" he pressed. I thought about it for a second, then shrugged. "Probably the ones that are fast and a little bit scary. You know, the ones that give you an adrenaline rush but still feel safe." He smiled, this slow, creeping smile that immediately made me uneasy. "Interesting," he said. "You've just described your ideal sexual experience. Fast and a little bit scary." It felt like the air got sucked out of the room. I stared at him, trying to decide if he was joking or if he genuinely thought that was an appropriate thing to say. Either way, it wasn't funny. It was weird. Creepy. The kind of comment that makes you want to grab your drink and sprint for the exit. I forced a nervous laugh, trying to play it cool while my brain went into overdrive. Was he testing me? Trying to gauge my reaction? Either way, I was officially done. But he wasn't finished. As if that line wasn't bad enough, he launched into what can only be described as a full-blown confession. "So there's something I should tell you," he said, his tone shifting to one of mock seriousness. "Okay," I said cautiously. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I'm not actually from the US. I blinked. "What?" "Yeah," he said, grinning like this was some hilarious joke. "I'm from Rotherham. I've never even been to America." I was stunned. His entire persona, his voice, his stories, even his dating profile, was built around this fabricated identity. He wasn't just exaggerating or stretching the truth. He'd constructed an entire lie about who he was. I couldn't believe it. "So the accent?" I asked, my voice dripping with disbelief. "Oh, I just picked it up from TV and stuff," he said casually, as if faking an entire nationality was the most normal thing in the world. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This guy had lied about who he was from the start, and now he was sitting across from me, laughing about it like it was some harmless prank. At that point, I knew I had to get out of there. I downed the rest of my drink in one go, feeling the burn as it slid down my throat. "Well, this has been interesting," I said, standing up and grabbing my bag. He looked surprised. "You're leaving?" "Yeah," I said, not bothering to hide the irritation in my voice. "I've got an early morning." He started to say something else, but I didn't give him the chance. I was already heading for the door. As I walked home, I replayed the date in my head, cringing at every detail. The creepy line about roller coasters. The confession about being from Rotherham. The fake American accent. It was like something out of a bad rom-com, except there was nothing romantic or funny about it. When I got home, I immediately deleted our match on the app. There was no way I was giving him the chance to message me again. She stared at me, smiling politely, as I stumbled through what must have been my 10th attempt to start a conversation. My palms were sweating, my heart racing as the silence between us stretched painfully long. I tried again, leaning forward like maybe she'd suddenly remember how to speak English or Danish. But nope. She just tilted her head, clearly not understanding a word I was saying. I couldn't believe this was actually happening. A blind date arranged by my dad, of all people. I'd thought it would be awkward, sure. It's hard not to be when you're 17 and being set up by your parent. But this was a whole new level of cringe. We didn't share a single language between us, and it was quickly becoming the most painfully uncomfortable experience of my life. The kicker? She apparently thought it went great. So this is how it began. I was living in Copenhagen at the time, trying to navigate being a teenager in a new city. My dad, for reasons I still don't fully understand, decided that I needed to go on a blind date. He knew this Polish family, friends of friends, or something like that, and their daughter was my age. "She's sweet," he said, grinning as he handed me her number. "You'll like her. And her mom's really nice, too." I didn't think much of it at first. I was 17, awkward, and not exactly swimming in dating opportunities, so I figured why not. It's not like it could be that bad. The day of the date, I was nervous but trying to stay optimistic. My dad had given me a vague rundown of her. She was Polish, she'd recently moved to Copenhagen, and she didn't speak much Danish. No big deal, I thought. We could always fall back on English if Danish didn't work. When I met her at the cafe, though, I realized just how wrong I'd been. She was sweet, sure. She smiled a lot, nodded enthusiastically when I spoke, and seemed genuinely happy to be there. But it became clear within the first 5 minutes that we didn't share a single common language. She didn't speak English. She didn't speak Danish. And I, obviously, didn't speak Polish. The date quickly turned into a comedy of errors. I tried everything I could think of to bridge the language gap. I gestured wildly, pointing at things on the menu and saying their names in Danish, hoping she might recognize a word or two. She just nodded, smiling politely, probably wondering why I looked like I was trying to play charades. At one point, I resorted to Google Translate on my phone, typing out basic phrases like, "Do you like coffee?" and holding up the screen for her to read. She'd giggle and nod, but the conversation never went anywhere. It was like trying to communicate with someone through a foggy window. You could sort of see the outlines of meaning, but nothing ever quite connected. To make matters worse, the cafe was packed, and I could feel the stares of the other patrons. They must have thought we were having the most awkward first date in history, and honestly, they weren't wrong. But here's the thing, she seemed to be having a great time. Every time I looked up, she was smiling at me, her eyes bright with excitement. It was like she didn't even notice how awkward it all was. Or maybe she did, and she just didn't care. Either way, she wasn't the one sweating bullets and mentally counting down the minutes until it was socially acceptable to leave. When the date finally ended, I walked her to the bus stop. She thanked me, I think, in Polish and waved as she got on the bus, her smile as big as ever. I went home, ready to laugh it off as a one-time disaster. But then my dad sat me down, his expression annoyingly smug. "So," he said, leaning forward like a man about to deliver a punchline. "How'd it go?" I groaned, burying my face in my hands. It was a train wreck. We couldn't even talk to each other. "Oh, really?" he said, barely suppressing a grin. That's when it hit me. My dad wasn't asking because he cared about my date. He was asking because he'd set the whole thing up for himself. Turns out, the real reason he wanted me to go on this blind date wasn't to set me up with a sweet Polish girl. No, it was because he wanted an excuse to spend time with her mom. While I was busy floundering through the most awkward date of my life, He and her mom were having coffee together, laughing, chatting, and, judging by his smug expression, having a much better time than I was. "Well played, Dad," I muttered, shaking my head. A few days later, I got a text from her. Well, sort of. It was mostly emojis, with a few words in Polish that I didn't understand. From what I could gather, she'd had a great time and wanted to meet up again. I politely declined, using Google Translate to write something about different interests and not the right match. It felt a little harsh, but there was no way I was putting myself through that again. Looking back, the whole thing feels like a strange, surreal comedy. It wasn't just the language barrier. It was the realization that my dad had basically thrown me under the bus for his own romantic agenda. And honestly, I couldn't even be mad. It was too ridiculous not to laugh. "You're crazy, you know that?" he said, narrowing his eyes as I peeled the banana. His tone wasn't playful. It was sharp, like he genuinely couldn't fathom the crime I was committing. I froze, the banana halfway to my mouth. Excuse me?" I asked, half laughing, thinking maybe he was joking. But his expression didn't change. He wasn't laughing. He wasn't even smiling. "Who eats a banana with coffee?" he said, his voice dripping with judgment. I stared at him, trying to figure out if this was some kind of test, like he was seeing how far he could push me. The way he looked at me, like I'd just sprouted another head, was unsettling. It was a banana, for crying out loud, not a live tarantula. That was the moment I knew something was off. But it wasn't until later that I realized just how unhinged the whole experience was. Let me backtrack. I matched with this guy on a dating app. His profile was like a checklist of everything I thought I was looking for. He seemed open-minded, liberal, and adventurous. His bio was all about traveling, learning new cultures, and living life to the fullest. He had these photos of himself hiking in exotic locations, eating street food, and smiling with locals. He came across as someone curious about the world, someone who embraced differences. We started chatting, and he was charming enough. He asked thoughtful questions, shared stories about his travels, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. So, when he suggested meeting for lunch, I thought, why not? The restaurant he picked was cute. One of those trendy spots with mismatched furniture and handwritten chalkboard menus. When I arrived, he was already there, sitting at a table by the window. He looked up, smiled, and waved me over. At first, everything seemed fine. We ordered our food, made small talk, and traded travel stories. He told me about a time he got lost in Morocco and ended up having tea with a family who didn't speak a word of English. I told him about my favorite trips and the places I still wanted to visit. But then, things started to feel off. It started with the way he kept interrupting me. Every time I started to share something, he'd cut me off with his own opinion or a story that somehow one-upped mine. I let it slide at first, thinking maybe he was just nervous. But the more it happened, the more I noticed how dismissive he was. And then came the banana incident. I'd ordered coffee to go with my lunch, and I'd brought a banana with me as a snack. It wasn't some grand, rebellious act, just a casual choice to pair my caffeine with something quick and easy. But when I pulled the banana out of my bag, he stared at it like I'd just announced I was about to juggle flaming swords. "You're going to eat that with coffee?" he asked, his tone incredulous. Yeah," I said, peeling it. "Why not?" He shook his head, letting out this condescending little laugh. "That's weird." I shrugged, trying to brush it off. "I guess. But it works for me." "No, it's crazy," he said, leaning back in his chair. "Like, who does that?" The way he said it, like I was some kind of deranged maniac, caught me off guard. He didn't sound amused or even curious. He sounded genuinely judgmental, as though eating a banana with coffee was the final proof he needed that I was unfit for human company. I tried to laugh it off, but the conversation had already shifted. He kept bringing it up, making little comments about how wild I was, how he'd never met anyone so out there. It wasn't flattering. It was unnerving. After lunch, I left feeling unsettled, but relieved it was over. I figured that was the end of it. But then about an hour later, my phone buzzed with a text from him. "Hey, I don't think this is going to work out. You're a little too out there for me. Honestly, I find you kind of intimidating." I stared at the message, my stomach sinking. He found me intimidating? For what? For eating a banana with coffee? For having opinions? For not letting him dominate the conversation? It was such a bizarre thing to say, and the more I thought about it, the more frustrated I got. He'd seemed so open-minded, so accepting on his profile, but in reality, he couldn't handle something as simple as a snack choice that didn't align with his own preferences. I sat there staring at my phone, the screen glowing faintly in the dim light of the coffee shop. The message I'd just sent, "You okay?" hung in the air like a bad joke. No response. My chest tightened, a sinking realization slowly dawning on me. I looked toward the door where she'd disappeared minutes earlier, arm in arm with her former fling. What was happening? Was this some kind of prank? I replayed the past hour in my head, trying to figure out where I'd gone wrong. Everything had started off so promising. But now, as I sat there, alone and humiliated, my coffee gone cold, I realized this wasn't just a bad date. It was my worst nightmare come to life. Let me take you back to the beginning. This was my first date ever. I was 17, fresh off junior year of high school, and still figuring out how dating even worked. She was a friend of a friend, smart, funny, gorgeous, and way out of my league, or so I thought. We'd hit it off in our conversations leading up to the date, laughing over shared interests, and texting late into the night. When I finally worked up the nerve to ask her out, she said yes. I was ecstatic. She suggested a cute coffee house for our first meeting, and I thought it was perfect. We both loved coffee, and it seemed like the kind of low-pressure place where we could just talk and enjoy each other's company. Plus, I was determined to make this special. I planned an entire day of mini-dates after coffee, ice cream, a walk through the park, maybe a bookstore if we had time. When I arrived, she was already there, sitting by the window with her phone in hand. She smiled when she saw me, and for a moment, all my nerves melted away. But then, things started to feel off. The first red flag came almost immediately. She mentioned, with a sheepish laugh, that her former fling worked at this very coffee shop. "I totally forgot," she said, brushing it off with an awkward smile. I remember laughing nervously, trying to play it cool. "No big deal," I said, even though I felt a knot forming in my stomach. She'd picked this place, hadn't she? It seemed too coincidental to be an accident, but I didn't push it. I wanted this date to go well, and I didn't want to come off as insecure or paranoid. So I ignored it. We ordered coffee, sat down, and started talking. At first, it was fine. She told me about her summer plans, her favorite TV shows, and her dream to travel to Italy someday. But then, about halfway through the conversation, she started spending more and more time on her phone. I noticed it but didn't say anything. I was new to dating, and I didn't know if this was normal. Was I boring her? Was she texting her friends about how the date was going? My gut told me it wasn't a good sign, but I was so excited to be on my first date that I convinced myself it didn't matter. The moment things really started to unravel came about an hour in. She asked if I wanted anything else. I said no. I was finishing my coffee and figured she just needed a minute to step away. Maybe she was going to make a phone call or check in with someone. But instead of heading to the counter or the restroom, she walked straight over to the guy behind the bar, the former fling. At first, I thought maybe she was just being polite, saying hi. But then they stepped outside together. I watched as she leaned in close, her body language too familiar, too comfortable. My chest tightened. What were they talking about? Were they arguing? Were they catching up? I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt, but my anxiety was skyrocketing. I waited a few minutes, trying not to look like the idiot sitting alone at a table for two. Finally, I texted her. "Get lost on the way." I typed, hoping to play it cool. No response. I waited a few more minutes, then sent another message. "You okay?" Still nothing. I sat there for what felt like an eternity, my mind racing. I glanced out the window, scanning the sidewalk, but they were gone. She'd walked out with him, and she wasn't coming back. It hit me like a punch to the gut. I'd been ditched. On my first date. The embarrassment was overwhelming. I felt every pair of eyes in the coffee shop on me, even though no one probably cared. My face burned as I grabbed my bag, muttering a quiet thanks to the barista as I made my way to the door. Outside, I looked around one last time, hoping to see her heading back, maybe with some kind of explanation. But she was gone. I sat there in the dimly lit theater, my phone glowing faintly in my lap as I checked the time for the fifth time in as many minutes. 7:20. He was officially 20 minutes late. No texts, no calls, just radio silence. People shuffled past me, their shadows cutting across the screen as the previews rolled. My stomach churned, not with nerves but with frustration. When he finally arrived, lumbering into the theater like he owned the place, I almost didn't recognize him. He looked nothing like his photos. Nothing. He was at least 100 pounds heavier, his hair unkempt, and the smell. Oh my God, the smell. It hit me like a wall, a pungent mix of sweat and something sour that made my eyes water. He plopped down next to me, barely mumbling an apology for being late, and I knew right then and there this wasn't going to go well. Let me take you back to the beginning. I'd met this guy on a dating app. He seemed nice enough in his messages, funny, polite, and quick to respond. His photos showed a decently attractive guy with a charming smile and a love for the outdoors. Nothing about him screamed red flag, so when he suggested going to see a movie, I thought, why not? Looking back, I wish I'd trusted my gut and bailed the moment he was late. The plan was simple: meet outside the theater, grab some snacks, and settle in for a casual movie night. I arrived a few minutes early, excited but not overly so. It was just a movie date, low pressure, easy, and hopefully fun. But as the minutes ticked by and he didn't show, my excitement started to sour. I checked my phone, no messages. I texted him a quick, "Hey, are you on your way?" and got nothing in response. By the time the previews started, I was fuming. I thought about leaving, but a part of me didn't want to seem dramatic. Besides, maybe he had a good excuse. When he finally showed up, though, any sympathy I might have had vanished. He waddled down the aisle, his face flushed and glistening with sweat like he'd just run a marathon. He barely made eye contact as he squeezed past people to get to my seat, mumbling something that might have been an apology. As he sat down, I was hit with the smell. It wasn't subtle, it was bad. The kind of smell that makes you instinctively lean away and hold your breath. I plastered on a polite smile, but inside I was screaming. How was I supposed to sit through a 2-hour movie next to this? The movie started, and I tried to focus on the screen, but it was impossible. He kept shifting in his seat, the motion wafting his odor in my direction like some cruel punishment. At one point, he leaned over to whisper something about the plot, his breath hot and sour against my ear. I nodded absently, praying he wouldn't try to talk again. When the movie finally ended, I bolted for the exit, hoping to make a quick escape. But he followed me, his voice cutting through the crowd as he called my name. The moment we stepped outside, he launched into a monologue about his ex-wife. She was crazy, he said, his tone bitter. Couldn't handle me being successful, you know? Always nagging, always complaining. Women are just like that, I guess. I stared at him, dumbfounded. Who opens up with that kind of rant on a first date? It wasn't just awkward, it was alarming. He went on and on, painting himself as the victim in this messy breakup while throwing his ex under the bus. The more he talked, the more I realized this wasn't just a red flag, it was a whole parade of them. When he finally paused, I took my chance to speak. "Look," I said, keeping my voice calm but firm, "I don't think this is going to work. Best of luck to you." His face fell, but I didn't stick around to see his reaction. I turned and walked away, my heart pounding with a mix of anger and relief. The moment I got home, I blocked his number and unmatched him on the app. I didn't want to risk him trying to contact me again. Sitting in the quiet of my apartment, I replayed the night in my head, cringing at every detail. The lateness, the smell, the rant about his ex. It was like a checklist of everything you don't want in a date. What still gets me, though, is how he seemed completely oblivious to how inappropriate his behavior was. Did he really think showing up late, unkempt, and unprepared was okay? Did he not realize how off-putting it was to trash his ex-wife to someone he'd just met? It wasn't just disappointing, it was scary. Scary to think how easily someone can present themselves as normal online, only to reveal something entirely different in person. "I just want to punch their teeth in," he said, his voice low and menacing, as if he was confessing some dark secret he thought I'd agree with. I froze, my hands gripping my coffee cup like it was a lifeline. His words echoed in my head, drowning out the hum of the bustling cafe. Did I hear him right? I glanced around, half expecting someone else to step in, to say something, but of course no one noticed. I forced a nervous laugh, the kind you use when you're too shocked to know what else to do. He didn't even notice. He was already launching into another story, his voice rising as he gestured wildly, describing the fights he'd been in and the people he'd thrown out of bars. All I could think was, I need to get out of here. Let me rewind and tell you how I ended up on one of the most unsettling dates of my life. I met this guy on Bumble. His profile wasn't anything special, but he seemed normal enough. Decent photos, a generic bio about enjoying fitness and having a good time, nothing that screamed red flag. After a few exchanges, he suggested meeting for coffee. "Sure," I said, thinking it'd be low pressure. A quick coffee date is easy to escape if things go south. Little did I know just how badly I'd want to escape. The first red flag came before he even sat down. He walked into the cafe straight from the gym, still in his workout clothes. His shirt was damp with sweat, and the smell hit me before he even reached the table. I tried to keep a neutral expression, but internally I was cringing. Who shows up to a first date like that? Sorry, he said, dropping into the chair across from me. Didn't have time to shower. I wanted to bolt right then and there, but I told myself to be polite. Maybe he was just a little clueless. Then he started talking. For the next 20 minutes, he went on and on about his job as a bouncer, barely stopping to take a breath. At first, I thought it was just standard date small talk, explaining what he did, sharing a few funny anecdotes. But it quickly became clear he wasn't trying to impress me with his job. He was bragging about his ability to hurt people. I threw this one guy out so hard, he hit the pavement face first, he said, laughing loudly as he mimed the motion. Should have seen the blood. My stomach churned. He kept going, telling story after story about fights he'd been in, people he'd taught a lesson, and how much he loved putting people in their place. His voice got louder with each story, his gestures more exaggerated, and the swearing more intense. At one point, he actually stood up to act out one of his bouncer takedowns, shouting and flailing his arms like we were in the middle of a wrestling match instead of a quiet coffee shop. People turned to stare, their expressions a mix of amusement and unease. I wanted to disappear, and then he dropped the line that made my blood run cold. He was talking about drunk people at the bars he worked at, specifically women who got hysterical. He rolled his eyes, shaking his head in mock disgust. I hate drunk hysteric girls, he said. They're so annoying. Honestly, sometimes I wish I could just punch their teeth in. My heart stopped. The way he said it, so casually, so matter-of-fact, sent a chill down my spine. This wasn't just a bad joke or a thoughtless comment. He meant it. I looked at him, trying to hide the panic rising in my chest. Did he realize how terrifying he sounded? Did he even care? That was it. I couldn't stay another second. I excused myself, saying I had an early morning and needed to get going. He looked surprised but didn't argue, just shrugged and said, "All right, see ya." I practically ran out of the cafe, my heart pounding. The next day, I got a message from him. "Thought I scared you off," he wrote, followed by a laughing emoji. I stared at the message, my fingers hovering over the screen. Did he think this was funny? Did he realize how unsettling his behavior had been? I didn't reply. Instead, I blocked him immediately. I stood in the living room, my heart racing, torn between frustration and fear. It was 5 a.m., and I'd been awake all night, pacing and fuming on her lumpy couch. My car keys were nowhere to be found, and she was slurring something about how it was for my own good. I tried reasoning with her, but she wasn't listening. Her bloodshot eyes and smug smile told me she thought she was doing me a favor. "You're drunk," she said, her words stumbling over themselves. "You can't drive." I wasn't drunk. Not even close. But there I was, stuck in the apartment of a woman I barely knew, completely at her mercy. Let me rewind. This all started with a match on Tinder. I know, rookie mistake, but at the time it seemed harmless. Her photos were cute, her bio was witty, and we hit it off in messages. After a few days of chatting, we decided to meet up. She suggested I come to her place first, and then we'd head to a nearby bar. It was an hour drive to her apartment, but I didn't mind. I was excited to meet her and figured the drive would be worth it. When I arrived, the first red flag hit me square in the face. She looked nothing like her pictures. The confident, polished woman from her profile was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she answered the door in sweats, her hair a mess, and her demeanor already a little off. Still, I told myself not to judge too quickly. First impressions aren't always accurate, right? We headed to a popular bar nearby, and I was hoping things would pick up. But before I even finished my first drink, she was already on her second, and it wasn't sitting well with her. By her third drink, she was a sloppy mess, slurring her words and stumbling in her chair. People at the bar were starting to notice. At that point, I knew I had to stay sober if I wanted to get out of this situation. I switched to water, trying to keep things calm while subtly suggesting she slow down. "Maybe take it easy," I said, forcing a smile. But she wasn't having it. "I'm fine," she snapped, waving off my concern before ordering another round. It wasn't fine. Not even close. When it became clear she wasn't slowing down, I decided to call it a night. I managed to wrangle her back to her apartment, all the while reassuring myself that this nightmare would soon be over. That's when things took a turn for the worse. After getting her inside, I told her I needed to use the restroom before heading home. While I was in there, I heard her moving around in the living room, but I didn't think much of it. When I came out, I grabbed my jacket and reached for my keys, only to find they were gone. I froze. Where are my keys? She crossed her arms and gave me this smug, drunken grin. You're not driving anywhere, she said. You're drunk. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'm not drunk, I said, trying to stay calm. I've been drinking water all night because you're drunk. Give me my keys. But she just shook her head. I'm not letting you drive an hour home like this, she said, as if she were some kind of hero. For the next hour, we went back and forth. I tried reasoning with her, explaining that I wasn't intoxicated and that I needed to get home. But she wouldn't budge. You have two options, she said, slurring every other word. You can sleep in my bed or sleep on the couch. My stomach churned at the implication. I'll take the couch, I said quickly, trying to keep my voice steady. I spent the next 3 hours lying on that couch, wide awake. The room was dark and quiet except for the sound of her snoring from the bedroom. I kept going over the night in my head, trying to figure out how it had spiraled so far out of control. By 5 a.m., I'd had enough. I got up, banged on her bedroom door, and demanded my keys. When she finally stumbled out, still half asleep and disoriented, she acted like I was the one being unreasonable. They're not in here, she mumbled as I tore apart her living room. I searched everywhere, her kitchen, her couch cushions, even under the furniture, but my keys were nowhere to be found. Finally, I turned to her, my patience gone. Where are they? She hesitated for a moment, then reached into her pocket and pulled them out with a sheepish grin. Here, she said, like it was no big deal. No apology, no explanation, nothing. I didn't say a word as I grabbed my keys and walked out the door. The moment I got in my car, I locked the doors, took a deep breath, and drove away as fast as I could. As soon as I got home, I blocked her number, deleted her from every app, and swore I'd never use Tinder again. I wasn't even going to ask you out, he said, his tone matter-of-fact, as he shoveled another spoonful of ice cream into his mouth. It didn't seem like you were going anywhere in life. But my mom said I should. I blinked, stunned, unsure if I'd heard him correctly. The fluorescent lights of the ice cream shop flickered faintly above us, casting a harsh glow on the table between us. His words replayed in my head, each one cutting deeper than the last. And yet, somehow it got worse. Let me take you back to the start of this nightmare. I was 24 and working at a fast food restaurant, trying to figure out my next steps in life. One day, this guy came in with his mom. He seemed polite enough, smiling at me while I handed over their order. A few days later, he came back, this time alone, and asked me out for ice cream. I was surprised but flattered. He seemed sweet and a little shy, and I thought, why not? I said yes, went home, and spent way too much time getting ready. I curled my hair, picked out a cute outfit, and made sure everything was perfect. When he arrived, I immediately felt a pang of regret. He showed up in sweatpants. Not even nice ones, just baggy, stained, worn-out sweatpants paired with an oversized hoodie. It was like he'd rolled out of bed and decided he couldn't be bothered to put in the bare minimum effort. I tried to brush it off, telling myself not to judge too quickly. Maybe he just wasn't into fashion, right? Then he opened his mouth. I wasn't going to ask you out, he said, shrugging like it was no big deal. But my mom told me to give you a chance. I stared at him, my smile frozen on my face. Did he think that was a compliment? That I should be grateful his mom had convinced him to slum it with me? Before I could respond, he launched into a monologue about a board game he was designing. It was apparently inspired by League of Legends, and he was incredibly proud of it. For the next 30 minutes, he talked nonstop about the mechanics, the characters, the lore he'd created. He didn't ask me a single question about myself. He didn't even pause long enough for me to interject. I just sat there, nodding along, trying to feign interest while my ice cream slowly melted. And then, out of nowhere, he dropped the bombshell. I have a girlfriend, he said casually, like it was the most normal thing in the world. I froze, my spoon halfway to my mouth. Excuse me? Yeah, he continued, completely unfazed. But she's ugly. Like really ugly. I have to fake orgasms when we have sex. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. My mind raced as I tried to process his words. Who says something like that on a date? She's like a 3 out of 10, he added, shaking his head. But you're a 5, so you're an upgrade. An upgrade? I felt like I'd been slapped. At this point, I was questioning every life decision that had led me to that ice cream shop. I didn't even know people still rated others on a scale like that, let alone announced it out loud. But he wasn't done. She's such a starfish in bed, he said, rolling his eyes. Doesn't do anything. And she doesn't even have a job. Her parents just give her money because they're rich. I sat there in stunned silence, torn between laughing at the absurdity of it all and screaming at him to shut up. The craziest part? I stayed. For reasons I still can't fully explain, I didn't walk out. Maybe it was shock, or maybe I was just too polite for my own good. Instead, I did the unthinkable. I gave him dating advice. Yes, you read that right. I sat there, on what was supposed to be our date, and tried to help him figure out how to fix his relationship with his girlfriend. By the time he finished his ice cream, I was completely drained. I thought it couldn't get any worse, but of course it did. I have to go, he said, glancing at his phone. Told my friends I'd be online to play video games. He stood up, threw a few crumpled bills on the table, and turned to me with a grin. Don't worry about paying me back, he said. I make a lot of money. And with that, he walked out. I sat there for a few minutes, stunned, trying to process everything that had just happened. The sweatpants, the insults, the bizarre confession about his girlfriend. It all felt like some kind of fever dream. When I finally got up to leave, I promised myself two things. I would never go on a date without properly vetting the person first. I would never let someone like that make me feel small again. This happened about 15 years ago. At the time, I was dating around, and I had a few creepy encounters during that time, but this guy takes the cake. He was an acquaintance my brother had met at a bar a few times, and was showing around the local area because he was new to the country. My brother set us up because he was apparently desperate for a girlfriend, and I guess I was pretty desperate too, because we went on a date together. That date was probably the worst first date I've ever been on. I showed up to the restaurant we were meeting at. He was late, which isn't a huge deal, so I let it slip and we went to sit down. To be honest, I knew from the start I wasn't really attracted to him, but I thought I would be polite and see if we had a nice night. He started off politely too. He held the door for me, pulled my seat out. It wasn't really necessary, but it was nice anyway. Then, when we were sitting down waiting for someone to come and take our orders, I was reading the menu, and he started talking about how much his fiancée would have liked this place. That took me by surprise, and naturally I asked about his fiancée. He revealed that he had had a fiancée before moving over her, but he had just left her to move to another country. I asked why they had broken up, and he said they never really broke up as such, but he got fed up of her nagging him about various things and just moved away. I really didn't know what to say after that, so I changed the subject and started asking him more about himself and where he used to live. He wasn't really very forthcoming. Eventually, our waiter turned up and started talking to us. To clarify for the next part, our waiter was a man of color, and he had an unusual accent for our area. So my date stares blankly at him for a while, then turns to me and says, "You understand this guy?" I said that yes, I could understand him before telling him our orders. After he left, my lovely date continued to shock me. He said, "I wouldn't normally leave ordering to the lady, but that brown guy talked really weirdly, and I didn't get it." Wow, way to tell me you're a racist and a sexist in one breath, dude. Again, I was speechless for a few moments before I got angry with him. I don't remember exactly what I said. It was something along the lines of, "Well, I'm not a lady, so I can order for myself just fine, thanks. And why make racial remarks?" Then he got annoyed with me and told me he wasn't being racist. He just wasn't used to that kind of person where he was from. I pointed out that he wouldn't have met me if he just stuck to people he was used to in his own country. He did calm down then and told me he wouldn't want that because he's glad he met me. Honestly, I found that a little weird, given that I didn't see any way to say that this date was going well and he didn't know me very well at all. But I decided since we had ordered, I should stay, get my meal, and try to redeem the evening before I leave and never see this man ever again. So I answered some of his questions about me, basic getting to know me and small talk stuff for the most part, then started on about my previous dates, if I was a virgin, whether I would be willing to wait until marriage, and then be submissive to my husband or not. It was at this point I realized that I was most likely on a date with a religious bigot, hence the misogyny, weird attitude to sexual stuff, and all his other closed-minded bullshit. So I settled for a none of your business, now I need to leave. I checked the prices on the menu and left money for my half of the food, plus a tip, on the table, and got up to leave. He said he didn't see why I was being unreasonable with him, as though this had been a normal date, but then told me that I couldn't expect him to take my money, because that was an insult to him. "Fine, dude, you want to pay for a meal that's not getting eaten, you pay for it. I'm not that mad about spending my money that I'll stop you. So I took my money back and walked straight out. I just assumed that, yes, it was an awful evening, but I wouldn't have to see him again. I wasn't even back to my house when my brother started texting me, asking where I was because my date had called him in tears saying I had gone off for no reason, and he didn't know where I was or what to do. Thankfully, my brother was pretty calm about it and assumed that I had left for a reason. I explained everything to him, and he was pretty surprised too. After that night, we both tried to cut contact. My brother stopped meeting up with the guy, and we both blocked the Facebook account we had for him too. My brother also blocked his number because he would not stop texting him asking about me, alternating between being really worried about me to saying he hoped I dropped dead. Then he started making endless different accounts on social media to harass us. He told my brother he didn't know why we weren't talking to him. He posted a bunch of weird posts describing me in detail before going on to call me a lot of horrible names. We kept blocking them and moving on. Then the harassment got worse. He either found me and followed me at some point, or got my address from a friend and turned up one day, standing around outside my house, asking to come in and speak to me. When I refused to let him in, he grabbed my arm to prevent me from going in either, and started to tell me that he didn't want to let me go because I would never find a man who would love me like he did, and that if I walked away from him again, I would regret it one day when I was old and lonely. He went on and on like this for ages and ages while I tried to pull my arm away from him, before I got fed up of this and yelled at him to get off me and leave me alone, then kicked him in the shin. He let go of my arm but cursed at me and said I was being ungrateful to him, but I took my opportunity to run inside and lock my door. He started banging on my door, then trying to push it inwards. I was getting both upset by this man and just super fed up of his presence in my life, so I grabbed my phone and called the police, telling them that someone was trying to get into my house. I was told someone would be with me soon, but 20 to 30 minutes later there was no sign of them anywhere, and I was getting quite upset because this man was forcing my door, and I thought the lock was going to break soon. So I called my brother, who lives nearby, just because I knew he would come, even though I wasn't sure if he would be able to help much. About 15 minutes later, my brother turns up, and after a brief conversation I didn't quite hear outside, the pressure was gone off the door. I waited a few minutes, and then texted my brother to see what was going on, and if it would be alright to look outside now. He didn't reply, and the next thing I heard was the police turning up. I went out to see what was going on. Apparently after my initial call, they had received another call from a neighbor, saying there were two men fighting on my lawn. I guess this was my brother and the guy, since my brother looked out of breath and pretty shook up, and the guy wasn't around anymore. My brother explained to the police that he had tried to stop the man getting into my house, and then the man had hit him. I told my side of the story, and some of my other neighbors were asked what they had seen, and were able to tell them about his attempts to get in. Plus there were marks on the outer side of the door where he had tried repeatedly to get in. About 5 or so years ago, I was 23 at the time and had just gotten out of my first and only serious relationship a year prior. That guy was my first love and my first sexual experience, and so needless to say, when things ended and he had zero interest in trying to work things out, I was heartbroken. After about a year of moping and being stupidly sexually promiscuous, I decided to try actual dating. I met this guy Rick on a dating website. He was a couple of years older than me, was an ex-Marine, was cute, and good at making conversation. After a few days of talking online, he asked for my number, and we decided to meet up. I drove to his house, and come to find out he lived with a few other guys who looked really shady. Now he actually lived in a good neighborhood, but the way they kept their home and the way his roommates looked was my first red flag that an inexperienced, naive girl would not fit in his crowd, but I decided to stay and give it a chance. Once he saw me, he came up, gave me a hug, and handed me a helmet. To his motorcycle. Now I have never in my life rode a motorcycle before, but I had always wanted to, so I thought why not and hopped on. Now the street he decides to take me up is known to be a very long and windy road that is pretty secluded. It's also important to note that this is the springtime, and it's about 5 p.m. when we go on our ride. I didn't realize at the time he had decided to take me on that specific road, but once we got on it, my red flags started to kick in. I began to realize that 1, it is dead silent and there are no other cars on this road right now. 2, it's starting to get dark, and 3, yeah, I don't know this guy, so what the hell am I doing? And my alarm bells start ringing. Now I will say that while I made a ton of mistakes within this story, this instance is where I am proud of how I reacted. Once my anxiety kicked in, I told him that I think we should turn around and go home. He started laughing and asked if I was scared, and I said no, I just need to head home, because my parents are expecting me for dinner soon. He kept riding forward, more alarm bells ringing. Pictures of me being raped and lying dead in a ditch came up. I kept asking him, can we please turn back, can we please turn back, and he finally gave in and turned around. The next day comes, and I told myself that maybe I was just overreacting, and he was harmless, and decided to agree on a second date a few days later. We met up at a sports bar for dinner and a couple of beers, so we can watch the hockey game. The entire time we are sitting there, Rick has his arm around me and has me literally attached to his hip, constantly trying to make out with me, and is acting extremely possessive. At this point I'm completely freaked out because I barely know this guy, and all he is talking to me is about our future, and how he would be such a protective boyfriend because he was an ex-Marine. At this point I knew I was done with him, but unfortunately my car is at his house. When we are done and head home, he insists that I come inside and hang out for a bit. I decide to walk in and stay for 5 minutes. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking. We walk into his room, and he immediately pounces on me, making out with me and trying to feel me up. I kept pushing his hands away and kept telling him that I needed to get going, but I could tell he wasn't going to give up until he got what he wanted, especially after I realized his little friend was aroused. He told me that he would not let me leave until we did something. I had no idea what he would have forced me to do if I kept rejecting his advances, so I decided that my only way out of there was to finish him off. So I did, and the entire time I'm trying to act like I'm enjoying it while dying inside and hoping he would hurry up and finish so I can quickly leave. Luckily I only used my hands, and luckily it took him a few minutes to finish before I literally ran out that door and sped home. After that night, he tried to ask me to hang out again, and I told him that I think it would be best if we stayed friends. This guy began to relentlessly call me and text me and beg me to see him, then proceeded to call me a bitch because I was ignoring him, then would apologize for calling me a bitch, and it was because he liked me so much. So I blocked him. Then he tried to message me on Instagram, so I blocked him there, and then on Facebook, and finally on Snapchat. A bunch of years ago, I matched with a guy on Tinder. I was a freshman in college, and just got out of a relationship and having fun. I matched with this guy, male 24. We can call him D. He was a little odd, but we had similar interests and went to the same school, so I thought, why not? The red flags started rolling in immediately when I said I would go on a date with him. Of course, the fact that he was much older isn't lost on me as the initial red flag. At this time, I didn't have a car. D offers to pick me up, but tells me that he is not in town, but he would leave his grandmother's funeral early, which was at a minimum 5 hours away, to come and pick me up. He showed up in sweatpants, a wife beater, and flip-flops, which struck me as odd because he said he was coming from a funeral. We hadn't made plans, just to get a bite to eat and hang out. Since he had been out of town, he asked if it was okay if we stopped to pick up his dog. He had left the dog with a friend. I like dogs, so I was like, no problem. It's dark and we pull up to an apartment complex, and he leaves me in the car and come back with a golden retriever. The dog immediately starts growling at me, which had never happened to me before, so I start feeling a little weird. D doesn't say anything about the dog's temperament. Because we have the dog, he wants to drop him off at his house. This feels logical to me, so I agree. When we pull up to D's house, he asks if I want to come in. Not wanting to sit in the car, I do. The moment I walked in, I immediately knew it was the wrong choice. The house is trashed. There's garbage everywhere. Trash bags full along the front entry, bottles and wrappers on the couch, and just general crap everywhere. D lets me know he has a roommate, but that roommate isn't home. I assume this is to imply the mess isn't his. After brushing the trash off the couch, he asks if I want to sit and play chess. I had expressed that I was interested in learning, and he seemed more than happy to help me learn. This too was a mistake. D begins explaining the game to me, and it isn't fun first date explaining. He has gotten very serious and is showing me each piece while telling me what it is, what it does, and how it moves. D then begins questioning me over each piece, which most I get wrong. Every time I get one wrong, he yells at me the correct answer and tells me try again. He got more and more frustrated, and it made me very uncomfortable, so I suggested we pause chess and do something else. D suggests watching a movie, which is fine with me. The idea of us leaving and going to get food seemingly forgotten. D tells me that we can watch movie in his room, and I oblige, but then he explains that he has to put clean sheets on the bed. I had assumed we were moving to his bedroom because it may have been cleaner, but when we go in it's not, and there is no TV in his room. He proceeds to put Iron Man 2 onto his phone to have us watch. We watched about 10 minutes of it before things got sexual. I won't tell you strangers the details, but short story short, we didn't have sex, but other things went down. I will say those things were consensual. After they occurred, I was feel really odd about the whole situation, and told him I didn't want to have sex. D was confused, but didn't push it at first. He said fine, and we watched maybe 5 more minutes of the movie before he said he didn't want to watch the movie and more. He started complaining and asking me why I didn't want to have sex with him, and I simply said I wasn't in the mood anymore. He then began pressuring me to tell him exactly what it was about him that made me feel that way. At this point, we had moved from the bedroom back into the dirty living room. You might be thinking, seems like a perfect time to leave, and I thought so too, but this is where things start to get scary. As if he knows I'm thinking about how I'm leaving, he explodes and begins to scream at me. This is a 6-foot-something man screaming in the face of a 5-foot-nothing young girl. Of course I'm internally freaking out, but I'm trying to make sure I don't piss him off anymore, but also not agreeing to anything. For the next 5 to 10 minutes, D screams at me about why I don't like him, why I don't want him, and continuously asks what's wrong with him and to tell him. I tried to placate him as best as possible, saying the old, "It's not you, it's me," and "No, I don't want to leave." Again, this man is my only ride home, and I'm truthfully not sure exactly where I was. Though I did have my phone and Google Maps, I did not have Uber at the time. D finally calms down when he believes I'm going to stay, then suggests we try playing some video game. I was in full internal freak-out mode, trying to make sure I was playing the part of the interested date, because I was terrified that if he felt I wanted to leave he would freak out again. We play this game for a while, then out of nowhere D starts getting upset again. He started yelling about why no one likes him, why no one wants to get to know him, and why no one loves him, saying that he has never had a girlfriend, and all his dates have been one-night stands. Again I placate him with "I don't know. Lots of girls are just snooty like that." At this point I'm saying anything, and everything he wants to hear. He even starts crying about how his mother never loved him, and telling me very deep, dark things about what his mother has said to him and treated him. After he finally calms down once more, he gets up and goes to the kitchen to fix us some drinks. Now if you're anyone with a brain, you're thinking absolutely not, which was my exact thought at that moment. I decline his multiple offers for a drink. He asks if instead of alcohol, I wanted water, and of course I declined that too, feigning that I wasn't thirsty. I stayed at his apartment until about 1 a.m., because I was sitting next to him terrified to 1. Ask him to take me home 2, say I'd walk home 3, figure out how to get an Uber. I had been trying to download Uber on my phone without him noticing, but then it asks for card information, and that was too hard to do without him noticing. So around 1 a.m. I yawn very loud and say, "Oh wow, it's 1 a.m. My roommate's going to be so worried about me." I laugh as if my roommate would be stupid to worry, and that I hadn't been watching the clock since he picked me up at 9 p.m. then said, "I'm so tired. I should get home soon." Again I was super scared he would freak out, but he didn't explode. He just looked at the clock and said yeah, it was late, but I was not taking any chances, so I said I have a great idea. If I get to bed, soon I'd love to have breakfast with you on campus. I was hoping my offer convinced him that I was intending to see him again, and it did. He seemed very happy at the prospect of it and jumped up, walking me out of my house and to his car. The drive back was excruciatingly long. The ride was completely silent, neither of us spoke. It was only a 10-minute drive, but I could have sworn he slowed down every time we got to a particularly dark area or underpass. D dropped me off and I smiled and made a good show of being tired, yet excited to see him tomorrow. He offered multiple times to walk me to my door, but I declined every time and said I didn't want to bother him and I'd see him tomorrow. I walked myself to the building, and the moment I got around the corner, I sprinted so fast up the stairs and to my door before he could change his mind and follow me to my door. When I got in my dorm room, I genuinely felt like I had just escaped a serial killer. Even now, writing it makes my heart race a bit. I never met up with him, but he begged me for multiple days after to meet up with him again. He ever asked to pay me $20 an hour to sit near me in the library. I declined obviously, and only ever saw him once after at the gym on campus. He didn't see me and I left immediately. I've thought about D occasionally since the date, and wondered if all those girls he had one-night stands with had the same experience I did. I still sometimes wonder how many girls there were after me. This is a story about a time when I found out I was more naive than I thought I was. I think we all have a few stories like this from when we were young. I'm a female, and when I was in my 20s I dropped out of college and worked at a call center for a few years before finishing my degree. The place I worked paid a lot higher than most call center work, so it had relatively low turnover, and people stayed there for a long time and developed friendships with their coworkers. I became friends with a guy whose desk was next to mine because we worked the same shift. I'll call him Brad. Brad was 7 or 8 years older than me and was married with a daughter. We hit it off right away because we were both cynical and sarcastic, and we often thought we were the most sophisticated people in our call center, believing many of our co-workers to be rubes and goody two-shoes. I am so glad I have since grown out of that immature way of thinking. We started hanging out sometimes after work, going out for beers. Brad lived in the next city over, which was about 30 miles away. Traffic was always terrible going back to his town in the evening, so sometimes he'd want to chill and blow off some steam while letting the traffic thin out. I was still at the stage where drinking in a bar was a novelty, so I was happy to get after-work beers. I was never attracted to Brad. To my mind, we were nothing more than work buddies. He was married with a kid, and I'm not attracted to cheaters. Even if Brad hadn't been married, his personality would have prevented me from being attracted to him, because he could be really annoying. Brad was really pushy with his opinions. He was always trying to force books, CDs, and DVDs on me. It was the early 2000s, and then would pester me relentlessly afterward asking how I liked it. He was always really insistent that I agree that whatever he recommended was better than stuff I liked. This may not sound like much, but it was super annoying and totally invalidating. We didn't have the same taste, so I never liked the stuff he recommended. I quit accepting things from him after about the second time, but he would still try to force books and things on me, and he'd pout when I told him I wasn't interested in taking them. The only other time I've had people do this was when I was dating them, and I didn't like it then either. I eventually got fired for clocking in 1 minute late from lunch or breaking another of the pointlessly draconian call center rules. Brad took me out for beers the day I got fired, and I fully expected to never see him or any of my other call center co-workers again. A few weeks later, however, Brad texted me on a Saturday night to say he'd been out with friends in my town, and did I want to meet up for beers? I told him no, that I was in for the night. He texted me back that he'd just bought a 6-pack and was headed to my house. He knocked on my door about a minute later. I'm definitely not the type of person who appreciates unexpected visitors. I cursed the fact that I'd invited Brad to a party a few weeks earlier and given him my address. I couldn't see any way out of it, so I let him in and drank a few beers while he prattled on about various co-workers that I was no longer interested in. When I started getting tired at about 10:30 and asked Brad to leave, he started pouting and whining that it was too early and he didn't want to go home yet. I basically had to push him out the door. I ghosted Brad after that. I would get texts periodically on Saturday nights that just said, "You home?" or worse, "I did a drive-by and it looks like your car is gone. You out? Want to meet up?" He even knocked on my door a few times when I was home, to which I hid until he was gone. He never did this stuff when we worked together. I didn't know why he was so interested now. I don't know why he was so presumptuous in thinking that showing up at my house was okay, other than that I was single and he assumed I wanted company. A year and a half after I'd quit working with Brad, I ran into him downtown. I'd been having lunch with friends and was walking back to my car when I spotted him sitting outside a cafe by himself. He waved me over and I ended up having a cup of coffee with him. He whined at me about ghosting him, and because I was so young and didn't know any better, the guilt trip worked. He talked me into letting him come over later with beers for a low-key hangout. Brad showed up later that evening with a 6-pack and some crappy book that his friend had written that he said I just had to read. From the minute he got there, all he wanted to talk about was these co-workers at the call center who had had an affair and left their spouses for each other. This was the hot gossip I was missing out on since I no longer worked there. I honestly didn't care because I no longer worked there. But Brad wouldn't shut up about it. He analyzed it in great detail, speculating about all the different aspects of their relationship and how it affected their kids and their exes and all kinds of things that were none of my concern. I regretted letting him invite himself over. Somehow the word orgasm came up in our conversation. Brad took that opportunity to say, "Opie, when was the last time you had an orgasm that was given to you by someone else?" All of the air went out of the room. Now I understood why he wanted to come over to my house so badly. For some reason, I'd thought he wasn't that kind of person. Stupid me. "You need to leave," I said. "I fucked up," he replied. "I didn't mean anything by it." I was just wondering. You need to leave, I repeated. Ah, you're not really mad, are you? He asked with a surprised look on his face. I walked to the front door and opened it. Leave now. Don't call me, don't text me, don't show up here with beers. Get out! He continued to stare at me incredulously. Wow, you're actually mad? I just glared back at him. He shrugged and set his beer down. Okay, boss. He walked slowly to the door, still with a disbelieving look on his face. Once he got over the threshold, he turned to look at me again and started to say something else. I shut the door in his face. He immediately called and left me a long voicemail which I didn't listen to, and continued on with periodic texts and voicemails in the following weeks, as well as an invitation to a Halloween party he and his wife were throwing. I would have blocked him, but this was before you could easily do that. I never spoke to him again, and when he later tried to friend me on social media, I blocked him. I know this isn't creepy in the same way being followed home by a stranger is creepy, and Brad didn't get aggressive and left when I asked him to, but it could have gone differently. He was in my house and nobody knew he was there. He'd invited himself over and showed up at my house for months, even though I'd ignored him. He didn't respect my boundaries when I asked him to stop contacting me, and I'm not a flirty person. I didn't lead him on or make him think I was interested in him other than having conversations about books and movies and stuff. I thought we were friends, and he thought we were going to have an affair. I hope his wife left his dumb ass. I was dating a guy twice my age who I worked at a grocery store with. He has a side job with a morgue where he picks up bodies on call. He takes them to the morgue and does paperwork, tags them, and puts them in the freezer. I thought what he did was admirable because someone needs to do it, and death is a touchy subject. He made himself out to be a really great person who cares about people and wants to be that guy who can get the hard stuff done in a caring manner. Unfortunately, he turned out to be a creep. The morgue also does funnel services and stuff, so there are little rooms with chairs and such, also an office. One night we were supposed to hang out, and he asked me to meet him at the morgue. This was in the middle of the night, nobody else there. I figured we'd meet up and leave to get food or just talk in his car like usual, but instead he wanted me to come inside. He showed me around the little rooms in the office. It was kinda cool, like being in a horror video game. Then he told me to wait, and he left me in the office. After a few minutes he texted me and told me to come into a room I hadn't been in. It was the room where they get the bodies ready for the freezer and do the paperwork. I didn't know. I went inside and there was a dead body just out in the open in the middle of the room on a gurney. I froze in the doorway because I wasn't expecting it. I felt like I should be upset, but he thought it was funny, and I kind of just played cool. He wanted me to look at it. It was an old lady. I've seen plenty of stuff on the internet, so thought to myself this wasn't as messed up as it was. He finished up and then took me into the freezer to show me other bodies. There were like 6 in there in body bags, only one other one unzipped. He also showed me the oven where they were cremated. This was all in the middle of the night, no warning on my part, nobody else in the building. I kind of just blocked out the memory for a couple months. Started having other issues with the guy, and ended up telling the story to a friend. Friend helped me realize the situation was fucked. Just thought I'd share here, since I've since still had issues with this dude, and finally have him blocked on everything. Hopefully he leaves me alone. A few years ago I matched with a guy on Tinder. To be clear, I was identified as CF on my profile, and so was he on his profile. We matched and started texting, and I again made it clear that I don't mind kids, but I did not want the responsibility of any. I wanted to live my life for me. He claimed to be the same. We texted for about 2 weeks before meeting up. I'm super safe that way. And yes, I checked his social media and such. It was pretty sparse, but no red flags. Since mine was the same, I couldn't really say anything. He seemed to post about as much as I did, so all seemed on the up and up. We had a lot of the same likes. Loved music of many genres. He played the guitar, and I played the piano and violin. Both liked animals and enjoyed casual hiking. Loved to read, though I've since come to realize he was definitely lying about how much he read. Honestly, he seemed great. We kept things casual for about the first month before we decided to make it official that we were dating exclusively. We saw each other probably 3 to 5 times a week for 6 months. Anything from overnights, his place and mine, to quick lunch dates when we were both busy. Things seemed to be going great. I met his friends, he met mine, and we made plans to meet each other's family over the holidays. Then comes the talk. You know, the one where you're more than casually interested and actually starting to think long-term about a partner? The one where you make sure you're on the same page about long-term life goals and ambitions? So we are having dinner, and I let him know I'm on track to retire at 40 to 45, and that I want to move to Europe and travel extensively. Take up writing and art again. I'm trying to delicately get around to what his financial situation is like. If he's got hundreds of thousands in debt, I need to bail. But if he's only marginally in debt, I'm willing to invest in the relationship at this point, because he seems so great. Funny, smart, kind, hot as hell, and a damn good lay. LOL. So it happens. He literally knocks me dumb as he takes my hand and looks deep into my eyes and tells me there's something he's been keeping from me. I'm thinking he's about to let me know he's so far in debt that he'll be working until he's 90. Nope. He's got kids. This motherfucker had 3 kids. And not only that, he has sole custody. I'm literally stunned speechless as I listen to him explain to me that the condo we're currently sitting in is in fact not his house, but his single brother's, who agreed to let him use it for our dates, so his parents can watch his kids at his house since their apartment isn't kid-proofed. I remain speechless as he explains he didn't tell me earlier because he was afraid I would stop speaking to him, and that he can't bear to lose me because I'm the most amazing woman he's ever met. He tells me he wants to spend the rest of his life with me, and I'll be such an amazing mother to his kids because I'm so smart and level-headed and not a drama queen at all. This bastard then goes on to say that instead of me retiring early, I should sell my house and help him pay off his mortgage and debt, and then we can save to put all 3 of his kids through college, and once they graduate they can get good jobs and send us to Europe on vacation. I just sat there staring at this fucker as he looks at me with such an excited expression on his face, like he already had the next few decades of our lives planned out and fully expecting me to be jumping with joy that he sprung his little brood of mini-me's on me like it is some fantastic surprise. Planned in a way that was the exact opposite of my child-free life plan I had been up front with him about from day one. I literally didn't say anything once I came back to my senses. I just stood up, grabbed my bag, and walked out. He of course followed me and kept telling me I was overreacting, and please come back, so we can have an adult conversation. He tried to keep me from getting in my car, and I finally faced him and told him I was 1 second away from dialing 911. He finally stepped aside and told me he'd be waiting for my phone call when I finally calmed down and was ready to be rational. Over the next 2 months, I was forced to change my cell number and threatened to have a restraining order taken against him and his whole family because his mom, his dad, and his fucking brother all started harassing me, blowing up my phone all hours of the day, coming by my house and my work. All of them telling me what a horrible person I must be to hate children so much that I would turn a great guy like him down. It finally stopped when I went to the police. I didn't have enough to get a restraining order, but they did send an officer to his house to tell him to leave me alone. He called one last time to leave me a message and tell me I was going to die a lonely cat lady and he was fucking done with me, and that I was lucky he'd given me the time of day because I wasn't that hot anyways. So there you go, folks, the breeder horror story of all breeder horror stories. Edit. Wow. Legit did not expect this post to blow up like it did. I can't reply to everyone, so here are some answers to the most common questions. No, I am not super rich and did not win the lotto in order to be able to retire early. I was adopted by my grandparents who taught me the value of saving and investing early and never going into debt for anything other than a house. They stressed the power of compounding interest. At 15, I got my first job, and they helped me set up my Roth IRA, REIT portfolio, and drip stock portfolio. They wanted me to learn from their mistakes, as they didn't start saving until their 50s. I have legit been a super saver and super investor for a little over 20 years now. I'm 37. I was 34 when this happened, though he probably only asked me out because I legit look like I'm 25. Not having kids really allows you to retain your youth. I don't think he was completely living at his brother's. We hung out 3 to 5 times a week and had maybe 2 to 3 overnighters a week. So once or twice at my place and once or twice at his place. We alternated nights. So I think he only used his brother's on then nights we decided to sleep at his house. Though he did keep stuff there and make it look like it was his place. What was really creepy is I left my stuff there too. Never went back for any of it. Is it weird that despite all the fucked up shit this guy hit me with, I kept wondering what his brother might have done with my toothbrush while it was there? LOL. I never actually met his parents until after that awful night. We had made plans to meet each other's family for the holidays, but our talk was a few months before Thanksgiving, so we hadn't met each other's relatives yet. The first time I met his parents was a few days after that night when they came to my fucking house to convince me to give their son another chance. And believe me, that is a whole other story. Same for how I actually met his brother. I honestly don't think he was massively in debt. I just think having kids meant he was nowhere near as financially solvent as I was. Let's be honest, most people with kids are not looking to retire at 40 since kids are hella expensive. It's one of the reasons I didn't have any. He probably just had some credit card debt, his mortgage, his truck, and nothing in college savings for his kids. The same boat a vast majority of parents are in. I think he just wanted me to help him get to where I was faster than he could get there himself with 3 kids to support. This happened about 3 years ago. I was 24, newly single, and not really looking for anything serious. I'd been on Tinder for a couple of weeks and had gone on a few dates. Most of them were fine, just awkward or dull, but nothing sinister. That changed when I met Chris. Chris messaged me one night with a pretty normal opener. He wasn't the best looking guy I'd seen on the app, but he had this easygoing vibe in his messages that I liked. He was funny, attentive, and didn't come on too strong. We talked for a few days, and he seemed normal, like too normal. No weird red flags, no creepy comments. Just a guy who liked hiking, movies, and cooking. He told me he'd recently moved to my city and didn't know many people yet. I felt bad for him, honestly, and I thought, why not? He seems nice. We agreed to meet for drinks at a bar not too far from my place. I made sure to tell my roommate where I was going because, stranger danger and all that. The date started out fine. Chris was exactly like his photos, average height, dark hair, a little scruffy but in a cute way. He was easy to talk to, and the conversation flowed well. I'll admit, after a couple of drinks, I started to feel pretty comfortable around him. Too comfortable, maybe. After about an hour, he asked if I wanted to come back to his place. He said it wasn't far, just a quick drive, and that he'd make me one of his famous cocktails. I hesitated for a second. Normally, I wouldn't go back to someone's place on a first date, but something about him seemed so harmless. Plus, I'd had a little bit to drink, and my judgment wasn't exactly at its sharpest. I told myself it would be fine. I texted my roommate to let her know where I was going, just in case, and got into Chris's car. The drive was short, maybe 10 minutes, but the further we went, the darker and quieter the streets became. His apartment turned out to be a small house tucked at the end of a cul-de-sac. It was cute, but there was something off about it. No lights on in the neighboring houses, no cars in the driveways. It felt isolated. We walked inside, and the first thing I noticed was how empty it was. Like weirdly empty. No pictures on the walls, no clutter, no signs that anyone actually lived there. Just a couch, a coffee table, and a TV in the living room. The kitchen counters were spotless, not even a coffee maker or a toaster. I joked, "Wow, you're either a minimalist or you just moved in," and he smiled but didn't answer. I shrugged it off and sat down on the couch while he went to the kitchen to make our drinks. That's when I started to feel uneasy. The silence in the house was deafening, like the walls were absorbing all the sound. No music, no distant hum of a fridge, nothing. I pulled out my phone to text my roommate again, but when I unlocked it, I noticed something strange. My last text to her, the one where I told her I was coming here, hadn't sent. No signal. "Hey, do you have Wi-Fi?" I called out, trying to sound casual. Chris didn't answer right away. After a moment, he poked his head around the corner and said, "Oh yeah, sorry, the Wi-Fi's out right now." Something about the storm last week messing it up. There hadn't been a storm last week. My stomach dropped, and I started to silently panic. I wanted to leave, but I didn't want to seem scared. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe the Wi-Fi really was out, and I was just psyching myself out. But then I started noticing other things. The drink he made me? It was just water with ice. He handed it to me like it was a cocktail, smiling like he expected me not to notice. The windows in the living room? They didn't have curtains or blinds, just large panes of glass that looked out into complete darkness. And the doors, there were 3 of them leading to different rooms off the living room, were all closed. Too closed. I took a small sip of the water and set it down, trying to think of an excuse to leave. "Hey, I just realized," I said, forcing a laugh. "I have work early tomorrow. I should probably get going." Chris's smile faltered. "Already?" he asked, his tone light but strained. "You just got here." "Yeah, sorry," I said, standing up. "I completely forgot I had this thing in the morning." He didn't move. Just stood there, blocking the entryway to the front door. "You don't have to go," he said, his smile returning but not reaching his eyes. "Stay a little longer." I haven't even shown you the backyard yet. No, really I should, I started, but he cut me off. You'll love the backyard, he said, his voice firmer now. Come on, just for a minute. My heart was pounding, but I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe next time, I said, trying to step around him. But as I did, he grabbed my arm. Not hard, but enough to stop me. Just one drink, he said, his voice low. One more drink, and then you can go. His grip tightened, and I realized in that moment that I wasn't getting out of there without a fight. I yanked my arm free and backed away, my voice shaking as I said, Chris, let me go. Now. For a second, he just stared at me, his face unreadable. Then he smiled again, this slow, chilling smile that made my blood run cold. You're not going anywhere, he said. I didn't think. I just acted. I grabbed the glass of water from the coffee table and threw it at his face, the ice and water hitting him hard enough to make him stumble. While he was distracted, I bolted for the door, fumbling with the lock before finally yanking it open and running out into the night. I didn't stop running until I was back on the main road, where I flagged down a passing car and begged the driver to take me to the nearest gas station. From there, I called the police. When they arrived at the house, it was empty. No furniture, no Chris, nothing. Just an abandoned shell of a house. The neighbors said no one had lived there for years. So before I go into the story, I'll just explain that in the lead up to this particular incident, I had a number of strange attempted break-ins and occurrences. So much so that I had to install cameras with motion sensors on every entry/exit in my apartment, just so I bowled make sure no one was there when I got in at night. One of the first was encountering a man standing in my room when I walked in broad daylight. I had stuff go missing the week before, and my roommate said he had the sense he was being watched in there that week. So I'm on my way home from a night out, and I start going through my phone. I see I have a message on Tinder, and check it out. The girl looks attractive, but I think she's a catfish because she sounds so eager to meet me, and I know that when something sounds too good to be true, it always is. So I get home and she sends me her address. I check it, and she's literally a 5-minute walk. I'm drunk, and it sounds appealing, even just the attention, but again, I don't believe her. So I say video call me, and she surprisingly agrees. I see the call coming in, and I'm not sure what to expect, but surprisingly it's the person. She seems nice. She says she's high and wants to smoke and have some company, and I agree. Now I'm like excited. Maybe I'll actually really hit it off with her, and she lives a stone throw away. So I have a shower, grab some liquor, and head over. So I'm on the way, I'm walking. As I'm nearing her place, I look across the street and through this archway that leads into the courtyard for this apartment block. At the end of the arched corridor, I see a man glance out at me, then pretend to look at his phone. I walk past, and I don't know why, but I'm sure it's to do with the paranoia I have been experiencing, but I stop and decide to walk back. As I come to the arch again, I see the guy's head peek out around the corner, and on making eye contact, he jets back rapidly. When I'm in full view of the arched tunnel again, the man is seemingly immersed in his phone again, and he starts walking around the corner and down the street. I stand there and look to see if he will look back. He doesn't, and I hear a girl's voice behind me. It's the girl, and she's like, "Hey, come on in." It feels like an episode of To Catch a Predator, but she's clearly in her early 30s, so I start to relax again, but only briefly. We walk up a flight of steps to get apartment, but then she starts veering down a flight of steps and tells me she has a basement apartment. I follow her and am calm until I get into the living room. I don't know how to describe why. There was nothing there to make me feel nervous, but that was exactly it. It was so bare, just a sofa and a kitchen table, just the complete opposite of what I imagined. I've dated girls, and it just wasn't a girl's apartment. I don't know if that makes sense. So now she's like, "Come into my room," and I get this overwhelming sense of fear, like something telling me it's a trap. Don't do it. You're walking into a honey trap, but I tell myself I'm being paranoid and try to relax again. So I follow her to her room, and it's a tiny box room. There's a bed and an empty bedside drawer. Now the thing that weirds me out the most is, there's another door, which I can only assume leads to a bathroom. The door is closed, but there's a very obvious pool of water coming out from underneath the door, like something had overflowed but stopped. I'm about to ask, but I don't, as her hand cups and squeezes my crotch area, and I'm taken aback at how forward she starts to become. She kisses me while guiding my hand down the front of her sweats inside her underwear, and whispers for me to take my clothes off. I start to open my shirt, and before I can, she is but naked. She sits on the bed and starts opening and getting my pants down straight in to giving me head. Sorry about the details, but I'm trying to explain one. her overeagerness to get me naked, and 2, the overwhelming feeling she was trying to distract me or put me in a vulnerable position. Now she starts to lie back and pull me on top of her, kissing me and making over-the-top moaning noises. Then, I can distinctly hear something outside the door in the living room, that sound of like clothes rubbing against clothes when you're moving in a really quiet place, and footsteps, not many but like someone is sneaking around. As we're kissing, she tells me my watch is catching her skin, and could I take it off? I find this strange, but it gives me a chance to gather myself. I sit up and start to take it off. I ask her why there's water leaking out of the restroom. I don't know genuinely if she misheard me or was completely sidestepping my question, but she just answers, yes, I've water here, and grabs a bottle of water from the side of the bed. I don't re-question. I open the bottle and take a sip. I hear that clothes on clothes, light footsteps movement again. I can feel there is someone right outside the door, and my heart starts to beat. I can also feel my lips starting to burn inexplicably. I think she can feel my uneasiness, and starts to kiss the back of my neck, whispering for me to fuck her. Now I can't tell you how much I wanted this to be real, not a setup, to believe this girl really wanted me, but even if she did really like me, she was way too eager. I say, what time is it, and grab my phone. I look at the message where she told me her address, and I memorize it. I open it and go to WhatsApp. I pretend to send an audio message. Hey guys, I'm at 123 Street, basement apartment. I can see the wide-eyed surprised look on her face. I need one of you to come pick me up outside right away. I can't explain right now, but if you can't come, send someone to that apartment. If I'm not outside, then I'm in trouble, and call the cops. She pauses, stuck for words, and asks why I'm so paranoid. I ask her who's outside, and she doesn't deny that anyone is there, just says her friend, no explanation. I start to get dressed. I feel relieved, but also think, am I overthinking this? I say bye, and she see you later, and starts texting on her phone. I open the door. The room is darker than when we went through it first, but I can make out the silhouette of mostly everything. I don't see any other room though, and wonder where the fuck her friend is, or why was there someone in that room. I have the jitters walking through the room. It's only a short trip, but I'm envisioning someone jumping from out of nowhere and bludgeoning me with something. I get to the stairs. I go up. I rush to the door, can't figure out how to open it. I can feel someone coming behind me, up the stairs. My adrenaline has kicked in 100x. It's her. She goes and opens it. I say thank you and I leave. I check my cameras before going to my apartment. No one has triggered them. I sit in the kitchen and wonder, was I being crazy? I go to my room and into bed, and surprisingly get a call from her again, and she's being cool. She tells me stop being so paranoid and come back. Now I'm actually half thinking about it. Thinking I've been acting insane, but something just clicks. A theory I had been having that would make sense of this. I tell her and can't. She asks why, and I tell her that my roommate is on the phone to the cops. To stay the fuck away. I've cameras everywhere. She pauses and then says, which still gives me the creeps, I know your roommate isn't home from work yet, and hangs up. So the weeks before this, as I explained, I had a few attempted break-ins. I always thought the roof, because I'm on it top floor, but the cameras never caught anything. What I didn't understand was how they were getting in. The apartment next door to me, the only other one on that floor, was occupied by the landlord's brother. He has what I'm guessing is dementia or something similar. He kind of hoards and takes random things in and out every so often. I hadn't seen him in a while, but had heard movement in the apartment. I knew what was happening, it just all clicked. People were coming down the fire escape and in his window. I think possibly staying there, stealing from him, using my Wi-Fi as I had the code left on the wall. I think that night they decided to rob me, knowing my roommate wouldn't be home until 4 at least, and someone watching me while I was out in the neighborhood. When they realized I was going home early, they tried to distract me. I told the landlord I thought people were going through the apartment. I don't know what the clutter in there, could you tell, but I know the window was unlocked, and he stayed with an elderly lady on the second floor who looks after him. There hasn't been much activity since, so I hope this is the end of it. I didn't call the police because I wasn't sure if I was being crazy, but I knew deep down I wasn't. But even when I tell people, I can see they're like, okay. When I turned 17 last year, me and 2 other friends had a little get-together and kind of planned to go out that night. One of my friends was active on Tinder and had been chatting with an 18-year-old guy named Jens. This guy asks if we'd come and meet him at this bar in Utrecht, the Netherlands. And we're thinking, OMG, free alcohol with a hot guy seems fun. We get ready, take a train, and within 15 minutes we're in Utrecht. We stopped at some stores and a restaurant before we got to the bar. We go in and sit on those high chairs. We didn't see the guy from the Tinder profile, so we waited. Then my friend got the message that he was delayed. So we waited. We ordered some Cokes. My friend tried to message the guy again, but the messages went unanswered. After a while, this man, who had also been sitting at the bar the whole time, asked us if he could offer us a drink. This man was maybe 30 years old, but there were 3 of us, and after all we came to get a free drink, so we said yes, and he ordered us shots. We continued our conversation, and when we finished the shots, he'd get us new ones. Then at some point he came to sit with us and engaged with our conversation. Then later all of us moved to a lounge in the corner in the bar. We were all kind of tipsy and enjoying ourselves. That kind of went on, like for example we talked about our favorite artists, but then he started asking sexually tinted questions, and because this man was not hot at all, rather ugly, and way too old, we did not like that. I felt a little too tipsy and needed some water, so I got up to ask for water at the bar. When I did, the waitress at the bar told me that we could absolutely not go home with this man we were sitting with. Because she said that at their bar it had happened that a young girl would come and sit at the bar, get stood up, and then this supposedly nice man, who always happened to be there when a girl got stood up, would buy them a drink, get them a drunk, and ask them to go home with him. And that's the guy we were sitting with. I did not make a connection right away, but I understood this man was not as nice as he seemed. When I got back to our table, I said to my friends I wanted to go home, and they agreed. We were trying to say goodbye, but the guy kept pressuring us have another drink or go to another bar. He said he had Bacardi for us at his home, and asked if we wanted to get it. He kept pressuring and literally walked with us out of the bar. I freaked out and thought he man was going to follow us home. But eventually he did walk into another bar, and we went ahead and took our train back home. The next day I realized what had happened. I told my friends what the waitress said, and when my friend tried to contact the Tinder profile, she found out that he blocked her. I am 100% sure that the 30-years-old man, who coincidentally was there to get friendly with us when we got stood up, was actually the 19 years old that we were supposed to meet up with. I think about what could have happened if we were to have gone with him to his home. And I'm so happy there were 3 of us, like what could have happened if I were alone. For every young girl in the Netherlands out there, if you stumble across a Tinder account under the name Jens, don't be too quick to meet them. I believe he lives in Utrecht City, as he asked us to walk with him for the Bacardi. If you happen to be stood up, and a white, about 30 years old man with short dark blonde hair and uneven eyebrows offers you drinks, don't accept and leave. The restaurant buzzed with the warm chatter of other diners, their voices blending with the clinking of silverware and the soft hum of background music. I sat stiffly at the table, trying to steady my nerves. It had been a long time since I'd been on a date. Too long, thanks to the emotional wreckage of a 3-year relationship that had ended in flames. But here I was, determined to try again, pushing myself to embrace the terrifying world of dating. For 2 weeks, I'd been talking to this guy. On paper, he seemed great, funny, charming, and no glaring red flags. Our conversations had been light, easy, the kind that made me think maybe, just maybe, I was ready to move on. When he asked me out to dinner, I said yes, hoping this was the first step towards something good. He arrived a little late, all smiles and confidence as he slid into the booth across from me. The dim lighting cast soft shadows over his face, making him seem almost too perfect. "Sorry I'm late," he said, brushing off the apology with a wink. Traffic was a nightmare. I smiled politely, nerves still fluttering in my chest. The waitress appeared quickly, handing us menus and taking our drink orders. I ordered a soda, eager to keep my head clear, and he ordered some craft beer that he clearly thought was impressive. We started chatting, the kind of awkward small talk that felt like trudging through knee-deep mud, but I figured that was normal for a first date. Then, somewhere in the middle of explaining why I hadn't been out much lately, I said, "I've been saving up for a washer and dryer. Mine broke a while ago, and I've been trying to budget for replacements." He leaned back in his chair, smirking like he knew something I didn't. "You know," he said, his voice casual but laced with something sharp, "instead of saving for that, you should save for a boob job." For a moment, I thought I'd misheard him. My brain froze, the words hanging in the air between us like a bad joke waiting for a punchline. But the punchline never came. He was dead serious. I stared at him, stunned into silence. My stomach churned, and my cheeks flushed with embarrassment and anger. Before I could even figure out how to respond, he doubled down. No, it's not a bad thing," he said, waving a hand as if he was doing me a favor. My sister and mom both had small tits, and they got boob jobs. They look amazing now. I blinked, my mind reeling. Did he really just say that? To me? On a first date? Before we even had our drinks? My throat tightened, a lump of indignation forming as I tried to comprehend the sheer audacity. He just sat there, looking at me like he'd offered sage advice, like he expected me to thank him for his thoughtful suggestion. I glanced around the restaurant, suddenly hyper-aware of every other table. Couples laughed, groups clinked glasses, and servers wove between tables, oblivious to the humiliation burning through me. My heart raced, my pulse pounding in my ears. I didn't say a word. I didn't argue or demand an explanation. I just stood up, grabbed my bag, and walked out. My chair scraped loudly against the floor, drawing a few curious glances from nearby diners, but I didn't care. Let them stare. Let him sit there and wonder what he'd done wrong. The cold night air hit me like a slap, a welcome contrast to the suffocating heat of the restaurant. I kept walking, my heels clicking against the pavement, adrenaline surging through my veins. Each step felt like reclaiming a piece of myself, the part that had been worn down by heartbreak and self-doubt. By the time I reached my car, the initial shock had faded, replaced by a simmering anger. How dare he? How dare anyone think they could comment on my body like that, as if it was their right to decide what I should or shouldn't change. I sat in my car for a long moment, staring at the steering wheel, letting the weight of what had just happened sink in. The absurdity of it all hit me then, and I laughed, sharp and bitter, but a laugh nonetheless. This wasn't the start of a love story, but maybe it was the start of something better. A reminder that I didn't have to settle, didn't have to endure thoughtless comments or gross entitlement just to feel wanted. The theater was buzzing with excitement that night, the kind of electric energy that only comes from the premiere of a blockbuster movie. I'd been looking forward to this for weeks, a first date with someone who seemed genuinely interesting. Star Wars, The Force Awakens was the film, a perfect excuse for shared popcorn and whispered commentary during the action-packed scenes. At least, that's how I'd imagined it. What I didn't imagine was the surprise waiting for me when I arrived. She was standing by the ticket counter, but she wasn't alone. Beside her was another girl, grinning awkwardly. "This is my sister," my date said casually, as though it was the most natural thing in the world to bring a chaperone to a first date. I blinked, unsure how to respond. My gut told me something was off, but I shrugged it off. Maybe they were close, maybe it was last minute. Play it cool, I told myself. What's the worst that could happen? The worst started with the tickets. Somehow, I ended up pulling out my wallet and paying for all three of us. I can't even recall how it happened. It just did. Maybe it was her charm, or maybe it was the fact that old me couldn't handle confrontation. Either way, I found myself standing in line with a sinking feeling, clutching tickets for a movie I suddenly wasn't excited about anymore. As we settled into our seats, the situation only got worse. The lights dimmed, the iconic Star Wars crawl began, and I glanced over at them, eager to share in the moment. But they both looked utterly lost. "So who's that guy?" her sister whispered loudly, pointing at the screen. "Wait, what's the deal with the gold robot?" my date chimed in. It hit me then. They had never seen a Star Wars movie before. Not one. I stared ahead, trying to suppress my frustration as they whispered back and forth, their confusion breaking any chance of getting lost in the movie. Every twist, every reveal, every callback to the originals, none of it landed for them. Meanwhile, I sat there, acutely aware of how much I'd been looking forward to this moment, and how completely derailed it had become. When the credits finally rolled, I sighed in relief, ready to head home and call it a night. But no, the evening wasn't over yet. They wanted McDonald's. We piled into the fast food joint, the smell of fries and grease filling the air. I grabbed something small, a drink maybe, and watched as my date ordered fries. Just fries. Her sister ordered a full meal, of course. They sat across from me, chatting away like I wasn't even there. For over an hour, I sat in that fluorescent-lit purgatory, nursing my drink and watching her eat fries one at a time. Meanwhile, her sister took center stage, launching into an unfiltered tirade about everyone at her job. Co-workers, managers, even customers. No one was safe from her sharp, biting commentary. Every time I tried to shift the conversation, to steer it towards something even remotely date-like, she'd interrupt, dragging the focus back to her ongoing workplace drama. I glanced at my date more than once, hoping for some sign of acknowledgement, some spark of connection that might salvage the night. but she seemed content to let her sister dominate the conversation, occasionally nodding along or throwing in the odd comment. By the time I finally made it to my car, my head was spinning. What had just happened? Was this a date? A family outing? Some kind of elaborate prank? The whole experience felt surreal, like I'd stumbled into someone else's bizarre evening and been forced to play along. There was no second date, not even an attempt. She didn't reach out, and neither did I. To this day, I still think about that night from time to time, trying to make sense of it. Was it a test? A joke? Or just a glaring incompatibility that became painfully obvious over a tray of cold fries? I may not have gotten answers, but I walked away with one valuable lesson. If someone brings an unexpected guest to a first date, it's a red flag the size of a Star Destroyer. And next time, I'd be paying for only one ticket, mine. A notification from Tinder. I checked it, my pulse quickening out of habit. A match had messaged me. Her profile had caught my eye earlier. Sharp wit in her bio, a mischievous glint in her photos. I'd been hopeful. Hey, what's up? I typed back, keeping it simple, not wanting to overthink it. Her response came almost immediately, but it wasn't anything I could have anticipated. Don't talk to me unless you plan on. Well, unless you meet certain standards. I froze, rereading the message. The tone wasn't playful or flirtatious. It was brash, over the top, and left no room for conversation. I sat there, unsure whether to laugh or roll my eyes. I replied with something. What? I can't even remember now. But whatever it was, it didn't matter. She didn't respond, and I let it go, chalking it up to one of those bizarre online interactions everyone warns you about. A week passed, and the strange encounter faded from my mind. Life went on as usual, classes, work, and the occasional late-night fast food run. That night, my stomach growled after hours of cramming for an exam, so I decided to grab something quick. McDonald's seemed like the easiest option. The place was buzzing with its usual hum of activity, the fluorescent lights casting an odd glow over everything. I stepped into the line, placed my order, and shuffled to the counter to wait. My thoughts drifted, half focused on a class project due next week, when the employee behind the counter called my number. I stepped forward, not thinking much of it, but the moment she handed me my bag, the air shifted. Our eyes met, and time seemed to freeze. It was her, the girl from Tinder. Recognition flickered in her eyes first, and it was instant. Her expression shifted rapidly, a flash of disbelief followed by something closer to fear. She looked at me like I was the villain in some terrible drama, her hands visibly trembling as she held out my bag of food. For a split second, I was too stunned to react. Then the realization hit me like a wave. She thought I'd come here intentionally, that I'd tracked her down to confront her over that ridiculous message. The awkwardness in the air was suffocating, an invisible wall of tension that seemed to grow thicker with every passing second. I wanted to say something, to clear up the misunderstanding, but my brain refused to cooperate. What could I possibly say? Hey, I didn't know you worked here, and this is purely a coincidence. That sounded almost worse, like an excuse someone would give when caught red-handed. Her eyes darted to the door, then back to me, as if gauging the fastest escape route. I could feel the weight of her co-workers' curious glances, though none of them seemed to realize what was happening. My face burned with embarrassment. This wasn't just awkward, it was surreal. Finally, I did the only thing I could think of. I grabbed the bag, muttered a quick, thanks, and walked out as fast as my legs would carry me. My heart pounded in my chest, my mind racing with every step. I didn't look back, didn't dare risk seeing her reaction again. The cool night air hit me like a bomb as I stepped outside, but the tension in my chest didn't ease until I was halfway to my car. Sitting behind the wheel, I let out a shaky breath and shook my head, replaying the scene in my mind. What were the odds of something like this happening? It felt like the universe had decided to turn my life into some twisted comedy sketch. As I drove home, I couldn't shake the image of her face, wide-eyed, pale, filled with fear. She probably thought I was some kind of stalker, and the thought made me cringe. In reality, I barely remembered the interaction until now. The whole thing had been ridiculous from start to finish. A bizarre encounter that I wouldn't have believed if it hadn't happened to me. The next day, I deleted Tinder. Maybe I'd try again someday, but for now, I'd had enough of awkward dates and strange online encounters. Some lessons, I realized, don't need repeating. So in my late 20s, I was using dating apps to meet people. I'd been on Bumble and Tinder, But this time I was trying OkCupid because my best friend swore she had met her boyfriend on there, and they seemed happy. I wasn't looking for anything serious, just someone to hang out with, maybe go on a few dates. One night, I got a message from a guy named Ethan. His profile was sparse, no pictures, just a vague description about liking books and hiking. Normally, I'd swipe left on someone like that, but his message caught my attention. It wasn't the usual hey or what's up. Instead, it was a long, thoughtful paragraph about how he'd read one of my favorite books that I'd mentioned on my profile and found it fascinating. He asked me a really specific question about it, which made me think he wasn't just copy-pasting the same message to everyone. I replied, and we started talking. He was smart, like really smart, the kind of person who could make you feel interesting just by the way they responded to you. He had this dry, sarcastic sense of humor that I love, and our conversations flowed effortlessly. We talked about everything, movies, music, childhood memories, even our worst fears. The only thing that felt off was that he never sent me a picture of himself, even after I asked. He said he was camera shy and didn't like the way he looked in photos, but he assured me he wasn't a weirdo or anything. I should have stopped talking to him. I know that now. But at the time, I convinced myself it wasn't a big deal. He seemed so genuine, and I didn't want to come across as shallow. After about a week of messaging, he asked if I wanted to meet in person. He said he knew a great little coffee shop downtown, somewhere quiet where we could talk. I was hesitant, but eventually I agreed. I figured worst case, if he turned out to be super weird or looked nothing like he claimed, I could just leave. I told my roommate where I was going and gave her the name of the coffee shop, just to be safe. The day of the date, I got to the coffee shop early. It was a small place, tucked into the corner of a strip mall. The kind of spot where you'd expect to see students studying or couples on their third date. But when I walked in, it was empty. No baristas, no customers, just the faint smell of coffee and a low hum from the fridge in the corner. I double-checked the time and the address Ethan had sent me. I was in the right place. Maybe I was just early. I grabbed a seat by the window and waited. About 5 minutes later, the door opened and a man walked in. He was tall, wearing a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up, and he kept his head down as he approached me. For a second, I thought maybe it was him, but then he just brushed past me and went to sit in the corner, facing the wall. Weird, but whatever. I kept waiting. Another 10 minutes passed, and Ethan still hadn't shown up. I was starting to get annoyed when I got a text from him. "Are you here?" it said. "Yeah," I replied. "I'm by the window." "Where are you?" No response. I looked around the room again, and that's when I noticed something strange. The guy in the hoodie, he was turned slightly now, just enough that I could see his face. He wasn't looking at me, but he was holding his phone in his hand, typing something. My stomach twisted. Almost immediately, I got another text from Ethan. "You look exactly like I imagined." My heart stopped. I glanced down at my phone, then back at the guy in the hoodie. His head was still tilted down, but I could feel his eyes flicking toward me, watching from beneath the hood. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it was just a coincidence. Maybe it wasn't him. Maybe I was just being paranoid. Still, I texted back, "Where are you sitting?" No response. I stood up, pretending to adjust my bag, and casually walked toward the door. The guy in the hoodie didn't move, but I could feel his eyes on me the entire time. As soon as I was outside, I called my roommate and told her what was happening. "Get in your car and leave," she said immediately. Now, I didn't need to be told twice. I walked quickly to my car, trying not to look over my shoulder, and locked the doors as soon as I got in. My hands were shaking as I started the engine. That's when I got another text. "Why are you leaving? We haven't even talked yet." I looked up, and there he was. The guy in the hoodie was standing in the doorway of the coffee shop, staring at me. His hood was still up, and I couldn't see his expression, but I could feel the intensity of his gaze. He didn't move, didn't try to come closer, just stood there watching. I floored it out of the parking lot and didn't stop driving until I was back home. When I got there, I blocked Ethan's number and deleted OkCupid. I spent the rest of the night replaying everything in my head, trying to figure out how I'd been so stupid. The next morning, I told my roommate everything. She convinced me to file a police report, just in case. The officer I spoke to was polite, but didn't seem too concerned. He said it was probably just a guy trying to mess with me, and that I'd done the right thing by leaving. But here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. A couple of weeks later, I was scrolling through the news when I saw a headline about a man who'd been arrested for stalking and attempted kidnapping. His mugshot was attached to the article, and my stomach dropped. It was him. The guy from the coffee shop. The man with the hoodie. Apparently, he'd been using fake profiles on dating apps to lure women to isolated places. One of his victims had managed to escape and report him, which led to his arrest. The police found duct tape, rope, and a knife in the trunk of his car. The dim glow of my phone's screen lit up my dorm room as I scrolled through Tinder late one night, bored out of my mind and half-heartedly swiping. It was a typical college evening, homework pushed to the side, social life creeping into the foreground. Then I saw her. She was older than me by a year or two, a junior or senior at the same university, with a smile that radiated confidence and an energy that felt magnetic even through her profile photos. A match came almost immediately, followed by her first message. Fast forward a few days, and I was at her apartment for our first hangout. The vibe was relaxed, nothing too intense, just Netflix and casual conversation. I thought she was amazing, down to earth, funny, and way out of my league. As I left that night, I found myself hoping this could turn into something real. When I told her I'd like to see her again, her reply was enthusiastic. "I'd love that. Just hit me up whenever." The week that followed was a flurry of texts and Snapchats. It felt exciting, like the kind of connection you don't stumble upon often. Then, out of the blue, she sent me a nude. I was startled, not because I didn't find her attractive, she was stunning, but because it was so unexpected. We hadn't crossed any lines during our first hangout. It had been completely platonic. Yet here she was, sending me pictures that left no room for ambiguity. I was a young guy, and this confident older girl was showing me attention I hadn't even asked for. I won't lie, I was flattered. And of course, I didn't object. The messages escalated over the week, and by the time we planned to meet again, I had no doubt where things were heading. That Saturday, she came over to my place. My roommates and I were lounging in the living room watching TV, and she seamlessly fit into the dynamic, laughing and chatting like she'd been part of the group for years. At one point, she leaned over and asked if she could stay the night. My brain went into overdrive. After everything she'd been sending me all week, I knew what she meant. Trying to be polite, I offered to sleep on the couch, but she shot that down quickly. "I'd rather you sleep in your bed with me," she said, her voice soft but firm. It was clear, this was happening. We retreated to my room, and one thing led to another. We hooked up, and afterward, we lay side by side in the hazy quiet that follows, the kind where you're not sure whether to break the silence or just let it linger. I'd tossed the used condom to the floor beside the bed, not thinking much of it in the moment. Then, out of nowhere, she got up abruptly. I watched as she walked around to my side of the bed and bent down to pick up the condom. My heart sank, confusion gripping me. Without saying a word, she darted into the bathroom and shut the door. A beat passed, then another. I stayed in bed, unsure of what to do. Then I heard a loud crash, followed by her voice muttering a panicked, "Oh no." Alarmed, I called out, "Are you okay?" No response. I hesitated for a moment before walking to the bathroom door. My mind raced with possibilities. Had she slipped? Hurt herself? But nothing could have prepared me for what I saw when I opened the door. She was standing in my shower, one leg propped up, trying to shove the condom into herself. My breath caught in my throat as I realized what she was doing, flipping the condom inside out and attempting to inseminate herself. I froze, my brain struggling to process the scene unfolding in front of me. Her head snapped toward me, eyes wide with shock. Time seemed to stand still for a second, then everything sped up. I shut the door as quickly as I'd opened it, my heart pounding in my chest. A moment later, she emerged, avoiding my gaze. "I'm gonna leave," she said quickly, grabbing her things. "Sounds good," I replied, my voice hollow. There was nothing else to say. The door clicked shut behind her, and I stood there in stunned silence. My mind replayed the night over and over, searching for answers I'd never get. She never contacted me again, and I didn't reach out either. To this day, that night remains a surreal, unsettling memory, one that reminds me just how unpredictable people can be. I had just joined Match.com, back when online dating was still a novelty and mostly populated by people desperate enough to take a chance on the unknown. I didn't have high hopes, but when her profile popped up, everything changed. She was stunning, out of my league stunning. The kind of beauty that made you double-check to see if it was some kind of catfish situation. But it wasn't. She responded to my message, and soon we were planning a date. When I met her in person, I felt like I was walking on air. She was even more gorgeous than her photos, all confidence and charm wrapped up in a perfectly tailored outfit. To my shock, the date was going well. Better than well. We were laughing, talking like we'd known each other forever, and by the time the first drinks were finished, we'd already stolen a kiss in the corner of the restaurant. I couldn't believe my luck. This kind of thing didn't happen to me. Not to me. So when she suggested we keep the night going and head to a bar nearby, I didn't hesitate. If anything, I was eager to stretch out the magic as long as possible. The bar was dimly lit, cozy, with a warm hum of conversation filling the air. We found a quiet corner, tucked away from the crowd, and settled in with our drinks. She leaned in close, her hand brushing mine, her laugh lighting up the room. I couldn't stop marveling at the surreal turn my night had taken. And then the door opened. A group of young African men walked in, laughing and talking among themselves. It was unusual, I'll admit. Our town was small and predominantly white, the kind of place where seeing people of different ethnicities stood out more than it should have. But it was no big deal, or at least it shouldn't have been. That's when she stood up. At first, I thought maybe she was going to the restroom or getting another drink. But instead, she turned toward the group and began shouting. Loudly, "You don't belong here," she yelled, her voice cutting through the chatter in the bar like a knife. "Go back to where you came from." The words hit me like a freight train, and the air seemed to leave the room. She wasn't done. She kept going, dropping slurs, including that word, over and over. The group of men froze, exchanging incredulous looks, their laughter replaced with stunned silence. The entire bar turned to watch the scene unfold, a mixture of disbelief and unease rippling through the crowd. It felt like a scene from a horror movie, the kind where the camera zooms in on the protagonist's horrified face, while the world around them spins into chaos. My mind raced, every cell in my body screaming, "What is happening right now?" I stared at her, my chest tightening with a sickening realization. This person, this gorgeous, seemingly perfect person, was nothing like the woman I thought I'd spent the evening with. My skin crawled as the shock melted into shame, embarrassment, and anger. I couldn't sit there a second longer. I stood up, grabbed my coat, and walked straight out the door without looking back. The cold night air hit my face as I stepped outside, but it did little to cool the fire of emotions raging inside me. She didn't follow me. At least, not immediately. The next day, my phone buzzed with a message from her. She wanted to meet up again. Another date. Like nothing had happened. I didn't reply. There was no explanation she could offer, no excuse I could stomach. Some things you just can't unsee, and her actions were one of them. Too good to be true. That's what the whole night had been. A cruel, twisted reminder that appearances don't mean a thing when the person behind them is rotten to the core. For days, I replayed the night in my head, wondering how I could have missed the signs, if there even were any. But the truth was, I hadn't missed anything. She'd hidden it well, the way people often do with their worst traits, until the right moment brought it to the surface. The gamer bar was alive with the hum of arcade machines and the clatter of controllers, a place where neon lights bounced off walls plastered with pixelated murals. It was my kind of scene, nostalgic, geeky, and laid back. Tonight, it was also the setting for my first date with someone who seemed promising. We'd bonded over mutual nerdy interests and swapped witty banter through text messages, the kind of conversations that made me hopeful this might actually be different. When he walked in, he looked just like his profile photos, a little scruffy, glasses perched on his nose, and wearing a t-shirt with some obscure gaming reference that I immediately recognized. I waved, and he came over, smiling warmly. The moment he opened his mouth to greet me, however, my stomach dropped. He had no teeth. None. I struggled to mask my shock, my brain scrambling to make sense of what I was seeing. This wasn't something small or superficial. It was a glaring detail, one that had been carefully hidden during our chats and video calls. I told myself not to jump to conclusions. He probably had a good reason for it, right? Maybe an accident or a medical condition. I forced a smile and pushed the thought aside as we sat down. The conversation started smoothly enough. He was just as funny and smart as he'd seemed online, throwing out clever quips and sharing anecdotes about his favorite games. But soon he leaned in, lowering his voice as if he were about to share a secret. "So," he began, glancing around before continuing, "I don't know if you noticed." I blinked, trying not to look directly at his gums as he spoke. "Noticed what?" I asked, feigning ignorance. He gestured vaguely toward his face. "The teeth thing." It was impossible to ignore now. He launched into an explanation about a hack dentist who had convinced him all his teeth needed to be removed. Then came the horror story of budget constraints that prevented him from getting dentures, and the grim detail that he had to wait for bone shards to fall out of his gums before he could even consider replacements. I listened, nodding along sympathetically. It was a tragic story, and I genuinely felt bad for him. But as he spoke, it became clear that he was completely unfazed by the situation. He joked about it, brushing off any discomfort it might cause, both for himself and for me. And then the food arrived. As he talked, particles of his meal sprayed from his mouth, landing on the shared basket of fries between us. I tried to keep my expression neutral, but each fleck of food was a tiny jab at my appetite. It wasn't his fault, of course, he couldn't help it, but the visual was too much to ignore. I found myself retreating inward, my thoughts spiraling. If he'd hidden something this monumental from me, what else might he be keeping secret? Trust was the cornerstone of any relationship, and this omission felt like a crack in the foundation before we'd even started building anything. He, meanwhile, was oblivious to my growing discomfort, continuing to talk enthusiastically about his favorite games and the tabletop campaigns he'd been running. Normally, I'd have been thrilled to dive into those topics, but my focus kept shifting back to the reality of the situation. As the evening wore on, I realized something else. I couldn't get past the thought of intimacy with someone who had no teeth. I felt shallow for even thinking it, but the idea of kissing him made my stomach churn. I kept imagining the texture, the sensation, and it was enough to make me push my food away entirely. When the check came, I politely suggested we call it a night. He smiled, seemingly unaware of my internal struggle, and thanked me for such a fun time. I smiled back, hoping it didn't look forced, and we went our separate ways. On the drive home, I replayed the evening in my mind. It wasn't just the teeth, it was the way he'd hidden it, the way he assumed it wouldn't matter. Maybe it didn't to some people, but to me, it was a breach of trust one couldn't overlook. The next day, when he texted to ask about a second date, I let him down gently. He was a good guy, but I knew deep down that this wasn't something I could move past. Some things, no matter how trivial they might seem, are just too big to ignore. She'd seemed like a great match on Tinder. Smart, edgy, with a sense of humor that bordered on irreverent but never crossed into outright bizarre. At least, that's what I thought. She walked in, dressed to impress, exuding confidence. I stood up to greet her, trying to hide my nervous energy. From the outset, she seemed exactly as I'd imagined, funny, engaging, and full of sharp wit. Over appetizers, we talked about everything from school to movies to our shared love of obscure music. It felt easy, natural, until it didn't. The shift came gradually, subtle at first. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone, and asked if I'd ever had a truly wild relationship. I laughed awkwardly, unsure of what she meant, and said something vague about not being the adventurous type. That's when the conversation took a turn I hadn't seen coming. You know, she began, stirring her drink absently, I've been thinking a lot about my ex-husband lately. The mention of an ex wasn't unusual. Everyone has a past, but the way she said it made my skin prickle. Oh, I said cautiously, unsure of where this was going. She smiled, a strange glint in her eye. I was thinking, if we hook up tonight, maybe we could record it, for fun. And then I could send it to him. The words hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I froze, unsure if I'd misheard her. You'd send it to your ex? I asked, my voice faltering. Yeah, she said, completely nonchalant. He'd lose his mind. It'd be hilarious. I forced a laugh, trying to mask my discomfort, but my mind was already spinning. This wasn't just a red flag, it was an entire parade of them. I reached for my water, stalling for time, trying to decide if I should cut the date short right then and there. But before I could think of an excuse to leave, she took the conversation to an even darker place. You know what I really enjoy? She asked, her tone suddenly serious. I looked up, hesitant to answer. What's that? I like being hit, she said matter-of-factly, as if she were discussing a favorite hobby. And my favorite kind of sex is safe word rape. I didn't even know how to respond. My brain stalled, caught between disbelief and an overwhelming urge to get as far away as possible. She smiled as if she'd just shared a fun little secret, completely oblivious to the wave of unease washing over me. I set my fork down, my appetite gone. Every alarm bell in my head was screaming at full volume. This wasn't a casual quirk or a harmless eccentricity. This was something far darker, something I couldn't begin to untangle. I I don't think I'm really your type, I managed to say, my voice shaking slightly. Maybe we should call it a night. Her expression barely faltered. She shrugged, as if she'd expected this reaction, and went back to sipping her drink. Suit yourself, she said, completely unfazed. I signaled for the check, paid for the meal without looking at her, and left the restaurant as quickly as I could without outright sprinting. The cool night air hit me like a wave, but it did little to calm my racing heart. I walked back to my car in a daze, replaying the conversation in my mind, each word more surreal than the last. When I got home, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at my phone. Tinder was still open, her profile staring back at me, a stark reminder of how far off the rails things had gone. Without hesitation, I deleted the app, erasing it from my phone like I was scrubbing away the memory of the night. That date wasn't just a bad experience, it was a wake-up call. I'd gone looking for connection, something light and fun to break the monotony of college life. Instead, I'd found a dark corner of the dating world I hadn't been prepared for. Some people's stories aren't meant to intertwine, and hers was one I was more than happy to leave behind. Her name was Danny, and we met on her, a dating app for queer women, about 2 months ago. She was gorgeous in a bold, effortless way, with these striking green eyes and short-cropped black hair that matched her sharp, sarcastic sense of humor. Her profile was filled with cheeky quips and pictures of her hiking, reading, and once, oddly, wielding an axe at a lumberjack competition. I joked about it in my opening message, something like, "Are you chopping wood or murdering exes?" She replied, "Wouldn't you like to know," with a winking emoji. Looking back, that should have been my first red flag. We hit it off right away. Our chats were full of banter, deep conversations about life, and shared playlists that felt like little love letters. After a week of texting and a late-night FaceTime that turned into both of us falling asleep on the call, we decided to meet up. Danny suggested a cute little wine bar downtown, and I was nervous but excited. In person, she was even more magnetic. The green eyes, the confidence, the way she made you feel like the only person in the room. She had this edge to her, this aura of mystery, but I found it intoxicating rather than alarming. She confessed she'd just moved to the city a few months ago and was still figuring stuff out. I didn't pry into her past. It felt too soon, and honestly, I was too caught up in the moment. One date turned into 2, then 3, and before long, we were spending a lot of time together. Danny wasn't one to overshare, but she'd drop little details about her life here and there. How she'd grown up in a small, rough town, how she didn't have much family left, how she'd had to reinvent herself a few times over the years. It all added to her mysterious allure. She was a little guarded, sure, but I didn't mind. Everyone has their walls. The intimacy between us grew quickly. She was attentive, affectionate, and had this way of making me feel utterly seen. One night, after a dinner at her place, where she cooked this incredible pasta dish from scratch, we ended up on her couch, tipsy and tangled in each other. It was the kind of night that felt like it could stretch on forever, soft and warm and perfect. But then, I saw it. We were lying in bed, her arm draped lazily over me, when my fingers brushed against her forearm. Her shirt had ridden up slightly, revealing a tattoo I hadn't noticed before. It was faint, like it had been partially removed, but still legible enough to make my stomach drop. It was a name, Melissa. Beneath it, there was a date, August 14th, 2015, and a small, crude drawing of a dagger. I froze. My mind raced. Who was Melissa? Why was her name connected to a dagger? And why did Danny seem like she didn't want anyone to see it? I must have gone quiet for too long because Danny shifted beside me, her green eyes flicking open. "What's wrong?" she asked, her voice low and gravelly from sleep. "Oh, nothing," I said quickly, pulling my hand back. "I just noticed your tattoo." Her eyes followed my gaze to her arm, and for the briefest second, I saw something in her expression. It wasn't embarrassment or annoyance, it was fear. But just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone, replaced by her usual confident smirk. "Oh, that? It's ancient. A stupid thing I got when I was younger." "Who's Melissa?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light, casual. But my heart was pounding. Danny sat up slightly, pulling her arm away and tugging her sleeve down. "Just someone I used to know," she said, avoiding my eyes. "It's not a big deal." The way she said it made it clear she didn't want to talk about it. I nodded, pretending to drop it, but my curiosity and unease was gnawing at me. Why would she get someone's name tattooed on her arm with a dagger? It didn't feel like a tribute. It felt sinister. The next day, while Danny was at work, I couldn't stop thinking about the tattoo. I didn't want to spiral, but something about it was sticking in my brain like a splinter. I decided to do some light Googling. Just to ease my mind, I told myself. I searched Melissa August 14th, 2015, along with the name of the town Danny had mentioned she'd grown up in. What I found made my blood run cold. It was a news article, dated August 15th, 2015. The headline read, "Local woman found dead in brutal stabbing." My hands were shaking as I clicked on it. The article was short, but the details were horrifying. Melissa Parker, 25, had been found in her apartment, stabbed multiple times. Police suspected foul play, but had no solid leads at the time. A follow-up article from years later said the case had gone cold. I stared at the screen, my heart pounding. The date matched. The name matched. And the tattoo, it suddenly felt less like a memory and more like a confession. I tried to push it aside. There was no way Danny was involved. She couldn't be. She was kind and funny, and no, it didn't fit. But the thought wouldn't leave me alone. That night, when we met up again, I couldn't stop looking at her differently. Every little joke, every casual smile, it all felt like a mask. I was jumpy, distracted, and Danny noticed. "Hey," she said, tilting her head. "What's going on with you tonight? You've been weird since you got here." "I'm fine," I lied. "Just tired." She didn't believe me. I could see it in her eyes. "Come on," she said, leaning in closer. "You can tell me." I wanted to. I wanted to ask her outright about Melissa, about the tattoo, about the articles I'd found. But I couldn't. Something in her gaze stopped me. It wasn't threatening, exactly, but there was an intensity there that made my stomach twist. "Nothing," I said again, forcing a smile. Seriously. For the rest of the night, I played along, pretending everything was fine. But as soon as I got home, I blocked her number and deleted the app. I couldn't face her again. I didn't want to know the truth. A week later, I got a message on Instagram. It was from an account with no profile picture, but I knew it was Danny. The message just said, "You didn't have to ghost me. I thought we had something real." The first time my mom told me she was joining Tinder, I nearly spit out my coffee. It wasn't that I was against it. In fact, I was all for her stepping into a new chapter after enduring decades of an unhappy marriage. It was just unexpected. "Stella's getting her groove back," she declared with a smirk, echoing the title of that old movie. And I, as her adult child, was 100% on her team. If anyone deserved a little adventure, it was her. From the start, she made it clear, this wasn't about finding a long-term relationship. No romance, no strings, just a bit of fun while she was on a work trip out of state. It sounded harmless enough. She started sending me screenshots of potential matches, asking for my opinions. It was surreal, sitting in my tiny college apartment, playing wingman to my own mom. "Not this guy," I'd text back. "His bio screams midlife crisis." Or, "Swipe left. He's holding a fish. You hate fishing." And then she found him. The guy. Her pick for the night. The moment I saw his profile, alarm bells went off. His photos were normal enough, but his bio read like a walking, talking red flag. He seemed too smooth, too eager. The kind of guy who could charm anyone into letting their guard down. "Mom," I texted, "this guy is sketchy." Hard pass. But she laughed it off. "Oh, come on. He's just cute and chatty. What's the worst that could happen?" She was an adult. I couldn't stop her. So, with some last-minute safety reminders from me, "Share your location. Tell me when you're back at the hotel." She went off to meet him. The next morning, I got the text. Well, that was interesting. She didn't elaborate, just said they'd hung out for a few hours, and he'd dropped her off. "Nothing serious," she added, which I took as her way of saying it was over. Or so I thought. Later that afternoon, she called me, her voice shaking. "He knows my address." I froze. "What? How?" Apparently, during their brief time together, he'd pieced together enough details about her life, her work, the city she'd flown from, and the general timeline of her trip, to figure out which flight she was taking the next day. From there, he'd tracked down her final destination. Using public tax records, he'd found her full name, which led him to her Facebook profile. It didn't stop there. "He called your dad," she whispered, her voice barely audible. My stomach dropped. My parents hadn't spoken directly since the divorce. For this stranger to insert himself into their lives, calling my dad and spilling details about my mom's Tinder rendezvous, was beyond invasive. My mom sounded utterly rattled as she recounted the messages he'd sent her afterward, swinging wildly between professions of love and accusations of betrayal. He sent him pictures, she continued, and screenshots of our texts. Everything. I was furious, both for her and for myself. This wasn't just about my mom anymore. This man had disrupted our family in the most grotesque way possible. You need to call the police, I told her. She hesitated, not wanting to escalate things, but I insisted. This wasn't something to brush off. The harassment didn't stop. Over the next few days, he sent her a barrage of messages, alternating between declaring undying love and berating her for being untrustworthy. He demanded explanations, claiming he couldn't trust her even though she'd done nothing wrong. My mom blocked him on everything, Tinder, Facebook, her phone, but he found ways around it, creating new accounts to send her messages. Eventually, she did go to the police. They took her seriously, thankfully, and started the process of filing a restraining order. But the experience left her shaken to her core. For weeks, she couldn't relax, constantly looking over her shoulder, wondering if he'd show up unannounced. When the dust finally settled, she deleted Tinder and vowed never to touch dating apps again. For me, the whole ordeal was a sobering reminder of how quickly something harmless can spiral into something dangerous. I'd supported her decision to put herself out there, and I still do, but none of us could have predicted how unhinged someone could become after just a few hours of interaction. The sushi restaurant was packed, the kind of night that felt like a blur of clattering dishes, endless orders, and barely contained chaos. I darted between tables, balancing trays of sashimi and miso soup, trying to keep up with the relentless dinner rush. Among the sea of customers, one table stood out, two guys, one of them particularly striking. He had a confident, easy smile and tattoos that crept out from under his sleeves, hinting at stories I'd never hear. Despite the chaos, I made sure they had great service. At the end of their meal, they left a tip so generous it stopped me in my tracks. Later that night, after finally collapsing on my couch, beer in hand, I opened Tinder to mindlessly swipe and decompress. And there he was, the same guy from the restaurant, unmistakable with his sharp features and distinctive ink. My heart skipped a beat. The tip had been memorable, but this? What were the odds? I swiped right and passed out, too tired to overthink it. The next morning, I woke up to a match and a sweet message waiting for me. We started texting, and he was charming, almost disarmingly so. He mentioned he was only in town for business, which should have been my first red flag. But I was intrigued, and he asked me out to dinner at a high-end French restaurant that I could never afford on my own. I hesitated, unsure if I should go. My roommates, fueled by mimosas and bad advice, encouraged me. "What's the harm in a nice dinner?" they said. By that evening, I'd agreed, but things were already off. He insisted on picking me up, pressing harder than anyone should for a first date. My instincts flared, and I told him flat out that I'd cancel if I couldn't drive myself. He backed off, and we arranged to meet at the restaurant. The place was stunning, the kind of place where the lighting is dim, the wine list is longer than a novel, and everyone speaks in hushed tones. He was already seated when I arrived, looking sharp and relaxed. The dinner started well enough. He ordered a $200 bottle of wine, lobster, appetizers, and desserts, sparing no expense. By the time the bill came, I was sure the meal had totaled somewhere close to $600. I couldn't believe someone would spend that kind of money on a first date. As the evening went on, though, the facade started to crack. The more he drank, the more he let slip. Midway through the meal, he casually admitted he was married, but claimed it was an open relationship. I raised an eyebrow, skeptical. In response, he pulled out his phone, called his wife, and even sent her a picture of me. To my shock, she sounded excited. "She's gorgeous," I heard her say, her voice tinny over the speaker. "Invite her to Cancun. We'd love to meet her." My stomach churned. He hung up, grinning, and explained that his wife was bisexual and into women. He suggested I join them for a weekend getaway. Red flags piled up faster than I could process. I tried to steer the conversation to safer ground, asking about his work. Without blinking, he told me he was involved with a drug cartel. He spoke about it casually, as if it were just another day at the office. He assured me it was perfectly safe, but my chest tightened. This wasn't the kind of conversation you had on a casual date, or ever. I told him I needed to leave. He followed me out, trailing me to my car, still trying to sell me on the idea of joining him and his wife. He pulled up photos of her on his phone. She was undeniably beautiful, and scrolled through his Instagram, showing off their lavish life in Cancun. "You can trust me," he insisted. "This could be fun." When I still refused, his tone shifted. I spent all this money on dinner, he said, his voice hardening. The least you could do is come back to my hotel room. When I backed away, he tried to grab my hand, leaning in for a kiss I wanted no part of. My pulse was pounding as I twisted free and bolted to my car. Once inside, I locked the doors and sped away, checking the rearview mirror constantly. I was terrified he'd follow me home, so I drove aimlessly for an hour before calling a friend. I spent the night at her place, grateful she had male roommates who could make me feel safe. The next morning, I deleted Tinder without hesitation. The more I replayed the night, the darker it felt. Was he just an unhinged rich guy? Or was there something more sinister? Human trafficking, perhaps? I'll never know for sure, but I'm haunted by the thought of what could have happened if I hadn't trusted my instincts. It was a lesson I'll never forget. Trust your gut, and when the red flags start piling up, don't wait to see how the story ends. My friend, a fellow soldier and someone I'd always known to be tough as nails, leaned forward as we shared stories about strange encounters during a rare night off duty. But when it was her turn, her voice dropped, her expression darkened, and I knew this wasn't just another funny or awkward tale. This one's different, she started, her tone serious. It still gets to me, you know? I nodded, bracing myself. She told me about how it began, a typical modern romance story, or so it seemed. She had been talking to a guy she'd met online, and everything had felt surprisingly normal. He was charming, friendly, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know her. After a few days of casual conversation, he suggested meeting up for drinks. No red flags, no warning signs, just a simple, seemingly innocent invitation. So she agreed. The bar was a cozy spot, tucked away in one of Norway's quieter neighborhoods. When she arrived, he was already there, smiling and waving her over like an old friend. The first round of drinks came and went, and the conversation flowed easily enough at first. He asked about her life in the military, her travels, and her interests. She started to relax, thinking this might actually turn into a good night. But then the questions began to shift. At first, it was subtle, questions that felt slightly deeper than typical first date fare. "What's the worst memory you have from childhood?" he asked, his eyes locked onto hers in an almost unnerving way. She brushed it off, giving a vague answer and steering the conversation elsewhere. But he didn't let up. "What's your first memory of anything? Intimate?" he asked next, his voice casual, but the question landed like a stone in her stomach. She laughed nervously, trying to dodge the question, but his persistence was unsettling. Every other topic seemed to circle back to something unnervingly personal, even dark. Still, he managed to maintain a facade of charm, keeping her from bolting out the door. When the drinks were finished, he suggested they continue the night at his place. She hesitated, but he seemed harmless enough, a little odd, sure, but not threatening. She agreed. His apartment was small but clean, almost sterile. Too sterile, she thought, but she pushed the thought aside. She excused herself to the bathroom, needing a moment to regroup and shake off the nagging unease creeping up her spine. As she washed her hands, she heard faint noises coming from another room. Curious, and now slightly on edge, she cracked the bathroom door open, careful not to make a sound. She followed the noise to a partially open door down the hall. Inside, she saw him moving around, his back to her. He was spreading thick sheets of plastic over the floor and walls, carefully smoothing out the edges as if preparing for something. The hair on her neck stood up. Her breath hitched, and her mind raced. This wasn't normal. This wasn't safe. She stepped back, careful not to make a sound, and quickly returned to the bathroom. Her reflection stared back at her, wide-eyed and panicked. She had to get out. Forcing herself to stay calm, she emerged from the bathroom, putting on her best casual smile. "Hey, I just remembered I've got an early shift tomorrow," she said, grabbing her bag and heading toward the door without waiting for a response. He watched her, his expression unreadable, but didn't try to stop her. She left as quickly as she could without breaking into a run. The moment she was safely outside, she called the police. She didn't expect much to come of it. Maybe they'd check in on him, maybe not. But to her surprise, her call set off a series of events that confirmed her worst fears. The man was already under surveillance for suspicious behavior, and her report gave them the probable cause they needed to search his apartment. What they found turned her stomach. The plastic wasn't for a home renovation project. It was preparation for something far more sinister. Tools, restraints, and other evidence suggested he was on the brink of committing something unthinkable. "I still think about what could have happened if I'd stayed," she told me, her voice heavy with lingering fear. How close I came to being. I don't even know. Another statistic, maybe. Her story left me cold. It was a chilling reminder of how easily something that feels normal can take a turn into something dark. She's tough, no doubt about it, but even she admitted that night left scars she might never fully shake. The first time I met him, he seemed confident, charming even. He had that air of someone who knows exactly what they want, a quality that, in the right amount, can be magnetic. He planned our first date without much input from me, choosing the restaurant, the time, even the route we took to get there. It felt a little controlling, but I brushed it off. Maybe he's just trying to be chivalrous, I told myself. Some people like to take charge, and maybe he thought I'd appreciate it. That night went fine enough, though something about him kept me slightly on edge. He was polite, attentive, and seemed genuinely interested in me, but there was a tension simmering beneath the surface. Little comments he made, subtle digs at how I held my fork or the way I laughed, pricked at me like tiny needles. I ignored them, chalking it up to first date awkwardness. When he asked for a second date, I hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. He suggested we go to London for the evening, saying he'd handle all the details. The vagueness immediately set off alarms in my mind. I tried to be casual about it, asking where in London we were going and what he had planned, but he dodged the question. "It's a surprise," he said with a smug grin, like that would put me at ease. I pressed further, explaining that I needed to know at least a little about where we were going. Mostly for safety, though I didn't say that outright. "I just need to know what to wear," I lied, hoping that would prompt him to share more. His response was strange. "Wear a dress," he said flatly, as though it were an order. I felt my stomach twist. I never wear dresses, they're not my style, and I wasn't about to start now just because someone else told me to. "I don't really do dresses," I replied lightly, trying to keep the mood from souring. "I'll just wear something comfortable." His reaction was immediate and sharp. His tone, which had been playful before, hardened. "Why do you have to be so difficult?" he snapped. "Can't you just go along with it for once?" For once? We'd only met once. I felt my chest tighten. Something about the way he spoke sent a chill down my spine. "I don't think I'm being difficult," I said, keeping my voice calm but firm. "I just want to know where we're going. It's not too much to ask." That's when he lost it. His words spilled out like venom, his face twisting with anger. "You're such a stuck-up bitch," he spat, his voice shaking with frustration. "Always playing games. You're nothing but a cock tease." I froze, my heart pounding as his words sank in. The anger in his voice was startling. The kind that makes your instincts scream at you to get away as fast as possible. This wasn't someone who'd read me wrong or misunderstood my boundaries. This was someone who didn't think they mattered at all. "I don't think this is going to work," I said quietly, already reaching for my phone. "You're out of order," he barked, but I wasn't listening anymore. My hands shook as I opened the app and blocked him. His messages disappeared instantly, replaced by an eerie silence that hung over me for the rest of the night. It wasn't until later, sitting alone in my room, that the full weight of what had happened hit me. I'd felt uneasy around him from the beginning, but I'd ignored those feelings, convincing myself that I was overreacting. Now, I realized just how close I'd come to something far worse than an uncomfortable date. The next day, I deleted his number and told a few close friends what had happened, partly for my own safety and partly as a reminder to myself that I wasn't being difficult. I was setting boundaries, something he clearly couldn't handle. That experience stayed with me, not because of how it ended, but because of what it taught me. Trusting your instincts isn't just important, it's necessary. And anyone who makes you feel like you're being too much for wanting to feel safe isn't someone worth your time. In hindsight, the red flags had been there all along. I just needed to learn how to see them. The first time I saw her photo on Tinder, I was struck by her smile, bright, confident, and framed by golden blonde hair. Her profile was charming, filled with witty comments and quirky hobbies. She was fluent in German, she mentioned, though it seemed like a throwaway detail at the time. We matched quickly, and our conversations flowed effortlessly. She was funny, engaging, and best of all, seemed genuinely interested in me. Our first date is a blur now, but I remember walking away feeling like I'd hit the jackpot. We met up a few more times after that, each encounter reinforcing how much we clicked. Eventually, I found myself at her place, a cozy apartment filled with books, plants, and an inexplicable collection of miniature figurines. That night, things escalated naturally, and we ended up in her bed. At first, everything was perfect. She was beautiful, and the chemistry between us was undeniable. But somewhere in the heat of the moment, she started shouting in German. It was loud, passionate, and utterly unexpected. I froze for a split second, my mind scrambling to process the sudden switch to a language I couldn't understand. No offense to German speakers, but it's not exactly a language that screams romance. It's more like a drill sergeant barking commands. Her words rolled out in sharp, guttural bursts, and I was equal parts fascinated and terrified. I had no idea what she was saying. Was she complimenting me? Giving instructions? Cursing me out? The sheer unpredictability of it threw me off my rhythm completely. Still, I powered through, convincing myself this was just one of her quirks. It wasn't a deal breaker, just a surprise. A week later, we decided to grab drinks at a local bar she suggested. It was one of those laid-back spots with dim lighting and an impressive collection of craft beers. When we walked in, she greeted the bartender with a familiarity that made me pause. They laughed, exchanged a few words, and he even asked how she'd been. Curious, I asked her how she knew him once he'd stepped away. She smiled casually and said, "Oh, that's my ex-husband." I nearly choked on my drink. "Ex-husband?" I repeated, trying to process what I'd just heard. We were both in our 20s. How did someone our age already have an ex-husband? "Yeah," she said nonchalantly. "We were married for about 2 years. It's cool though. We're still friends." She shrugged it off like it was no big deal, but my mind was reeling. I looked back at the bartender, who was casually wiping down glasses, as if this was the most normal situation in the world. Before I could ask anything else, she excused herself to use the bathroom. The moment she disappeared, the bartender leaned over the counter with a sly grin. "So," he said, his tone dripping with amusement, "how are you liking the German in bed?" I blinked, stunned into silence. Of all the things he could have said, that was the last one I expected. Still caught off guard, I stammered, "It's all right." He winked at me. Before I could gather my thoughts, she returned, sliding into her seat beside me as if nothing had happened. The bartender didn't miss a beat, acting like the brief exchange between us had never occurred. The rest of the evening passed uneventfully, but the whole situation left me with an odd feeling I couldn't shake. She was great, fun, attractive, and smart, but there was something about her unpredictability that made me hesitate. The German outbursts, the casual mention of an ex-husband who happened to be serving us drinks. It was all just a bit much. We hung out a few more times before things fizzled out naturally. There wasn't any dramatic ending, just a quiet realization that we weren't quite the right fit for each other. I still go to that bar occasionally, and every time I do, the bartender greets me with a knowing smile. He always comps my first drink, which I like to think of as a silent acknowledgement of the bizarre shared experience. I'd agreed to meet her here, at a Starbucks, for our first date. It felt casual, low stakes, a safe way to see if there was a spark. Her profile had been intriguing. Funny, intelligent, passionate about animal rights. I wasn't vegan, but she'd assured me she was fine with that. The door chimed as she walked in, her blonde hair pulled into a sleek ponytail and a brightly colored tote bag slung over her shoulder. She smiled, and for a moment, I felt my nerves settle. She was just as pretty as her photos, and I thought, this could actually go well. We exchanged pleasantries and joined the line. As we waited, she casually mentioned her veganism again, saying it was more than just a diet. It was her way of life. I nodded, listening, and reassured her that I respected her choices. She seemed satisfied with that and smiled, her demeanor calm and confident. When it was my turn to order, I asked for my usual, a coffee with cream. The moment the words left my mouth, the air around us shifted. She froze, her smile vanishing. Her eyes widened in shock, and for a second, I thought I'd misspoken. Then, in a voice that seemed to echo through the entire cafe, she shouted, "You're a cow murderer." Every head in the room turned toward us. Conversation stopped mid-sentence, cups clattered onto saucers, and the baristas paused in their movements, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. My face flushed hot as her words registered. She wasn't joking, she was furious. "You're contributing to the torture and slaughter of innocent animals," she continued, her voice rising with each word. "Do you even know what they go through? You're complicit in their suffering." I stood there, stunned, my mind racing to catch up. This wasn't just a passionate outburst, it was a full-blown scene, and I was at the center of it. People were staring, some whispering, others outright gawking. I tried to stammer out a response, something to defuse the situation, but my words caught in my throat. The barista behind the counter glanced at me nervously, unsure whether to hand over my drink or wait for the storm to pass. "Look," I finally managed, my voice low, "I respect your choices, but this isn't the time or place for this." She didn't hear me, or maybe she didn't care. She was too busy listing the horrors of the dairy industry, her voice trembling with emotion. I could feel my chest tightening, the weight of dozens of eyes pressing down on me. I hadn't come here to debate ethics or become the target of a public shaming. I'd come for coffee and a conversation. I glanced at the exit, calculating the quickest way out of this situation. My drink was finally placed on the counter, but I didn't even reach for it. Instead, I pulled out my wallet, handed over the cash to pay for both our orders, and said, "I think I'll leave." Her expression flickered for a moment, shock, maybe even regret, but she didn't stop me. I grabbed my receipt and headed for the door, the whispers of the other patrons following me like a shadow. The cool air outside hit my face, but it did little to calm the storm raging inside me. As I walked to my car, I replayed the scene in my mind, each detail sharpening with every step. Her anger, the way she'd weaponized the moment to make a public point, the looks on the faces of strangers, all of it felt surreal. I'd expected differences in opinion, maybe even a light-hearted debate, but not this. When I got home, I blocked her number and deleted our chats. I wasn't angry, not exactly, more bewildered than anything. It was clear we were on entirely different wavelengths, and any chance of a second date had been obliterated in that Starbucks. Later, I told my friends about it, and they laughed, calling it a classic Tinder horror story. But for me, it was more than just an awkward encounter. It was a reminder that some people's passion, no matter how admirable, can blind them to the line between conviction and respect. And as much as I admired her dedication, I knew I needed something simpler, someone who could let me drink my coffee in peace. A few nights ago, I went on a Tinder date with this guy I'd been talking to for about a week. His name was Liam, cute, right? He seemed normal, like actually normal. He wasn't one of those guys who sends, "What you doing?" at 2 a.m. or starts the conversation by commenting on your appearance. He had actual interests: photography, cooking, hiking. His pictures made him look like the artsy, outdoorsy type, handsome, but not in a way that felt intimidating. We'd been messaging back and forth, and he was super charming. He'd ask me thoughtful questions about my favorite books, tell me about the weird places he'd been for photo shoots, and even made me laugh with this ridiculous story about accidentally packing a lens cap instead of his actual lens for a big shoot. I thought, okay, this guy's cool. Let's meet up. Originally, we were just going to grab dinner at this cute Italian place downtown, but the day of the date, he texted me with a new idea. He said he wanted to cook for me instead. He explained that he rents this private venue for his photography sessions, an industrial space that doubles as a studio, and thought it'd be fun to set it up for a cozy dinner. Something different, he said. Now, I know what you're thinking because I was thinking it too. That sounds sketchy. A private venue? On a first date? But he framed it so casually, and he seemed so genuinely excited about the idea, that I didn't want to seem rude or paranoid. Plus, I shared my location with my best friend before I left, like I always do. So I told myself it was fine. Friends, it was not fine. When I got there, it was already dark, and the building was weird. It was this old industrial warehouse, the kind you'd expect to see in a music video or a gritty indie movie. Not exactly romantic, but when I stepped inside, I saw that he'd tried to make it nice. He'd strung up some fairy lights, set a little table with candles, and even had some cooking equipment off to the side. It was kind of sweet, I guess, but the whole thing still felt off. Liam greeted me with this huge, almost too perfect smile, and handed me a glass of wine. He was charming, as always, and kept saying how glad he was that I'd come. I tried to relax, telling myself I was just overthinking it. We sat down, and he served this pasta dish he'd supposedly made himself. It was good, but here's the first weird thing. He didn't eat. At all. I asked him if he wasn't hungry, and he kind of laughed it off, saying he was more interested in watching me enjoy it. Which, okay, could have been sweet in a weird, overly romantic way, but it didn't feel sweet. It felt like he was studying me. Then came the tattoo. At one point, he leaned over the table to refill my wine, and his sleeve slid up just enough for me to see it. It was small on the inside of his wrist, a date, January 6th, 2019, beneath a thin, simple line. I asked him about it, trying to keep things light. "What's the date for?" "Something special." His whole vibe shifted. His smile froze, and for a split second, I swear I saw something dark flash across his face. Then, just as quickly, he recovered. "It's a reminder," he said, his voice low and even, "of someone important." He didn't elaborate, and I didn't push, but my stomach was in knots. Something about the way he said it, even the way he looked at me, felt wrong. After dinner, he asked if I wanted another glass of wine, or if I wanted to see the rest of the venue. I said I needed to use the bathroom first, mostly as an excuse to get away for a minute and collect myself. He hesitated before pointing me down the hall, saying something about how it wasn't fully set up yet. As I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I noticed a faint metallic smell. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was sharp enough to make me stop in my tracks. I glanced around, trying to figure out where it was coming from, and that's when I saw it. A door at the end of the hall, slightly ajar. I don't know why I looked inside. Curiosity? Stupidity? Whatever it was, I'll regret it forever. The room was empty, except for a single chair in the center. It had straps, restraints, on the arms and legs. The floor beneath it was stained dark, like something had soaked into the concrete and never fully washed out. I froze. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to leave, but before I could even turn around, I heard him behind me. "Did you get lost?" His voice was calm, but there was something predatory in it now, something that made my blood run cold. I spun around, trying to act casual. "Oh no, I just thought this was the bathroom," I stammered. He looked at me for a long moment, his green eyes unblinking. Then he smiled, this slow, unsettling smile that didn't reach his eyes. "The bathroom's back the other way," he said, his tone almost teasing. I forced a laugh, mumbled something about needing fresh air, and bolted back toward the main room. He didn't follow me, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole time. Once I was outside, I didn't stop. I didn't even wait for my lift. I just kept walking until I reached a gas station and called my friend to come get me. Here's the part that still haunts me. Later that night, I Googled the date on his wrist. January 6th, 2019. It was tied to a news story about an unsolved murder, a woman who had been found bound and stabbed in her apartment. 2 years ago, I matched with someone who seemed almost too good to be true. His profile was everything I could have dreamed of: successful, philanthropic, and kind-hearted. He wasn't just wealthy. He'd made millions through a groundbreaking software invention and used his fortune to give back in ways that resonated deeply with me. Articles online painted a picture of a brilliant, selfless individual. He donated countless computers to underserved students in developing countries and given substantial funds to charities working in sectors I was passionate about. For someone like me, working in philanthropy and striving to make an impact in the world, meeting someone who shared those values was thrilling. I'd grown tired of dating guys who were either too detached or had no direction in life. This was someone who seemed like a real partner, someone with drive, compassion, and a sense of purpose. When we arranged to meet, I was filled with anticipation. But the moment he walked into the cafe, my excitement flickered, then dimmed. Something was off. He looked disheveled, like he hadn't showered in days. A thick gold chain hung awkwardly around his neck, clashing with the image I'd built of him in my head. And then there was his manner, subtle at first, but undeniably strange. He mumbled to himself occasionally, his lips moving as if he were in a private conversation with someone invisible. Still, I reminded myself not to judge too quickly. Maybe he was nervous. Maybe he had quirks. It wasn't until the conversation started that I realized just how deep those quirks went. From the very beginning, he was intense. He told me, without hesitation, that he believed in astrology and conspiracy theories. Not just casual ones, but the kind that spiral into complete absurdity. He spoke about psychic powers as if they were an everyday reality, claiming he could manifest people into his life just by thinking about them. "Whenever I need to hire someone," he said with a grin, "I picture them in my mind, and within days they show up in my office." I forced a smile, unsure how to respond. He didn't stop there. He leaned closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Anderson Cooper is a lizard person," he said seriously, nodding like he'd just shared the world's best-kept secret. I blinked, my brain scrambling to keep up. The logical side of me was ready to shut this down and leave, but I was also fascinated, morbidly curious about how far this conversation would go. This man, who had achieved so much, was sitting across from me talking about psychic powers and reptilian overlords. 2 hours passed in a blur of the strangest, most surreal conversation of my life. And keep in mind, I work with traumatized children displaced from their homes. I thought I'd seen and heard it all. But this was on another level. When the date ended, I politely declined his immediate request for a second. He nodded, seemingly unbothered, but an hour later my phone buzzed. "How about a trip to Paris?" he wrote. "All expenses paid. Just you and me. We'll leave next week." I stared at the message, stunned. When I said no, he escalated. "What if I offered you a $150,000 job at my company?" Another no. "Okay, for $100,000. Final offer." It was baffling. Here was this man throwing money and opportunities at me, as if they could buy my interest, completely oblivious to the fact that I wasn't looking for wealth or grand gestures. I wanted connection, depth, someone grounded in reality. This was the opposite of that. Over the next 6 to 8 months, he continued to reach out sporadically. His messages were bizarre updates about his life, tech deals he'd closed, pictures of himself in exotic locations, musings about his charity work. Sometimes he asked for advice, like I was some sort of consultant for his personal and professional life. I kept my replies brief and polite, hoping he'd take the hint. Eventually, he stopped messaging. He faded into the background, though his Instagram profile occasionally popped up in my, you might consider following, suggestions. I blocked him everywhere, unwilling to leave even a digital door open for him to step through. Looking back, it's almost funny. He wasn't a bad person, just profoundly strange. I think he genuinely believed everything he said, including the conspiracies and psychic powers. Maybe he was lonely. Maybe he was searching for something no amount of money or success could give him. Either way, I've never forgotten that date. It was a lesson in appearances, in how someone can seem perfect on paper, but turn out to be something entirely unexpected. And to this day, whenever I hear someone mention lizard people, I can't help but think of him. What a weird guy.